Thank you very much. The Board of Cosmetology, this meeting is back open at 9:04. Before we begin item number 6, there is just a point of clarification, and I'm happy to welcome questions or comments. But there's been a question or a recommendation that each of the candidates be asked and have the opportunity to answer all 5 questions. And then the board members will ask questions of the applicant.
Okay.
And that way, all the applicants are ensured the opportunity to answer all 5 questions, even if we run out of time. So our questions of the applicant would happen at the very end of all of 5 of their responses.
I think that's a good idea.
Are there any concerns about that or any other recommendations to mix it up differently? So we'll just be asking each candidate their questions, and then at the end we'll ask our questions, and then we'll give the applicants the opportunity to ask any questions of us.
And just to clarify, that's the follow-up questions you have based on their answers to the 5. So you may want to take notes as we go along so that you don't forget your question, but we just want to make sure we get through all 5, and if we have to cut off board member questions at the end because we're running a little bit long, we'll be able to do that.
We'll be able to
And
do
this form is designed to do that, so you can write your notes in here.
it right in there. Okay, so there's no questions until the applicant has completed the answer to his 5th question or her 5th question. Also, as a matter of clarification, we have another office member here. If you could just introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, Nadine Grego.
Okay. And then we do have a member of the general public that is going to be present for the interviews. There was an opportunity for comments by the general public, which that opportunity has kind of come and gone. But there is a second opportunity at the very end of the meeting. So if you are able to stay through the interviews, there is another opportunity, and that comes as our item number 9.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that may be approximately 5:30 this evening.
Okay.
So if that is an opportunity for you to stay, there will be an opportunity for you to have your question.
I actually think it'll be later than 5:30 because the last interview ends at 5:30, and then you guys are going to discuss and decide who you're going to bring back for the second interviews. So it may be more like 6:30.
So if there, I guess, am I entitled to ask the general public if there's a comment at this time, even though it's an out of order?
It's up to you if you'd like to reopen public comment. You may. The first interview is scheduled at 9:15, so we just want to make sure we don't go beyond that.
Okay.
And also, I mean, public comment is her opportunity to address the board about something, but it's not really a conversation. So she would
Right.
have a comment to make, and that's fine.
So at this time, if there is a comment from the general public, you are, well, I am going to open the floor to at this time to make any comment that you may have at this time.
Can I put it in form of a question?
We won't be answering
Okay.
questions. We'll be able to take it as a question.
Okay. I was just, and I'm sure that you do, but are background checks being done on all the applicants?
That is part of the process. And
Thank
would you kindly state your name for the
Yes,
record?
it's Gail Moore from Expertise Cosmetology.
Okay, great.
Oh, a background check on all of the executive director applicants?
Not the applicants, but there will be a
The final
background check on the final candidate.
Yeah, okay, I didn't, yeah,
Yeah, the final candidate will have a background check,
Thank you.
from my understanding.
yes, that's part of the process.
And then I want to make sure we're going to grade these, and then staff will come get it and score these for us. Okay.
Okay, so at this time, maybe we could, Ms. Alexander.
I just wanted to mention, I think there was a question as to why your flight was so late today. And as Sarah just said, you probably won't be finishing until like 6:30. The next flight out was 6:50. So the next flight was 9 o'clock. So I apologize, but that was the best I could
And I'm
do.
on the 9 o'clock as well. I was not happy about it, but the choice was, I think,
You
like
don't own
6.
Southwest. We don't hold it against you in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
This time.
This time. Okay.
For the record.
For the record, that's right. I know we're a little premature in dialing our first applicant, but Do we have to stay on that 5-minute schedule according to public meeting law, or can we give the applicant a 5-minute head start? Do you want to attempt to dial? And we'll see if he'd like to take our call 5 minutes early.
Some of them haven't sent me
They're calling into
some of them
us.
haven't sent an actual invite on here, so I don't have their username, but the ones that do, I will certainly pre-dial if we,
Yeah, so we can give this next applicant, Mr. Gordon Patzer, if he'd like to accept our call 5 minutes ahead, and we'll ask him if he'd like to accept the call 5 minutes ahead of time.
And that way we can make sure we're practicing it. WRP meeting.
And if he's not willing, then we will call back.
And actually, I think our instructions said for them to
For
call
them to
us
call
at
too,
that time,
so-
so.
Okay?
Also, he may not answer the call because he's waiting.
Waiting to
Whatever,
call.
yeah.
Yeah.
The instructions were for them
Right,
to
well,
call
let's hang
to
up
us.
on that person.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
since you gave him that
Yeah.
information. that was
Right.
about-
Yeah, yeah.
And then
Catch
we'll
them
just
off
kindly
guard.
wait for our first applicant to call us. So if there's any other questions or concerns, otherwise we'll just be in a hold pattern.
I just would like to say something. I just think I work with such an awesome team up here, and I just want to say to each and every one of you, I really enjoy working with you guys, and I think you do a great job, and I'm very passionate about it. I love it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Booth. And I also want to extend a compliment back to you that, you know, a lot of these interview questions came from your work. And
I stole them.
well, but you did a great job organizing it, and I just thought even in the matrix, that was an awesome job, and I really appreciate you just volunteering and taking the lead to get some of this done, and so back at you.
Okay, and I'm sorry I made
Do
everybody
you
work
see
so
that we
hard.
missed a call from him at 7:18?
a few of them I noticed, I think they were testing and calling us, but yeah, I noticed that this morning when I logged on, that two people have attempted to call us early this morning.
Okay, I just was
Is that
hoping we
because
didn't have
of
the
the
time,
time
you know, because
No,
he's
because
in
of-
Illinois, it looks like, so.
I'm wondering that now too, now that you mention it.
Okay, now I did send that notice
Mhm.
about the time change.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they got it.
No, I'm sure he knows about the time change.
He was doing a practice. run.
Sometimes it's hard to remember which, because it can be confusing whether Nevada's in Pacific time or not, although I think your notice says Pacific time. Because Idaho, the southern part of Idaho is an hour ahead, you know what I mean, and it's directly
Wow.
north of us, so you drive north and you suddenly are an hour ahead, and then you keep driving, and eventually you're back on Pacific time.
He knows because when he sent the confirmation, he said he'll call via Skype video at 9:15 Pacific time on
Okay.
Monday. He knows.
Okay. Just made me nervous when I saw that we missed a call from him at 7:18, which would have been an hour early. Actually, 2 hours early, never mind, I can't do math,
And
it's too
then,
early.
just as a matter of formality, you had said that some folks did give us their Skype address?
Yeah, I have them on my contacts. You can
And so
see
what
it.
about the
You,
folks that haven't? Can we retrieve those to speed that process along?
If we don't have it, unless they provide it to us,
Copy those
I wouldn't be able to get
So-
that.
They were directed to call us at
Okay.
their appropriate time.
Oh, okay.
Mike, I do have a question. How many, were they given these questions up front? Are they aware of what questions?
No, they're not.
Did anybody ask for them?
No, I think maybe one person I spoke to that Friday asked something about that, but no one asked for them.
Are there confirmation
Now, just,
letters in the board packet?
and then it's my understanding one person is not doing the Skype, they're going to be doing just a telephone
I don't think
interview?
it's necessary.
That was at 8:30 this morning.
Oh, that was the
The letter from you saying what?
Just want to make sure that again, my opinion is whether they can work out of either office. We're on the same page. I'm going to say, yeah, they can. I mean, we do have an extra chair in the Reno office. We have an extra chair here in case he wanted somebody personally there with him or whatever the case may be. So it's available. We're getting there, we're getting there.
Sarah, have we discussed what if they don't call us at their appointed time? What are we doing?
Taking another break.
Well, I think we should try to make an effort to call them in case something did happen and they were trying to call in.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should try to make an effort to call them, but if we can't get a hold of somebody,
I would suggest if somebody doesn't call, that we call the last person to listen.
No, you can't move people because of, according to the time frame, the public posting.
But I think we should really make an effort to make a phone call to them, just in case something happened with Skype, to just confirm.
yeah.
And if they were just, whoops, I forgot, then that's a check mark for them.
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Patzer. Good morning, my name is Alex Leader. I'm the president of the State Board of Cosmetology. Can you hear me well?
I can hear fine, thank you, sir.
All right, and these are the members of our board. There are 7 members of our board. We're going to ask you a series of 5 questions for the application for the executive director of the State Board of Cosmetology. Once you've answered those 5 questions, we'll open up the board members to ask questions of you based on your responses. Did you have any questions or concerns at this time?
I have no questions or concerns. I just want to thank you for advancing me to this stage of your process and also encourage you, or not encourage you, but compliment you for what looks like a long day for you folks.
Thank you. Why don't we just go right and begin? Thank you for providing your application. Your first interview question, and there are 5, what are your short-term and your long-term career goals?
My short-term career goals would be to move out of academics or out of the university setting into an industry setting. Long-term goals would be ideally to work for an association, to make a contribution, I'll say, to society, but also to really be consistent with what your mission statement is, which is to protect and serve regarding the cosmetology industry. That appeals to me. And just one final quick comment. Also, as you have on my record in front of you, I have worked in the field of looks or appearances for an awful long time. And so my long-term goal certainly is to continue to advance that field and the understanding of that field.
Thank you. Your second question, what have you done in your career that you are most proud of?
I've moved several universities now from being not accredited, their business school, by an entity or an agency called the AACSB, to being accredited. That's a huge undertaking in that it involves moving a lot of very independently minded individuals, usually professors in this case, but also working with government agencies, working with political officials or government agencies again, but also politicians in that regard, and also coming up with the budget and the resources, the administration of the budget, but also the generation of the resources to cover those expenses to, again, move the business school at the university from being not accredited, nationally recognized, to being accredited and nationally recognized, and actually in this case, internationally recognized by, again, an entity called the AACSB.
Your third question, what would you have liked to do more in your last position held, and then what held you back?
My last position, my last administrative position as Dean of Roosevelt University here in Chicago, I would have liked to deal more with the public, more with the companies, dealing with more partnerships between the business school at the university and the industries in the Chicago area. what holds me back in that regard is balancing of priorities, balancing of needs, in that there's a lot of internal issues that have to be dealt with. At the university level, administering a college, certainly there's internal issues regarding the faculty, the staff, the students, and ensuring that they're getting a quality education, ensuring that we're delivering a quality product to the students, and then providing job opportunities for them. That takes an awful lot of internal, or a lot of time internal to the organization. My goal is to increasingly move external in that I can also generate resources for the institution, but also career opportunities for the students graduating, both with their undergraduate and graduate degrees.
Nice, thank you. Your question number 4. What 3 things are important to you in a position?
At my level and stage in life, I would say quite important to me is the ability to be innovative, which is, I'm going to say, independent to a large extent, is that if I have the trust of my superiors and the people with whom I'm working, to be able then to take initiative, to be innovative in that regard. A second importance, I don't usually think of importance in a position for me, but a second importance is, you know, as soon as this little interview is done, I'll probably think of 10 things. But one is that innovative. The second is, I would like the freedom or flexibility to create boundaries that are not unnecessarily narrow, be it for the industry or for the particular employees. And that's obviously an important part to me in my own management philosophy and practices, not particularly critical to my position as far as my likes or preferences or needs, but innovativeness in my part, or independence. Second is this wide boundaries, and third, I don't have an answer at this time.
All right, thank you. And your final question is, what is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
I come to an extent, or I come to a large extent, I will say, from the entertainment industry, be it at CBS Television Network when I was in Los Angeles, or the division of Saatchi & Saatchi, NRG, where the management styles, at least what I've observed, are much more loose, I'll say, or not loose, but they're much more participative, and certainly in academics, that has been the case. So my management style certainly is a participative approach, an inclusive approach. Let's listen, or excuse me, I need to listen, I need to observe what to be done, and how do we move ahead. With that said, in this day and age and throughout my industry, it becomes very important to look at situations and see if there's consensus that I can achieve in some regard. Now, with all that said, a big approach to mine, and this may sound corny, but it's a servant leadership position. I really view my role as, one, certainly as the leader or the director of the position or of the unit or entity that I'm leading, but second, a servant leader. How can I make the job the best for the individuals who are working in this industry or this capacity? How can I try to realize the potential of everyone and all the many entities or stakeholders, as they're often called, with whom I'm working? With that said, servant leader certainly is something that I practice. I do it as a university professor, a servant professor, servant dean, servant boss, so to speak. With that said, there are limits to it. It's participative, it's a teamwork, and at some point, however, if individuals are taking advantage of that, then I have to change hats or positions. I don't prefer that, but when necessary, I take a hard stance when I need to do so.
Thank you. That concludes our 5 questions. Now I'm going to open up the questions from the board members to ask you directly. We'll keep it organized by just going from my left to my right. So I'll start with Miss Jeanette Bonaldi.
I have no questions at this.
And there are no questions from Ms. Bonaldi. We'll move to Ms. Long.
Good morning. I'm curious, can you expound on question 4, what 3 things are most important to your position? You said independence. Can you expound on that just a little bit for me?
You're asking me to expound on the most difficult question for me.
Yes, sir.
On the independent, I've been fortunate in my life, or maybe it's a combination of my, quote, expertise or abilities or trustworthiness. But once I achieve the trustworthiness or the trust of my superiors or the individuals with whom I'm working with, I would like to then move ahead with initiatives. I enjoy being innovative, I'll call it entrepreneurial, within constraints. That's what I mean by independent is, again, once I have the trust, then I'm not waiting for people to tell me what to do. I'm going to be out there leading and pulling and pushing. That's what I meant by independent.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Our next question may come from Mr. Hoffman, our Vice President of the State Board.
I have no questions.
I don't have any questions at this time other than, are you willing to relocate to Nevada?
Yes, absolutely. I've been to Las Vegas numerous times, like many people, and long ago I actually relocated to Las Vegas and enrolled in something called the International School of Dealing, very long time ago, to work at a casino and to be actually a career. And at that time I decided, after about, I'd say, 2-3 weeks, it was a different stage in life and career, and I decided that's not the career path that I want to go, so it didn't make sense to stay there in that particular trade or school. But yes, I'd certainly be willing to move to Las Vegas.
Our next question may come from Ms. Zeziger to my right. She's our treasurer for the State Board.
Thank you very much for coming this morning and letting us interview you, and I do not have any questions.
We'll follow with Mr. Nixdorf, our board member.
Hi there. I have one question on, expanded on number 3 on the what held you back portion of what would you have liked to have done. Could you re-clarify for me in a very succinct way the items that held you back?
Possibly my own workaholic or my approach to management, in that much of my day in the positions I've had is spent creating goodwill or advancing goodwill with the employees or with the staff in my organization. And so that's consuming a large amount of time in that regard. Also, there is endless number, which I realize we all have to deal with, meetings and internal obligations. Internal obligations are really meetings of groups within the university that I must attend to. And so that takes time away from going out into the community during the day to advance those relationships. So it's the internal operations that maybe I have learned, or maybe I could have done much better at streamlining those. Maybe I could have done much better at delegating those things, but that certainly has been a huge time consumption of mine in that regard. And yet, I think that's an extremely critical part of managing or, well, ensuring the smooth operation of any organization.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And we'll conclude questions from the board with our final board member, Ms. Booth.
I want to say thank you for interviewing today, and my question was the one that Alex asked, so thank you very much for answering it.
Now is the
Thank you.
opportunity for you to ask any questions that you might have of us.
And because I have a little time, allow me to ask you, what do you see as the challenges, particular challenges, and opportunities both for the board and for the new executive director for the board?
Anyone want to field that question? And then I guess I get to.
Yeah.
We have been out of an executive director who retired December 13th. So we're going into our third month without an executive director. We're also in a biennium legislative session. So the Nevada legislature meets every other year. This year, we've had some shortcomings with some legislative requests in our bill drafts that have gone to the legislature. And so one of our hurdles is to ensure that our executive director does have a very good and increasingly better working relationship with our lobbyists and our legislature. We do manage 2 offices, one in the south in the Las Vegas location and one in the north in our Reno office. Both of those locations encompass rural communities. So our outreach to our rural communities is also a very significant portion of the responsibilities of the executive director. Any other answers for his question?
I thank you for that, and if I could just comment that I would certainly look forward to both of those possible opportunities. One is the outreach to interact more so with all individuals involved throughout the state, and also to work with the lobbyists. That would be of great interest to me. And when I looked at the mission statement of the board, I was impressed with the protect and serve. And I was thinking a third component that's not stated there, but is stated in the president's letter that was sent or released on the internet late fall, is the notion of advocacy, and advocacy for the industry, both in the state or for the political aspect, but also the public. And that appeals to me substantially in that regard. One final question is, I can envision many lawsuits, frivolous, some, others not. How is that financial burden handled? Is that the Attorney General for the state? Is that paid from resources or budget from the board? How is the legal defense or the legal aspect of that handled financially?
We do have a Deputy Attorney General, Miss Sarah Bradley, here today, and I'm going to let her answer that question for you.
Thank you.
The board pays an hourly fee for my services through the Attorney General's office for basically all the work that I do. Right now there is a lawsuit pending against the board regarding a statute that the plaintiffs have said is unconstitutional, and so I am working on that, and the board pays $142.55 an hour out of its budget for my services. We haven't had too many lawsuits. We've been fortunate. I've been the attorney for the board for 6 years. But, you know, we have this one now. We have a lot of complaints. So more frequently what I do is if the licensee is alleged to have hurt somebody or done something improperly, I normally present those cases before the board. So most of the time that's what I do. And we haven't had any of those even appealed. We really haven't had a lot of litigation, which is, I guess, fortunate. So maybe we're doing things right.
Sounds like you're doing things right. I thank you very much for that. And I would assume, but I don't know, of course, that you're referring to the current lawsuit. I believe it's WA versus the board.
Yes.
Yes.
And I see, and I'll say part of being a good management or director is flexibility to change as conditions warrant if we don't predict them. And I was looking at Vegas Incorporated. It's a business publication that you may or may not be familiar with that's published every Monday. And it was interesting there where they're talking today about the nurse practitioners who currently have put forth a bill through lobbyists, I'm sure, in Carson City to allow them to work independent of physicians. So there's always changes. I'm somewhat familiar, vaguely familiar with the WA case, but I think you need a manager, a director, certainly flexible and adapting to the times, as well as bringing history and practice along the way. I have no other questions or comments. If you have any, I'm happy to explain or to respond.
I do have a couple of others. Have you seen the salary range for the physician?
I have not, sir.
And is that, would the salary range be something that we discuss with you, if that's an appropriate range for your,
Yeah, you can tell him, that's fine.
okay. It appears that the salary range may be anywhere from 66,210 upwards to 112,271, based on employer and employee benefit options. Would that range be within something that would be acceptable to you?
I apologize for what I said a moment ago, in that I did hear those numbers. I didn't see them, but I did hear them from, I believe, Ms. Blasco, who called initially and I spoke with. And it's an easy cutoff for me. Is the lower numbers would be an easy decision for me not to consider it, and the higher numbers I would consider, but that would be, it'd have to be at the high end as far as my consideration. If we advance to that point, if you advance me.
Did you have an income requirement, minimum?
No, I have no income requirement.
Okay. Any other questions?
Excuse me, sir. But it certainly would be more than 100,000, if you want to say income requirement.
As a minimum, thank you. Any other questions of this applicant, Mr. Gordon Papser? Mr. Papser, I do appreciate your being our interviewee today, and thank you for volunteering to do this by Skype. I hope that was a convenient interview method for you.
Absolutely perfect, and technology is here. We've got to do this. Perfect.
Any other final comments before we close?
Nothing else. I just compliment you. I know you have about 8-10 more people to go today, so.
Well, it means a great deal to me that you've been so clear and concise. Thank you again, and we will be contacting you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. I thought that went well. Interesting. Yeah.
I felt like we were a little rushed, but we actually didn't need to be. So I don't know if that makes anybody feel relaxed, but maybe we don't need to be as rushed because we have still 10 minutes before we were supposed to be done with him. And
I would have liked him to ask more questions.
oh, I thought he asked a lot.
I think he covered it quite well.
Okay, you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did his homework.
Yeah, I think he was trying to be quick because he knows we have a lot to do.
Right. I thought he was very courteous in that way.
Yeah.
And I love that he knew about the WA lawsuit. How would he have known that?
Because he did his
homework.
I know, but I mean, how would he have researched that particularly?
He would see it in our agendas, in our minutes,
agendas.
that we've had discussion about.
Yeah,
Oh,
10
thank you.
minutes, and then,
Then
I mean, it's
answer
public
the
record
questions.
that the case has been filed.
Right.
To find the documents, though, you'd have to log on to the federal court. But I mean, it is public if you do some work. It's not something that maybe you stumble upon outside of a meeting agenda.
Right.
He could have
I
looked
think
up
he's-
on that, could have looked up the
he's
notes and
humble.
stuff,
Very.
It's really, it's quite amazing that he's so intelligent and concise and
Right.
humble. I like that. Big fan of the story.
And he's actually a doctor. I felt bad. I realized toward the end we're calling him Mr. Patzer, but he's got a PhD.
Right.
Um,
Well, I wish he would have corrected me.
He did not.
No,
correct
he didn't
us.
correct you, which
That
I
was
did.
one humble.
Speaks to,
Of his personality. He did say like, I'm better than you, I got my PhD.
Yeah.
He's on the same level as us.
One of the
Really
things
like
I'm
him.
going to recommend just for myself is I know we're supposed to be rating them
That's
according to individual responses, but I would like to rate this gentleman higher if none of the other 9 know anything about law.
But you know what, you can't do that. You've got to, you just have to rate him and move on.
Well, you do your best rating, but I think it's fine for you to keep in your mind your favorite people,
Yeah.
right? So if you really like this one, maybe write really like, on your paper. And then at the end of the day, because the thing is, we're gonna be talking to lots of people, and my experience is there's gonna be a few people that really do rise to the top.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a few that probably don't come across the greatest, and so you're going to be like, yeah, they're really good on paper, but it didn't come across too well. And so you know, I mean, it's hard to say because he's our first person of the day, but that's what I'd recommend. I mean, rate them, and then if there's one you really like, you know, star it, do something.
Yeah, that's what I do.
So that you know.
I'd like to ask the staff what they thought of that interview.
I thought it went well.
I did too.
And what did you think about that $100,000 minimum?
Well, I
Because
think
where does that leave him with room to grow? Because that's like a great 46 steps.
yeah, well,
step.
yeah, it doesn't leave any room. I mean, when in the state, the compensation plan, once you hit that top step, you're maxed out unless the state goes back to implementing the cost of living increases.
But
And
I think it's a fair salary for what he does. I mean, he's a PhD working in a business school. I mean,
He's probably making close to over 100,
Oh, he's-
$100,000.
he's probably making more than that, yeah.
Yes.
In Illinois.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Yeah,
absolutely
much
making more than that.
If he would be willing to take it for that amount,
Yeah, and that's why I put on there how the benefits work on the bottom. You know what I mean? Because that amounts to a great deal of money if
Right,
you
when you
add it up.
and I think that might be something he's considering as
Right.
he's approaching later years in life.
Yeah.
But there's no grade 47.
Well, there are, but
Oh.
you have to be able to look at the description of another grade or step. The trouble with that is because they overlap so much, if somebody moves up just that one more grade, you really have, in order to like get an actual little step increase of 4-point-some%, you're already going to be at 8. So you're right at the end again. You see what happens
Right.
on one grade.
Okay.
So, you know, there's a lot of overlapping.
So, since we're talking about his positives, I'd like to bring up his negatives, okay? He was not able to identify his actual obstacles. His obstacles were vague and non-definable,
Well,
okay? Because I think he overthinks things a bit too much. I'm looking for someone that can say, you know what, my obstacle is that piece of legislation, or this policy, or that individual, or something that's quite clear and quite defined. And I didn't find he was able to define the obstacles, and it took him a little while to define his salary range. He was unwilling to tell us until the very end, I need $100,000 or we won't consider it. We had to kind of drag that out of him a little bit. See? So that to me is a statement on how clear he is on his ability to define the problem and attack a problem that needs some form of resolution. So,
when you're doing an interview, it's really hard to talk negative about yourself because you only want to come across positive.
Of
So,
course.
I mean, that's going to be hard for anybody that was here, and if they can talk too much about their negative side,
Well,
we probably don't want that person because they're probably a little too negative.
Well, I wasn't looking for him to say, I'm the negative. I was looking for him to say, listen, we have a policy in here that says that we have to have 6 meetings a day, and I wasn't very instrumental in changing that policy because that's a policy of this particular, or whatever it is. You know, I think that he could have been a little bit more definitive on what his exact obstacles are and being able to approach those in such a way that he can remove that obstacle so that he can move forward. That's my
Ms. Essinger?
I tend to rate him higher, but when I stop and think about it, and I think back on everything that he wrote, he travels a lot, he has done so much traveling and things, and he spoke about wanting to do things out in the public. So I'm wondering, with our position, what he's looking at doing out in the public, because it doesn't really, we really don't go out into the public.
Although
Do you know what I'm
Bruce
saying?
did, he would have those coffee clashes and such, and he's trying to meld together the body of cosmetologists and all the different entities that we encapsulate. I think that also
Is that a
Mary's
positive
point.
to you, or
I
is it
think
being out of
I think it's positive. I think it's something that's needed. The lack of communication that's out there is ridiculous. But articulation that some people might have might not be a strength, but he has a lot of strength, characters, and a proven track record. So even though maybe he can't articulate it, he certainly can get the job done.
I think that when I asked him about the independence, that was a concern for me, because too much independent thinking in an executive director board when it's supposed to be the voice of the board
I don't know if anybody else did. I found myself smiling with him, that I felt that he had a positive attitude. I didn't get a negative feeling from him. And I just, after the whole interview, I realized that I had basically kept eye contact with him and smiled and felt connected. But that doesn't mean everybody does.
I did notice that on his application, he actually did not fill out his application correctly. I mean, you go through his actual application, he did leave his salary lines blank. And he also, where it says important, he also left that blank.
Which one was that one on?
That's his actual state application, his employment application for the state of Nevada. And so, not that I felt that that was a bad thing, but kind of in line with what Perry was saying, he never really did answer that third question about the three most important things in a position. And that's not a negative, Ms. Booth. Like you were saying that sometimes people don't want to say negative things about themselves, but actually that was an important thing to him, which he didn't say. And he didn't mention his family, if he was considering moving out. I know maybe that's off limits. But I'm saying
you can't ask about a family.
No, but what I mean to say is if he's moving out here, I would have liked to have maybe heard that he's being supported in both his professional and personal.
But that's not something we would ask, and I think if he said he's willing to come out, he must have discussed it with whomever, if there is a whomever.
Okay.
I think that's fair. I mean, just so you're all clear, we probably should talk about this just while we have a few minutes, is that you can't ask about families, whether they have one or not, whether they have children. You can't ask that. I think what you'll find is some applicants will be more open about that and some won't, because most applicants know that you're not supposed to ask them that. And so some applicants just won't even, but some will say, oh yes, my wife and I would love to move out there, right? You might have someone say that today. It's really up to the applicant whether they mention their family or not.
And so with Mr. Nixdorf's concern, I'm going to share a little bit of that because he mentioned that he came out for that International School of Dealing, and then after being here a couple of weeks, he realized that it wasn't for him. Well, I don't want to have him get into that same situation where he moves out here for the executive director position, and then after a couple of weeks,
I think he was probably 12.
He also mentioned that
it was youthful.
Yeah, it was more not youthful in discretion, but just at the time it didn't work.
Yeah, but on that exact topic, he didn't exactly say, I fell in love with Las Vegas at that time and I've always wanted to go back. He didn't say that.
And then I would like to be very definitive in the subsequent interviews on whether or not they're inclined to move to Las Vegas or to Reno. I'd like to that gentleman was moving, but we never really, we asked him if he wanted to move to Nevada, but we didn't, he assumed we said.
He said he would move to Las Vegas.
But we made the decision earlier with that motion that it would be Vegas and Vegas alone.
Oh,
Yeah, unless they bring it up.
And everybody needs to turn in their
right.
scores.
So, any other questions or concerns before we take a little bathroom break for just 5 minutes before we pick up our next one?
Yeah, our next person is calling at 10.
So we have 5 minutes. At 9. Thank you very much. Mr. Levin, I really appreciate you taking our call today. My name is Alex Leader. I'm the president of the state board, and we have our 7 voting members of the board here today. We're going to ask you a series of 5 interview questions, and we'll give you the opportunity to answer each one. And at the end of those 5 answers, each of the board members may have the opportunity to ask you a question themselves, and then you can ask questions of us.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we have about a half an hour, so we'll just take it nice and easy, give you an opportunity to think about your responses. And we'll start with the first one when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Thank you. What are your short-term and your long-term career goals?
As far as mean personally, or the company I'm in with now, or do you mean for the Nevada State Board of the Colleges?
How about all 3 of those combined? Just a nice, well-rounded response. regarding your short-term and long-term career goals?
You know, short-term, long-term goals are really to promote education and creativity. Those are both the short-term and long-term goals of any position I'm in at currently or with you.
Thank you. Your second question. What have you done in your career that you are the most proud of?
I would say it's several things. An outstanding proven track record in community and government affairs, as well as profit margins.
Wonderful. Your third question. What would you have liked to have done in your last position, more in your last position? Or maybe what held you back?
I would have liked to have done more public outreach in my last position, and the only thing that held me back was the owner.
Your fourth question. What three things are most important to you in a position?
I think a supportive board, creativity, and a happy, synergetic work environment.
Thank you. And your final fifth question. What is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
Just like what I said, I have a very creative, synergetic type of work environment and atmosphere. One that, again, promotes creativity and, education.
Thank you. Those complete our 5 interview questions. I'm going to ask the board members to ask questions of you, and we'll start with our board member on my left, Ms. Jeanette Benaldi.
I have no questions at this time.
But at this time, no questions. We'll move to Ms. Long.
Good morning. You mentioned creativity throughout your the first 5 interview questions. What kind of creativity, I guess this is 2-part, what kind of creativity have you brought to, I guess maybe your most, your favorite, or what stands out in your head, creative thing that you have brought to the positions that you've held formerly? And what kind of creativity would you bring to the State Board of Cosmetology?
I'm so sorry, you completely broke up on all of that.
Okay, let me just rephrase that. What kind of creativity have you brought to the positions formerly? Pick one that stands out in your head. And what kind of creativity would you bring to the State Board of Cosmetology?
Okay, I think I got most of that. As far as creative past positions, I completely redesigned the community outreach and public awareness for the entire Peter Litt Corporation, which included 14 galleries. As a result of that, I made him $7 million in 1 month, record-breaking, as well as $1 million in 2 days. So that was pretty successful and pretty creative. And then as far as for the State Board, again, it would be to promote public awareness and creativity through a series of different things. I would use one example. I've worked with all the major movie studios for the past 12 years. So I would use my movie connections to help with a whole educational lecture series brought here.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Mr. Hoffman.
I have 2 questions for you. First of all, where are you located in the Vegas area now, or would you be willing to locate to either Reno or Vegas?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Would you be willing to relocate to the state of Nevada if you're not here For,
I live here, I'm from here.
okay, perfect. And then, are you aware of the salary range and what is the salary you're looking for?
No, that's not a pointed issue here for me. So whatever the board decides, I'm fine with.
Okay, thank you.
Have you been advised, Mr. Levin, that the salary range is anywhere from 66,000 to 112,000?
No, I wasn't aware, but that's fine.
Does that meet your minimum salary requirements?
Yes, sir.
And now we'll move to Ms. Zeziger, to my right.
Good morning. I guess on question 2, this is what have you done in your career that you're most proud of? You mentioned profit margin.
I'm not getting any of that. Sorry.
We might be having some connection issues here, so.
Ms. Zeziger asked you about your response using the word profit margin. Could you expound on that? Having had a profit margin as your prior career proud moment.
We could also try to, he's not getting
Yeah,
any of it.
I got that. Yeah, as far as, profit margins, I have a very strong, record. Well, one example was, like I said, making $7 in 1 month and $1 million in 2 days. At the Tropicana, when I was there for over 5 years, I increased all of their profit margins by over 66%.
Thank you.
Sure.
We'll move to Mr. Nixdorf.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. I have some questions. This position doesn't really require that you reinvent the wheel, or that we're looking for someone that is trying to promote education, relatively speaking. Yes, we like that, but by and large, we're charged with enforcing the laws that we have on the books. And what type of executive management experience do you have that shows that you can manage an office?
Yeah, I mean, I graduated top of my class with my master's in public administration, specializing in, government affairs and laws. I've dealt with the majority of laws. And again, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I would just propose different ideas that, help with, and expand on what you guys have already done. I was one of the top 3 candidates for Governor Sandoval's top executive position for the economic development to the state of Nevada. So I was referred to you by former Lieutenant Governor Lorraine Hunt. So I'm very well familiar with laws and regulations, and have done collective bargaining agreements for majority of all the unions here in town, which is extremely law oriented. I'm sorry?
No, thank you. Mr. Nixdorf, do you have additional questions?
No, I'm good. Thank
And
you.
finally, we have Ms. Booth.
Hi, it's Ari. You answered question number 3. What would you like to have done more in your last position, and what held you back? And you said the owner held you back. Could you
I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
In your last position, you indicated that the owner may have held you back in your prior position.
And how did the owner hold you back?
How could you further describe that?
I negotiated the entire deal. You talk about government affairs. I negotiated the entire deal with McCarran Airport for public art. I also did that for the state of Hawaii, which we were doing the entire Honolulu Airport. This was a very big deal, and we wound up doing the deal here for McCarran Airport, and then the owner decided he didn't want to do the whole deal for the Honolulu Airport.
Okay, so you would
Not
have
the
preferred,
sponsors.
you would have preferred to have done the Honolulu airport also. Why do you think the owner didn't want to do the Honolulu?
I'm not getting any of that. I'm
That's
sorry.
quite all right. Did you say that you were unable to do the public artwork for the Honolulu airport?
I did the deal, got the contract, and then at the last minute, the owner decided he didn't want to do it. He's a very eccentric, crazy Australian, so he just said, "Yeah, mate, I don't want to do it."
Okay. And so you had to go with that.
Yeah, he's the owner, you know.
Okay.
That explains, thank you.
All right. Now is an opportunity for you to ask some questions of us.
Okay, I mean, kind of, what are the main issues right now, or preceding things that are in the fire that you're looking for right now? What are the major issues that you have right now?
Anybody want to take that, or shall I? Well, as you know, Nevada's legislature is a biennium legislature, so we are currently in our legislative session. And
Right.
so networking with our lobbyists and our legislators is a key component for the position. The second thing is to ensure that communication is sustained and improved within the two offices, one in the north and one in the south,
Right.
and ensuring that the success that we've achieved over the last several years and during our interim executive director period is maintained. And then I would guess finally to wind up some of the maybe problems that we've encountered over the last year or so.
Okay, so what would be some of the what would be like one or two of the major problems that you guys are having right now?
We have some budgetary needs that are coming up in our next meeting in May, where we will be approving next year's budget. We are also undergoing a lawsuit to ensure that our schools of cosmetology can have singular professional instruction.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Are there any others that any board members would like to have Mr. Levin aware of? Any other questions that you might have of us?
No, I think that's it,
How did you find this experience of communicating your interview over Skype?
Some connection problems, apologize for that. But, and I always, especially with a local candidate, I always like to have, would have preferred to meet with everyone in person because it's always so much better. But, this was fine.
Great, great. Any other questions of our applicant, Mr. Levin? Any other questions that you might have before we close?
No, sir. Thank
Well,
you all very much.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate your calling us timely, and our office staff will be in touch with you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
You too. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
That one's tough.
That one was a tough one.
And it's gonna be hard, I apologize, I'm not gonna know if it's a connection problem on our end or
I think it was
their end or
his.
interference, yeah.
I
so
think
I'm
it was
trying-
he was having the, and then I
You're a
think
fine
that
person.
you want to definitely speak up. I think he was just having, I think between his connection and your volume, it just contributed to not being able to hear.
I like you did a good job.
Disconnect.
That's what I was gonna suggest, too. I don't want to interrupt you.
I know, that's how I was
But if it can be,
feeling.
I remember structure,
Okay.
We'll call them or have them call right back and see if the connection's better. Or whatever, if it's a higher range.
The pitch. Yeah, the pitch.
Are you calling us squeaky?
No.
And
Customer
maybe,
electronic, call them.
Alex, if it's bad next time, I don't know if we have others, maybe we could just suggest, maybe we could say, can we disconnect and then call you back? Maybe that would help. I don't know.
Okay, so we might do that in the future.
If we
We'll
got a
make,
bad connection,
so we'll propose a reconnect.
Because I've had that with my cell phone before. When I call my mom sometimes, it's just really weird, and then I call back and it's fine.
Yes.
Do we want to
Somebody else's mind.
Yeah. For me personally, with this gentleman, it's a very artistic background, and I do recognize that he has a master's in public administration, and that he does have the background of the collective bargaining, which I thought was quite interesting. But I think it's a more of a lateral skill set rather than an applicable skill set. That's my.
I think with a master's in public administration, he didn't really show us that he could administrate a public agency. He's an empire builder, and is very proud of the empire that he builds. And I don't know that I think he might be a little bit too ambitious and do things that are just outside the scope of what we want him to do.
Didn't show leadership
Do
abilities.
you,
No.
Even in his-
do you think it would be a good idea to tell these people that all of our money comes through our licensing, so that they don't have the idea that they're going to go out there and make money for us?
No,
I think they should know the job.
Yeah, they should
apply.
have.
That's
They
public
should have done
information.
that.
Plus, if they don't know it, they'll figure it out when you hire them. I don't know.
Okay.
They should know.
I mean, if they ask you what's the source of funding for the board, if that's a question they have, you could answer that.
You know, I felt that we didn't really answer Gordon Patzer's, or address it properly. He wanted to know, how do we pay for a lawsuit other than your fees? How is that paid?
Well,
for?
I think
If
I
they
said
win.
it was out of, I just said you pay for my hourly fee out of your
Right.
budget.
But to expand on it, just budget, you think is what he was asking, I'm like, no.
I think
No.
we carry insurance.
You actually have insurance too, just so you're all there.
Well,
Yeah.
I was wondering if he thought that, one lawsuit would be gone,
Right.
That's kind of where I went with it.
And I understand I think in the future, if someone were to ask that question, we carry insurance, and our
In
insurance
addition to
carrier.
our charges.
Yes, we're not
Well, your
responsible.
insurance is the AG's office. You pay, it's called the tort claims fund, so you pay like a premium essentially to that. And if there's a tort where someone sues because they broke their leg or they hurt themselves or whatever, then the tort claims fund for the state would pay that because you've been paying into it this whole time. And most state agencies pay into that.
And a massive unconstitutional
Do we have
lawsuit,
that
is that covered as well? No.
It's not a
Wait,
tort
Debbie,
thing,
we
but they're
have-
not asking for money, they're asking for
I'm sorry.
attorney's
Do we
fees.
pay the
Okay.
insurance?
Yes, we do. We pay per, it's a rate they come up with, and it's based on how many employees we have and how many board members we have.
Okay, there was at one time we had a private one, that's why I was asking.
Yeah, no, this is that one.
And
It's-
actually, they're asking now, there's a bill that it won't be an option going forward.
And I know I think it's inherent that we're going to compare these folks. And the questions that the first applicant asked in relation to the second applicant, this was all very surface. There was no real concrete, day to day, like I'm looking forward to, working with staff. I mean, there weren't some key phrases that I would have looked for from a manager. Whereas in the first applicant, he actually said very key phrases where he used word partnerships.
It's a difference in what they do, what their careers are, right?
Well, but I also think it's a different way of style. I think Mr. Nixdorf brought it up very well, that this person is kind of a builder. He's inventive. And so some of the terminology is going to be just different because he's kind of a creative. He envisions this ultimate outcome. Whereas the first gentleman, the first applicant, seemed to understand the kind of the footwork that was necessary to build. I mean, he communicated it better, is what I should
And
say.
then led the whole discussion.
Right, there was a leadership
Yeah,
quality.
I just thought it
And
was,
I think that this gentleman here is more in marketing.
I think you're gonna hold
Likes
his
to
hand.
go out and
Came
build
up
things
like,
in
wow,
marketing and build a
meeting
business.
alive.
Like a visionary.
Alive.
Yeah.
Kind
Right,
of a
right,
vision.
which is where the brick wall for the visionary is the person who's funding it, because ideas are inherent in creativity, but there's the practical application thereof. So.
And we really, in this position, you don't really need that creative person as much as you need someone that can understand the laws and work with the legislative body as well as work with us and work with the public and work with the staff and so you need that person that can work with all the different fields.
And I felt like this second applicant touched base on it, but I just felt like he didn't finish. And by not finishing, then that kind of worries me that some of the communication style is going to be left unanswered. Trying to get staff to operate as a team, it seems like there might be some, what direction is he really going?
I think he's more of a team player and not a leader.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And he had the best teeth and smile.
Yeah.
Those beautiful teeth. And
Super
smile.
friendly applicant. So.
Has everybody got their applicants down?
I think our next one's 10:45. So we have about a 20-minute break. So this meeting of the Board of Cosmetology has been recessed. This meeting's back in order at 10:41. We'll have a few minutes before our next applicant, number 17, Mayworthy, gives us a call. Any questions or comments or concerns before we resume? Are we allowed to talk about the candidates before they call in?
Sure.
Well, I did think that this was such an interesting application that she included her own quote at the top of her cover letter. No other applicant wrote a quote, and I thought that that was so nice that she says that artificial joy is replaced with peace-filled happiness when you discover your purpose and you begin to live at the height of that purpose, when you let your light shine on someone else's path for them to find their own way. I thought that was so creative, and that was her own quote.
Nice, that was just a border.
I know, but she actually wrote that, and I mean, it's like her, what she lives by. It's like a motto that she lives by.
Mission statement.
Yeah, mission statement.
Because I think that's kind of what we do. We shine the light for these students, to go on their own way.
Yeah, I mean,
We're talking about her purpose here, and her purpose appears to be talking and speaking out.
Talking and speaking.
Yeah, if you look at her employment history and what she writes about it, it's respond to media, write press releases, oversee marketing, public relations, identify local.
The public information officers.
Yeah.
And I just have never seen, none of our other applications had like that type of personal mission statement on their application.
Clearly she's a marketing.
And then I also thought that her resume itself was just the simple 2 pages, whereas the first applicant lengthy.
Well, that's because he's a professor. It's a CV versus a resume.
Right, I kind of wish it were summarized. I'm glad that this one's a little summarized.
I like the long one myself.
Pardon? You like
I like the long
the
one.
longer version? You get a little more.
It's interesting. Did you see her references? I just noticed this. Justice Court Las Vegas and Roots Hair Salon owner. So apparently there's a judge who owns a hair salon and is a judge in the Las Vegas. I just thought that was interesting. Who would have thought? The Chief Justice of the Las Vegas Justice Court would be a Roots Hair Salon owner.
And I also thought that it was interesting that her supervisor is a reference. Her current supervisor is a reference. I thought that was nice.
You could take it 2 ways.
Whereas the second applicant, not that he dissed the owner, but he said that he wasn't.
They explained that she isn't accepting it.
Yeah.
He did a lot of work and then was told at the end of all the work, no, I'm not doing it. That would be a little irritating to anybody if you put a lot of time and work in a project.
But you might find,
Especially a creative
In
person.
your interview.
It's so one brain.
but you might find a more creative way to say it. Like even when we were reviewing all the applications, did you see that the one application said that the reason why he left his prior employee was because he was bored? Did you see that one? Yeah. I mean, who puts that down on a resume?
I thought
was
Roy, that's-
bored. Yeah, that person got like a 1.
No, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I almost wanted to tell him he spelt it wrong. It was supposed to be B-O-A-R-D. But
Forehead.
I thought that was odd.
Oh, that's not one that made it to next round.
No. he
I didn't see that.
No, he
so I
didn't
couldn't-
make it, yeah. I think I single-handedly brought his score far enough down that he wasn't going to ever come up. You guys missed that happen.
Was he the one that had previously been a board of director and forgot to get back?
No,
Was that that one?
no, he was just bored. you
Yeah,
know.
no, I caught that.
Yeah.
I can't remember, there was one that was formerly previous, and we might be interviewing.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure.
No.
This one's a.
Okay, so this person's about a minute late. So,
Try to call them. Did we check our phone? Is that correct?
Try to call him. Do we have this
No,
person's
no,
phone?
we should let them call us, that's the job. They can't call us.
okay. She LinkedIn me. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, how are you?
Good morning. I'm Alex Leader, the president of the State Board of Cosmetology. I believe you linked in with me at some point in the last couple of weeks.
Yes, I did.
Yes, I recognize your image from my LinkedIn page, so thank you for doing that.
Oh, you're welcome. I thought it would be a good idea to reach out to some members of the board, and then I found you on LinkedIn. So I said, oh, well, I'm going to just send him a request and see if he accepts.
And I did. I am here with the other voting members of the State Board of Cosmetology, and so I want to welcome you to our interview process. I hope that this Skype experience is okay for you.
Oh, yeah, it's perfectly fine. I Skype regularly.
Excellent. So we will ask a series of just 5 questions. We'll give you the opportunity to answer those, and then I'll open up some questions with the other board members to ask of you, and then that'll give you some time to then give us some questions at the end.
Okay, that's awesome.
All right, thank you. And it is it's Worthy, Ms. Worthy. Is that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So your first question. What are your short-term and long-term career goals?
Well, I got my master's degree a couple of years ago in public administration. So short-term and long-term is to enter into program management. I'm very interested in government affairs and the practice of managing a board such as the Cosmetology Board, and working toward that goal is why I decided to get a master's degree in public administration.
Thank you. Your second question, Ms. Worthy. What have you done in your career that you are the most proud of?
Well, there's been many things, but mostly I think working here for the state. I've been working here at Dieter for the past 7 years, and I came right before the recession hit. And during the recession, Dieter has been at the forefront of the employment crisis, because that's what we do. We provide employment services. So as a spokesperson, I've been quite successful at managing the media relations for the organization and for the state as well. I have had to do numerous interviews with media outlets from around the world. I've done interviews with Al Jazeera, Spanish television stations, and stations from across the globe. And being able to manage that process successfully and to try to keep a positive image for our organization has been a great task, and I think I've successfully done that.
Excellent. Your third question. What would you have liked to do more of in your last position, or what might have held you back?
I wouldn't say anything has held me back. What I would like to do more of, I've been a little bit involved with our legislative process, so I love paying attention to what's going on with the legislature, and we've been writing some bills, so I would like to get more involved in bill writing and bill discussion and working with the legislature. I do work some with the legislature as the liaison for my office. But we have someone who is in that position, so I haven't done as much as I would like to.
Thank you. Your fourth question. What 3 things are most important to you in a position?
Good leadership. I believe that it's very important that you have good people in leadership positions who have who are strategic minded and are taking the organization in the direction that is going to be most beneficial to the customers who are being served. I think that's number one. I think good camaraderie with the people that I work with is very important. You do spend 8 hours with people, so being able to have a good relationship, a good working relationship, good team members, is extremely important. Being able to utilize my talents, I would say, is number 3. I believe I bring a number of talents to the table, and being able to have the opportunity to think outside the box and use some of my strategic thinking skills and abilities and talents and have those appreciated and people in the organization looking forward to having talented team members. That's very important.
Thank you. And finally, number 5. What is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
I think my own philosophy would be bringing people to the table to communicate. I think that is most important, is the ability to have good open lines of communication with the team members and the staff. I like to consider myself to be very open-minded and a good listener and a good problem solver. So I believe that when you're working with people, that you want everyone to be able to come to the table, communicate openly and honestly about how they feel, and to basically, when I'm working with a team, is to listen to everyone's input and ideas and understand that there are so many different ways to accomplish the task. And hopefully that we can all come to a mutual agreement about the best way to move forward. So definitely I think my management style is being open lines of communication, open door policy, the ability to listen, the ability to be open-minded and know when to listen to other people's ideas and when to take other people's direction on how to best lead.
Excellent. At this time, I'm going to ask if the other board members have questions of you, and we'll start with Ms. Benaldi on my left.
I don't have questions at this time.
And Ms. Benaldi has none. We'll move to Ms. Long. And Ms. Long also has none. Thank you for answering our questions so thoroughly. Mr. Hoffman.
Do you have any concerns about the salary being offered?
No, I don't.
Are you aware what the pay scale is?
Yes, I did ask Ms. Glasgow and she gave me a range, so that was satisfactory.
Perfect, thank you.
And Ms. Zesiger.
My question is, do you feel that you have the basic knowledge to do the legislature work that needs to be done for us?
Yes, I do. I believe that I've been, since I've been working at DETR for the past 7 years, I'm quite familiar with the Nevada Revised Statute, Administrative Codes, and I do know the College of Board is Chapter 644, and so I understand that you all are administered by your NRS, and that's how you conduct the business of the board. Yes, I'm very familiar with how the biennium works and our budgeting process, and because I am the liaison to the governor's office, I'm quite involved with a lot of other opportunities opportunities that come up as it relates to the legislature for rewriting bills and how that process works. And I'm also friends with a number of members of the legislature, so I just I have always been involved in the process and very familiar and just kind of stay in the know because of my job in media. I'm very much in the know of what is going on with our legislative processes.
Thank you.
Mr. Nixdorf.
Hello, Ms. Worthy. I have a question regarding leadership. Do you have any experience in leading an organization?
Not particular an organization, but definitely my department, because I am the only member of the media staff for our office and public relations staff for our office. And I usually am for my organization when I was Director of Communications for the State Bar of Nevada, and also when I worked at UNLV. So I've always been the head of my department when it comes to our public relations and our communications and outreach efforts to the community and our constituency.
How many people are in that office at the most?
In our entire office of leader?
How many? I'm looking for the number of people that you've managed in some way, shape, or form at any given time in your career.
When I was at UNLV and then at the State Bar of Nevada, I usually have a staff of about 3, usually of marketing professionals.
Thank you very much.
And finally, we'll hear from Ms. Booth.
You mentioned program management, and your question number regarding your career goals. What does program management mean to you?
Being able to see an organization like the Cosmetology Board and understanding how that program works and what the community needs from that organization, and being able to recognize what those needs are and managing it, of course, managing the budget, the fee structures, other issues that may arise, being able to facilitate the relationship with the board, with the organization. So any given program or organization has a
Are you able to still hear us, Ms. Worthy?
Yeah, so I have a disconnection.
It's okay. So will she call us, you think? She's offline. So we'll just let her give us a call back. She'll recognize it, right? Yeah. And she should recognize the phone us back.
What is that? It is in some sort of
Cavalcade.
Oh. So the taxi cab drivers, I guess.
Oh, they're on strike.
Striking.
They're on strike.
Yeah. So that's why there's suspect drivers. I guess that's why there's all the honking, because people are. Wow. Okay. That's going to be classified.
Yeah, how are we gonna get to the airport?
I'll drive you.
Or did you get a car?
Yeah, I attempted to call her, so I'll give her a second to try to give us a call back.
Oh my God. Jeez.
I thought it was an accident, but then it just wasn't. Yeah.
Did any of the candidates linked in with any of you guys? Because I was very surprised that this person I didn't know linked in with me. But none of them. Oh, okay.
Well, somebody could have been figured it out because they didn't know who she was.
It's just.
I mean, it's like, that's just like calling somebody up and saying hi.
I know, it's like, I'm just way too busy.
It's kind of creative.
What happened to peaceful demonstrations?
Well, they're being peaceful, they're holding signs, but it's the people driving by honking at them that's making
That
noise.
interfere with us, doesn't it?
Well, just
Should we
noise.
call her that?
She just tried.
But that's the same one, somebody's got to do it out there.
What are the signs say?
Yeah, that's not people
Respect
honking their
drivers.
cars.
And
Because
like
we all sound the
fair,
same.
fair contract, something for yellow and checker, I don't know.
Well, they have cars they're driving around with too.
That was going so good.
No, we're talking to somebody else.
Oh,
There we go. Hello?
We wouldn't be having this issue with FaceTime.
Are you?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, but right now we just don't have the visual. So if
Hello?
we loved your answers so far, so we were very
Yeah.
disappointed to be disconnected. Why don't you pick up where you've left off? You were answering questions regarding your management background.
Program management.
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear us?
She can't hear us.
Well, you should be turned off her data. Just one
We can tell you this is
We got
For
time.
for somebody whose job it is to be a public information
Maybe her internet went down. I don't know. No, mine does it at home sometimes,
It does.
randomly.
Better equipment than we
I
have.
have Charter and
she should
Charter.
have
That Facebook thing.
I think she should have great equipment.
She probably doesn't have.
Yeah.
What's this?
Me, I don't know what computer you are.
Maybe we should finish it up on the telephone. We have the telephone there.
This is a disadvantage because it's too bad. For all little noises.
How about we just
Is it,
call her?
yeah,
Just call her
possibly
regular
finish,
phone.
right.
I have a number here, I don't know if it.
There's probably a number on her information.
Now, is this where the phone needs to be hooked up though?
No, it'll be fine here, we can dial it from there.
And we'll put it on speaker?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, try this. I mean, hopefully she's
I'll
from,
give you
going
her
from this
that
number.
we got.
Yeah.
It's a 702
Oh, I'm sorry, this one is
Oh.
unplugged, so.
You knew that was gonna be a ride, I'll tell you.
7.
Can we go take that horn thing away from somebody? I mean, the rest of it's not bad, except for the tuning.
810 0248.
She said,
I don't know why they think this matters.
We were making the presumption that she's at this.
oh, Jesus.
Probably your personal cell phone.
See, close
That's
the
it,
door.
otherwise you have to get it.
No, it's coming through the windows.
You have reached the Sprint voicemail box of 707.
you.
Well, she called Dieter.
She really did answer my last question,
Yeah, let's call Dieter, because that's where she's at.
Okay.
Let me find the phone number.
Here's her work number is
Oh.
486
Oh, you got it, okay.
7991.
She didn't hear me.
Yes. Do you remember what your last question was? Okay.
I was having her explain program management. What it was, what it meant to her.
Hello, you have reached May Worthy in the Media Relations Office for the Nevada Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation.
Theoretically, she would definitely send us a voicemail because she's in the middle of the job.
What, maybe when we didn't listen, we could have got to an operator. But she probably don't
Well,
know.
let's give her another minute. I mean, she's got until 11:15, right? Yeah.
I mean, and if you go a little bit longer, you just don't have so much time to talk about her.
Well,
You know
we can
what I mean?
sort of talk about her now, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we're not under the.
Absolutely, you can talk about her now, yeah.
So while we're waiting for her to call, I thought that her answers have been very, like thorough. I mean, they certainly weren't one wording.
Yeah,
I
a
don't
little better, but.
Leadership of three in a three-person office is very different than running 30.
And open communication skills in the office
I
is
think
so dangerous. You need strong leadership.
19.
19.
One of the things that I noticed for a public information officer is she has one of my bad habits of going, all the time.
It's a nervous
Is
thing.
that what it was?
Normally, it's you're finding the connectivity in your words. It's just a nervous
Somebody who
thing.
speaks who's spoken in a media, in the public, for Al Jazeera and is constantly interviewed, they know that taking a, rather than a or taking any kind of Toastmasters, those correct pauses and those are tough. So she has professionally spoken in that, and I liked her. I liked her a lot. I liked her answers a lot. I liked her. I thought that she was really cool. But see, we haven't had her. That's why she's up there.
Our fingers crossed.
We can tell her to call us.
Yeah.
No connection.
I'm gonna turn off the video.
Can you chat with her and say, can please call us at this number?
I certainly can.
What are they saying?
Shame on somebody.
Shame on the TA, so they're picketing the transportation.
Hello, Ms. Worthy, can you hear us? I can keep my fingers crossed.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, so we won't have the video for the rest of our interview, if that's
Yes, I can
okay with you.
I just can't see you.
She can call the number.
Would you rather call us and we'll conduct the rest of it as a phone interview?
Yeah, they're having some internet connection now.
Can you email her?
Can we see where she's calling us from?
It's probably worth
Is there a direct number here, or do we need to let the girls up front know to put that call back?
I'm sure she'll say she's telephoning, she's interviewing and see
I don't think
They should
No, they
call
do
and
not.
say,
I'd
Just
like
on
to
Skype,
see
on
her
something.
call in on her own without being, prompted and calling on her own.
How do you handle this simple thing?
Yeah, how do you handle this, Their job is go right there, like how you handle this. Hi, I got cut off, that was the first thing I would have done. So I just got cut off from you, Pat.
With no video, no video.
just answer.
Just hit answer.
Hello, Ms. Worthy.
cannot see.
Yes.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're not going to be able to see you because we're just doing the audio portion. Is that okay with you?
Hello.
And what number are you at unless we're disconnected again and we can call you?
On the landline.
All she said was hello. And then
She didn't get it, yeah.
She's not getting it, it's not. I think it's the cat.
Oh, that's fine.
oh,
So call. What number can we call you?
Oh, okay. 810. Can you hear me?
Yes.
No.
She said 810,
So let's call her at that now.
Yes. 810.
2048.
do we have that number for her?
448.
Yeah, that's the number we've got.
Yeah.
So let's call it. Yeah, that's the number we've got. So it's 810 0248.
0248.
Mm-hmm.
810-0248.
Yeah.
It's a little like the gas blower.
Hello.
Ms. Worthy?
Yes.
Thank you. I think we're just having an internet connection difficulty. It's neither your end or ours. We're just going to finish the interview over the phone, if that's okay with you.
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
Ms. Booth was asking you a question about your program management experience and background, and you were answering that question. Could you finish, or do you need the question repeated back?
Oh, hold on just a second. I am getting over a very bad cold, and I need to cough really bad. Oh, sorry about that.
Quite all right.
I'm getting over a very bad cold, and I have a very bad cough right now. Yes, we were, I think the last question was, you said Ms. Booth?
Yes. I asked
Repeat the question.
I asked if you could please explain to me what program management meant. You said you'd like to get into that career path, and I was asking you what program management meant.
Yes. An organization has many facets. Of course, when it comes to the state of Nevada, I know there's lots of regulations. So being able to manage that organization from the top down to the bottom up, fiscally, in community outreach, being able to support the constituency, being able to support businesses, managing that relationship between the board and the organization itself. So being able to manage the many facets of an organization is what I consider program management.
Thank you. And could you please remind us how many people you're currently supervising?
I'm not supervising any people in this current position. I'm the only person in my position who handles all of the communications advisement for our department. The department has about 1,000 staff members.
Ms. Worthy, do you have some questions of us?
Sure. I'd like to know what are the particular goals that you see for this particular position.
I think the number one goal for us is to maintain the communication that has been previously established by the prior executive director and just maintain the integrity and the gold standard that the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology holds for the rest of the nation.
Okay. And what do you think are some of your major challenges for the board and for the organization?
I think the number one challenge is to ensure that we have a balanced budget for our next operating year. Our second major goal is to ensure that Right now, we currently have a lawsuit, and we want to clear that lawsuit up. And finally, our third goal would be to just maintain contact during this current legislative session with our legislators.
And what do you think are the top qualifications that you would like to see in this particular position, for this position?
Most definitely a strong management background and style with the ability to supervise up to or more than 20 employees.
Okay.
Also, I believe a sense of consistency would come into play as well.
Uh-huh.
And then follow through, making sure that what happens in a board meeting turns into either a policy or a directive.
Okay. Okay, great. Are there any other questions? Can I help clarify any areas for you in my background?
I have a question. This is Linda Seziger. Do you feel that you could handle 18 to 20 people in management?
Absolutely. I believe that my experience with managing the different boards that I have managed and the relationships that I've helped to create with our public and our constituency, and the fact that I am a member of the executive staff here at the state, and with an organization this size where we have a staff of 1,000. I'm a member of the executive team. Our goal is to reach the entire workforce, which is about 2 million, and we have about 145,000 people who are unemployed, who our goal is to reach them, and understanding that the board, that what you do as cosmetology board is to serve the public, and of course serving the community of cosmetologists, and maintaining those relationships and communication with your constituency. I think there's a certain parallel there. So I believe that being able to parlay my experience from working at the State Bar of Nevada with that board and working with the many boards, the Government Workforce Investment Board, and the boards that we have here at the state, I believe that all of that is very relevant experience as well.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. Worthy, I do want to compliment you on taking all of this technologically mishap under or in stride.
Oh, no, it's no problem. I understand how technology goes.
And I appreciate you giving us a call back. Any final comments before we close and then deliberate?
No, I think that's about it. Unless there are any other questions for me.
Are you aware that the position may require you to work out of the Las Vegas office?
Yes, I am, and I'm actually located in Las Vegas.
So you don't see that as presenting a problem?
No, not at all, as I currently already live in Las Vegas.
Thank you very much, Ms. Worthy. And our office staff will be in contact with you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Anybody want to go out?
We'll leave that up to you.
Go ahead, Karen.
I waved at him. A little kiss.
Maybe we should first get somebody's phone number, just in case we
So
continue
when
to
you first
have.
meet them and you greet them, maybe
Yeah.
say something like,
Right.
in case we drop you,
Right.
we'd like to have your phone number to call back if we have any problems.
For sure.
And then we know that if we lose them, exactly what to do.
Okay. And staff, what did you think of that candidate?
I liked her. I mean,
Yeah.
And
she
her,
has the education, and
Right.
you got to start somewhere.
okay. Any concerns
And she had
about
good
the
answers.
supervision of X number of people?
Not
That
really.
could be a little concern for me, being that it was only 3 people that she supervised. It's a lot harder to supervise 18 people as
That's
it
an
is supposed to
exponential
be.
increase in work and effort and energy.
Yes, it is.
And it opens
And
up
having the
skills.
2 offices, one here and one in Reno, she have to be flexible, yes.
My comment on that is that she works for an organization that has thousands of employees, and they've not promoted her into that position.
Maybe she hasn't asked me.
Somebody that has an aptitude for that tends to go that direction.
Great
In
rises to
my
the top, yeah.
She may just be starting that class, who knows?
I don't know that we should do
I haven't really looked at her application to
Any
see.
other comments regarding
I
this
don't think
particular
so.
applicant?
She's a good choice.
I'm sorry?
I think she's a good choice, but not my primary choice.
Not your first choice. Okay. We have about 10 more minutes. I tend to kind of agree with Ms. Benaldi, is that I thought it was a very good applicant. There were a lot of key points that she mentioned. I mean, she was very well-rounded, always very thoughtful answers, but yet something was missing. I can't put my mindset on what was missing, other than even in the last of the phone interview,
An executive experience.
it was like the communication style wasn't, I think, Ms. Bonaldi, you brought this up before, there's a leadership tone that just seemed to be missing for me. Whereas the first applicant had a leadership tone to the answers that was completely missing from the second applicant and just kind of borderline.
And I think with being an information officer that's communicating all the time, I'm with you when you're saying that it's like there was just something missing there
A confident assertiveness, like, it was like I just expected more abrupt answers maybe, or maybe not abrupt, but just more concise answers. And there was a little bit too much thinking going on.
What we see in others is what is within ourselves.
I know. I always say onward.
Hello.
You must be noticing Leah.
You can tell she's going out the bush. She say no.
Come on up, Piers. You know I'm up. All right.
Yeah. So we're on break again?
We have about 3 minutes. It's 11:30. So unless you need that break.
I never had one that.
Oh, sorry. Hey.
According to my cell phone, it's 11:22. So the next person it should be contacting us in 8 minutes. So if you need to use the restroom, I think you do have time.
We good. Miss Bradley.
Gosh, you're never terrible.
Bye.
No, just good. By your calculations.
I'm glad we have some women that were interested, by the way.
So I actually think that
Do you want to just adjourn for the moment so I can turn this off? Alex, do you want to just adjourn for 5 minutes so I can turn this off?
Meeting adjourned at 11:23. Does it say record? And the time of the back in session is 11:27. It said down at the bottom that he was online. It said Steve.
It just says get online. They log in first.
Oh, okay.
Also, Alex, because maybe I just tested our speed on the bandwidth with this, we
Oh.
might be having this kind of difficulty because if they're needing a bottleneck in our bandwidth because of what's going on, taxi cab might be,
Oh.
so if we
Or
do-
news agencies, so
Or
forth.
news
yeah.
agencies, yeah, so maybe we can get a phone number from the get-go.
Right, that's what I was to ask.
Okay.
Yes.
You just-
But yeah, I tested
You
our
share
speed and it's
bandwidth
going.
with them?
Yeah, we're on a state silverhead, so we go through, we share.
Okay, I was thinking it was like, your own little charter connection.
So we're not really back in.
We are, we're recording.
Oh.
We are recording.
We're back in session.
We,
11:28 according to my
Oh,
watch,
okay.
so it's still a couple
it's
minutes.
hard to record.
I think he was just logging in because if he's our friend, it says on the bottom
Oh,
that
okay.
somebody's now online in case we want to Skype with them. So I think
Oh,
that's what
okay.
you saw was him logging in.
Oh, okay.
You happy?
And I believe after this applicant, we have lunch.
I just do, and kind of when you see the names coming down.
I have to get tired of trying to have lunch.
Monica actually said it's nothing to do with the taxi cab authority. They have a problem with their union. And so they just needed a
I
place to.
Googled them.
I know her actually, that's why I was curious.
So they thought this was a good place.
I spent the time.
I Googled all of them.
I like this application.
What challenges you met that you would,
So public member, are you having fun?
Oh, I definitely,
It's like a party.
definitely.
Did you have some popcorn?
Not yet, I should have brought some.
Balloons?
She's throwing stuff at us now. No.
Well, it's nice to see faces you might have to work with.
You said Gail, right?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry to keep calling you public member.
That's all right.
As the applicants are coming forward, I'm looking off on Facebook.
See if they're drinking. If they
Well,
like
yeah,
drinking,
I would post a picture.
if they're all like crunked down. Well, that's what my daughter does. She always takes pictures of me sipping on alcohol. I know. It's like as soon as I take a sip, my daughter will be like,
Here's your sign.
Isn't it kind of like rioting out there?
I think so.
Yeah, there's like 500.
In fact, my daughter even posted a picture of me drinking, and she said something like blue crumbs or something.
That's hilarious.
That's
There's a lot of
It's like I can't even go out to dinner with her anymore. Because she,
Cute.
I thought Gordon was good.
so you guys trending it? Okay, here we go.
try with video.
We're gonna try it. Hello, Mr. Woodbury.
Good morning.
My name is Alex Leader from the State Board of Cosmetology. Thank you for being with us today. In case we're disconnected, what number could we reach you at in case we're disconnected?
My cell number is area code 775-230-8667.
So in the event we're disconnected, we will call you back.
Okay.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm the president of the State Board. I'm going to ask you a series of about 5 questions. With those responses, we'll give you the opportunity to expound on them to any length that you choose. And then I'll open up the floor to the rest of the board members to ask you some questions. And in the end, you can ask questions of us.
You might tell us
Okay.
it's a protest.
Sounds good.
Okay, there is a protest going on outside our window, so you might hear some hooping and hollering.
Not a cosmetology protest.
Taxi cab authority.
So if you get some background noise, it's just coming from the street.
Okay.
Okay, let's not worry about it. Just from the very beginning, did you have some questions before I begin?
I don't think so. I've had an opportunity to look at the website and kind of, I know Sarah Bradley. We worked together at the Commission on Tourism and chatted with her a little bit about the commission and what you guys do, the board, excuse me. And so anyway, I'm ready to go and ask some questions at the end. But
That sounds good. So your first question then. What are your short-term and long-term career goals?
Well, I have 20 years experience with Washoe County in the state of Nevada. So I'm at a point in my career where I'm really just looking for a new opportunity. I was at the Commission on Tourism for 11 years. I should mention that I've been at the Governor's Office of Economic Development for the last month or so, a little over a month. So I did have changed positions since I applied for this position. But so in the short term, I'm really looking for an administrative position to sort of build on my experience and skills and just kind of broaden my career. I've got another 10 years or so with the state that I expect, and I'm just looking for a new opportunity to use my skills and to expand my experience and to make a difference.
Thank you. Your second question. What have you done in your career that you are the most proud of?
I think probably just making a contribution wherever I've served. You know, I've had a great, I'm blessed to have had a great career path to date. I've enjoyed all the work opportunities I've had, and I feel like every place I've gone, I've been able to make good relationships and meaningful relationships with other people, and be a part of a team, and help move forward the work in whatever setting. I've worked in public health and worked in tourism, very different worlds, but in both was able to just work as part of a good team of people and make a difference. I think one of the things that I can bring and what I've contributed is honesty and integrity, and just trying to do the right thing for the right reasons, and bring people together. That's one of the things I enjoy doing, is just identifying. One passion I have is human resources. I've been a member of the Society for Human Resource Management for many years, and just feel like, in any organization, your best asset, your most important asset are people that you have to work with, and making sure that we're treating people well, educating them, training them, giving them the tools to do the work that they need, and working together as a team. That's something that I've always enjoyed doing, and I think I made a contribution in that area.
Thank you. Number 3, what would you have liked to do more of in your last position, or what might have held you back?
In my last position, I would have liked to have broadened the scope of my work. I was focused mostly on administrative services. I was a deputy director for administrative services. Currently at the economic development, I'm serving in a very similar role as a lateral tramp move. So I'm still primarily focused on administrative services, budgeting, fiscal services, and all those things are important, and I've done a lot of that. And I'm really looking to get more into administration, looking at a program, a larger organization, having more of a role to oversee more than just the administrative services in an organization.
Thank you. And number 4, what 3 things are most important to you in a position?
3 things most important. I would say, first, it's important to me to work in an organization where you're making a positive impact. I mean, I just wouldn't be interested in working somewhere that's, not helping make a positive impact. Tourism, that's the heart of our economy. I loved working in tourism. That's Nevada's economy is very reliant on tourism and hospitality in that industry, and so I enjoyed being part of something that I felt was important. Before that, health division. I've always had an interest in public health, and think that's vital as well. That's an essential service that the state government provides in providing for public health, and so that was important to me. Right now, economic development. As a lifelong Nevadan, I'm passionate about the state, and realizing that we need to diversify our economic base. As much as tourism is very important, it's critical that we diversify our economy and not be so reliant just on one industry or one sector. So I guess that's the first one. Just working for an organization that's making a difference, having a positive impact on the people that we serve. Another important thing would be working with good people who are committed and who have a sense of integrity and want to do the right thing for the right reasons. That's something that's very important to me. And in my 20-year career, I've had exposure to people who that wasn't a priority, and most people, thankfully, that was a priority, and just want to work hard and want to get the job done and want to do the right thing for the right reasons. That's something important to me, to work in a kind of a culture. And the other would be similar to that, just in terms of a culture, working in a positive work environment where, again, people want to believe in teamwork. I think teamwork is absolutely critical. I've worked for a lot of different types of people and with a lot of different types of people, and I work well I work best with people who believe that, consensus building, and as a group, we can come up with the best product. We can come up with the best ideas, not just, one person making a decision and this is, what we're going to do and insisting that everybody falls in line. Ultimately, that's what you do when you have a leader who makes a decision. You do fall in line, but I would hope here at the board and in any position I have the opportunity to work to build consensus, to get everybody's opinion, find out why we've done it this way, what are the new opportunities, what are the options, and be sure there's a balanced, comprehensive approach to making changes if there's, if we need to make a change. So that'd probably be the third thing.
Excellent. Finally, the last question, number 5. What is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
Okay. I tend to be pretty easygoing. I get along well with just about everybody. I've had the fortune of being able to work with a lot of really good people over, my 20-year career. And I haven't run into very many people that I can't work with. I just tend to be, to be interesting to people and want to get input from them. And so probably answer part of this question, the last question, is that I like to work as teams. I like to get everybody's involvement. I like to find out. I'm not going to rush to make decisions in this position or any other. I'm not the type that's going to come in and just make a bunch of decisions and make a bunch of changes for the sake of change. I really want to always find out what are we doing, what works, what doesn't. I'd like to, I want to find, and if I have this position, I probably meet with board members, with staff, really find out what's the history, why do we do things the way we do, review the regulations, the statutes, review what other states are doing, and see where there might be possibilities. But before making any change, definitely just want to really talk through it and work through it and make sure we're making a smart decision and doing things for the right reason. So that's my management philosophy and style is based on, again, doing things correctly. I don't want to, again, 20 years in state government, I've had many experiences where people try to, do things maybe not for the right reason, or try to do it one way but portray that you've done it another way, or, I just, a straightforward, honest, open approach. That's always what you're going to get from me, is just very open. Don't want to have to try to finagle something in and down the road. Those things kind of catch up with you, and there's certainly, you try to do things by the book. There's certainly some room for flexibility, and at sometimes that's appropriate. But for the most part, straightforward, open, honest approach. Involve everybody, and make the best decisions that you can.
Excellent. I'm now going to open up the questions to the other remaining board members who are here today, and we're going to start to my left with Ms. Benaldi.
Mr. Woodbury, are you familiar with the legislative process? Have you interacted at all? I'm not seeing it here. With the legislative at this point in your career?
I have. I've been involved in the budget process for many years, probably 15 to 16 years in state government. So the biennial budget process, preparing a budget, submitting it, and then attending budget hearings, testifying, things like that. Have had the opportunity to attend budget or other hearings, legislative hearings, to testify on different bills and legislation, things like that. So from a state government perspective, absolutely. And have attended the Economic Forum and testified there, and other forums, and the Interim Finance Committee of the legislature.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And we'll proceed with Ms. Long.
I hear a lot of great qualities. I like the budgeting, and also you're good with people, integrity, positive impacts. How do you feel you would be as a strong candidate, as a team leader? I hear that a lot of, I want to, bring in the voices of other people, and, a lot of, inter-office communication and communication with teams. But how do you feel you would be as a strong leader, as an executive director. Do you feel like you're qualified for that, and how?
Absolutely. I've done a lot of supervision. I've worked with as a team leader many times, and I think my references would support that. I'm very interested in getting input, but at the end of the day, I'm very comfortable taking that information, evaluating it, and making decisions, and then helping the staff carry out and executing whatever the decisions that are made. And ultimately, you have to make a decision. You have to take the best information, make the best decision you can, and then it's move forward. And I'm good at motivating people. I'd be happy. The references I provided are mostly superiors. I'd be happy to, provide subordinates who would be able to affirm that I respect them, I listen to them, I treat them well, and then they're willing to. I find that when you involve your staff, involve subordinates in decision making, you're much more likely to have buy-in and have support when you execute and carry out the decisions that you made. So I'm very comfortable in that situation.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
And with Mr. Hoffman.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Zeziger.
We have two offices, one in Reno and one in Las Vegas. Our main office is in Las Vegas. Would you be willing to move to Las Vegas?
I would be willing to consider that. Obviously, that would be a change, and we need to discuss that with my family, but certainly understood that would be a possibility, and would be willing to consider that. And I know that was on the agenda earlier, has the final decision been made on where the position will be located?
The decision to make the main office location was made. The requirements of the position require you to show up at either of those office locations.
Oh, okay.
Well, the primary, I think what you want to say is the primary is Las Vegas, but he would still need to travel up to Reno occasionally to see that office.
Did you hear that response from Ms. Bradley?
I did. So the position would be stationed in Las Vegas, but would be required to travel frequently to Reno, Northern Nevada?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think they leave that up to the person selected, how often you need to go to Reno. The previous director, I think, went every other week approximately to Reno, but they did vote earlier to have the primary duty station be Las Vegas.
Did you hear that response, Mr. Woodbury?
I did. Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Zeziger?
No.
Mr. Nixdorf.
Mr. Woodbury, your resume is very concise and very to the point. However, on question number 2 about what you're proud of, I wasn't really clear on that. It seemed rather long, and I would like you to maybe give me a moment or a specific thing that you felt you were most proud of.
Sure. Yeah, and I'll give you a couple things. When I was at the health division, one of the projects I had the opportunity to work on was rolling out an electronic benefits transfer program, and that was exciting. It was fun. I was working with our federal partners, and just had the opportunity to manage Nevada's portion of rolling out that process, and that was very gratifying. Had the opportunity to develop some accounting systems many projects that I've worked on that have been gratifying. Anytime you see a project, you start with an idea, you explore it, you ultimately roll it out. It's a gratifying thing. I don't know how you track your budget internally. Every state agency has to track their budget and balance it to the budget status report in the controller's office. And we took sort of a legacy Excel-based application called BETS, Budget Expenditure Tracking System, that a lot of state agencies use in Excel, and went in, reworked it, designed it to meet our needs, and migrated over to an Access-based application. So that was a pretty significant one that we did while I was at tourism. So lots of opportunities like that, just to identify needs. Again, I'm going a little broader here, but just it's the same process. You identify a need, how can we improve, and work together, find a solution, and carry it out, and that's always a gratifying thing.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then finally from Ms. Booth.
hi, Mr. Woodbury. Are you related to Bruce Woodbury?
Distant cousin.
He lives in Boulder City.
Right.
You mentioned that you were a hearing officer, as an appointed hearing officer. What did you do in that position?
It was a relatively minor role, but we had, when the health division would do inspections and make findings and impose penalties or other actions on some of these facilities, they had the opportunity to appeal, and I was a hearing officer. Didn't have a lot, probably did 2 or 3 in several years, so I didn't do it a lot, but it was a great opportunity just to go through that process, and so somewhat familiar with that process. I know that's something that you guys do a lot of, and that I would certainly be involved in to a much larger extent, but it was an interesting process.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And did you see the salary the salary availability for the executive director, Mr. Woodbury? Did that range?
I did when I first applied. To be honest with you, I don't recall what it was. It seemed like it was. I remember it's in the ballpark.
And did you have a minimum salary requirement?
$95,000, and that's the employer paid. I'm actually employer paid, so my gross salary is actually closer to $85,000.
So that's listed on your resume?
Mm-hmm.
You should maybe tell him what the range is.
The range, again, just as a matter of formality, will range anywhere from 66 to 10 upwards to 112, 271.
Okay.
And so that seems compliant with your minimum need.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did you see a problem with being able to commute between our north and our south location offices?
No, not at all. I mean, I'm happy to, as I said, I would prefer to stay in the area up here because I've got kids in schools and things like that. Would consider moving and certainly don't have any problems with commuting back and forth. I have a busy life. Another priority, and this is sort of a little bit outside the scope. I have a family and have a lot of different obligations in life outside of work. That's important to me, but certainly I'm able to adjust and work around and try to juggle those things like everybody does. So.
And now is an opportunity for you to ask some questions of us. Or did you have anything particular that you'd like some more information on?
Well, maybe if you could just describe if you had to describe the culture, sort of corporate culture of the board, how would you describe it?
Anybody? I guess our culture is one of communication. We definitely like the executive director to be able to take the ball and run with it and get that job done. We want to definitely see some points made in the basket. We want to definitely see that they're a take charge person. As you know, with the legislative session, it comes around every other year, so we definitely want that executive director to be able to communicate well with our lobbyists and our legislatures.
Okay. What do you see the biggest issues the board is facing right now in the industry and particularly in Nevada?
I think the number one issue is we're going to go into our new fiscal year, and we definitely want to go in with a balanced budget. That's our number one concern. We have a lawsuit that's pending against the board. Definitely want to see that get resolved. We had a couple of BDRs in front of the legislature. We're not really quite sure what the status of those are, so we definitely want that ball picked up on those.
Okay.
Anything else, folks? So communication, take charge, leadership, the ability to be able to supervise a staff of upwards about 20 folks.
Mm-hmm.
What are you currently supervising? The number.
I have a small staff. There's 2 accounting staff and 3 support staff, administrative staff.
Are you a direct supervisor to those 5 people?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like you can handle upwards of 20 folks to supervise?
Sure. No, I think would all those be direct reports?
Ms. Alexander, are all directly reporting?
No, there's a management team.
There's a management team.
So you have your supervisors over inspection, over licensing.
So it seems like there's a direct supervision to about 4 or 5.
5.
And then the subsequent folks are managed by those supervisors.
Gotcha. Yeah. So the office managers kind of supervise most of the support staff, or who supervises the inspector? People actually go out in the field.
We have a chief inspector, which then would report to the executive director.
Gotcha. So I'd be supervising the office manager, the chief inspectors, and some of those those mid-management positions. And
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, that sounds like a good structure. Has there been how would you describe the longevity at the agency? Is there a lot of turnover? People stick around a while? And
I think in the last 12 years, we've had 3 or 4 executive directors. Our last executive director was with us for 7 years.
Okay, and the other staff, they tend to stick around, or is there a lot of turnover in the...
Our longest staff member has been with our agency for longer than 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And our longest members of our staff have been in all capacities of employ. They've been administrative, they've been inspection, they've been on the board, and then now they've been in an office managerial capacity.
Good. Well, that says something, that speaks well for the agency, so that's good.
Thank you. Any other questions that you might have of us?
Not that I can think of, but I sure, I appreciate your time, appreciate your consideration, and it's very intriguing for sure.
How was this Skype interview for you?
It was just fine, yeah.
Okay.
I wondered how it got, never done a Skype interview, so it was just fine.
Yeah, neither had we, so this is very new for us, so very nice. Any last questions from the board about this candidate, Mr. Woodbury? I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Thank you again. It means a great deal to us, and our staff will be in contact with you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your time and your consideration.
Likewise.
Thanks, Alex.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That
All
was
right.
almost a half hour.
Yeah.
That one almost took the half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I think that was a really
well
good
spoken.
one.
Sarah, can I ask you, you're familiar with this gentleman? And can you speak for his integrity? He was pretty,
Oh, yeah.
consistent with his...
I think so. I think he's a guy with integrity. I mean, I don't...
Do you think he'd move here?
So he called me last week after he got the call from Debbie, and he said, well, he actually emailed me, and he said, I have a question for you, and it's not exactly work related. So I kind of thought he might have been one of the candidates, just the way he worded the email. And so we had a brief conversation, and I told him, I said, I don't know, it hasn't been decided yet, because I knew he was in Carson. I said, it hasn't been decided yet, but I think that the board is probably going to want to have a person move to Las Vegas. I said, so I don't know if that's a problem for you. And he said to me, he goes, for the right job, I'd be willing to do that. He said, I need to, obviously, there'll be some hoops and things he'll need to do. I mean, he has a family, so I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, but let's say you offer somebody, even not him, somebody else, they may not be able to move here tomorrow. I mean, there's going to be a timeline for them to get a new house and get moved. But I mean, he told me for the right job he'd be willing to do it, so I believe him.
The reality, though, Sarah, is he can have an apartment down here and come down here 4 days a week.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if somebody needs to move
Well, no, but
their whole family.
you just want them to be in the office down here
Right.
most of the time. So yeah, certainly that's a choice for that person to make. I think he's a good guy. I mean, I've known him since I started with the state because he was at tourism. He's been at tourism that whole time.
Right.
And,
He seems to care about the state, which I like.
my thoughts are if you want my thoughts, he's an easygoing guy. I think he's a smart guy. I think he is someone who will, like what he said, talk to different people before he jumps and makes a decision. But I do think he'll make a decision of what needs to be made.
So decisiveness is a factor. I mean, have you experienced some of that? I mean, I don't know if
He
you
was-
experience of his management skill, but
It seems like the people liked him. I mean, I've been in a few meetings with him, and one time we had a meeting with some different staff members. I mean, I always got the feeling that everybody liked him. I mean, he was their boss in the meeting, but he's, because at tourism, and I'm surprised he didn't tell you that, he was deputy director of Nevada Commission on Tourism.
Right.
So he was second in command to the whole agency.
Right.
So I'm surprised he didn't say that, but maybe he was speaking in his current position, because maybe you said something like that.
Right, because he was
So, I mean, it seemed like everybody liked him. And like I said, I don't see him as a fast mover, but maybe that's a good thing, because he's someone who's going to research it real carefully before he makes the decision, rather than somebody who's going to come in and just change everything and not speak to anybody, you know? I mean, I don't know, so,
I like that about it, but I'm a little concerned because the Department of Tourism is not really a successful agency. I mean, we really don't have a strong economic department in place, and
But that's because he hasn't been in charge, and they've had that rotation. I mean, look at his resume. His resume says his prior references are 4 people who directed the tourism department during his longevity.
It's pretty political. I don't know why.
You know?
I've been with them. They've hired 3 directors since I've been their attorney. The 3rd one is in place. It's a political thing. I don't know why the directors, like I know one of them, like I guess there was a rumor that the governor wanted to hire somebody. This was a 3rd one ago, and so he resigned. I mean, so I know that some of those people leaving has been political. I don't know that the agency isn't sound. I mean, it's funded very differently from you. I mean, it's very different, and its mission is very different. I mean, I think Steve is definitely a numbers guy. So I mean, not that he can't do other things. He's an administrator, I think, too. But what I saw at tourism, he was responsible for the budget. Being deputy director, being second in charge, he was sort of, like he said, the administration side. So the way it worked there were 3 deputy directors, but he was like the chief deputy. So he was second. And then there were 2 other deputies, one that did marketing and one that did like sales partnerships or something like that. So he was responsible for the HR stuff in the agency. He was responsible for the budget, kind of all the non-flashy stuff. You know what I mean? So the other 2 did the advertising and the other things, and then he was really more the numbers, the personnel. He was the one that would call me if they had an issue with an employee, and I would give him some advice. He, I think, oversaw a lot of the contracts. So the person who did the contracts, he oversaw her, I think.
I think actually you're kind of hitting on something that's just kind of a unique thing, is that if you really listen to what Sarah said, he reaches out for opinions. It's like, even though he's taking some responsibilities, Sarah has said he's a number cruncher or whatnot, but he's still asking for advice in order to do it. And I think that's actually a kind of a good skill set.
Yeah,
he's a leader, but he's actually taking input in order to make a decision.
I don't think he has a huge vision, but maybe that's not what we're looking for at this point.
I agree with that entirely. I don't think we're looking for somebody that has vision that wants to transform. What we want is somebody to run the office really nicely and make sure things flow, the budget's on, that controls the budget, and that does things that a leader should do for our staff here.
Exactly.
Not try to go out and reinvent the wheel and communicate with everybody and do this, do that. I don't want somebody that has a personal agenda they're trying to pursue through this agency.
One thing that always impressed me about Steve, too, is when we would have meetings with commissioners, he never seemed nervous.
Yeah,
he always seemed very calm and very even keel, which
Yeah,
if I was speaking to the lieutenant governor at a meeting, because the lieutenant governor chairs those meetings, I'd be a little nervous. I was kind of nervous just going to those meetings for a long time. And, he always just seemed real calm and even keel and, relaxed. I don't know, I never saw him sweat. He never looked agitated at all.
So on the downside, the only thing I saw that sort of was a negative, is he tends to go off and lose track a little bit. And then when he loses track, I start losing track. And it's like, what are we talking about? I know that, right? But on the positive side of that, all right, his resume is very clear and very concise. And so when he comes down to needing to be focused, I think he can be. But I think he likes.
Well, I think he's trying to please us, too.
Yeah.
He's trying to give us every answer. Everybody's trying to tell us what they think we want to hear.
So. I think it's not a huge
he asked some really good questions, like about the board.
I like this question.
And the culture.
The culture. What did you think about staff?
Oh, I thought he was a great candidate. I particularly like the idea that he says, he likes working with the team, and he likes, involving his staff, educating them, giving them the right tools to work with. That was a big plus for me.
Right.
And I was very impressed by him.
The thing that impressed me the most was that he took my question and flipped it into his favor, which was he hasn't supervised more than 4 or 5 folks. But then when I mentioned to him a staff of 20,
Right.
he asked more questions to then realize that he was only going to be supervising about 4 or 5 folks.
Exactly.
I mean, he kind of took more information, and that's
Right.
the same thing that Sarah has been saying, is
Right.
that advanced thinking, yeah, he's asking more information in order to make the decision, and that's exactly what he did in the interview.
Yeah, and
He
the idea of
realized,
having
no,
a
I'm not
team.
going to be qualified to manage 20 people, but
Right.
the reality of it is once he asks those questions, he's not managing 20 people.
Right,
Right.
I like that a lot.
Right.
I do
I
too.
like the
I like
idea
Maeve
of working
versus
with the,
this Steve
with
Woodbury,
the team.
you can see how she was just kind of all over the place, and
Right.
it was just going to be way too open-ended, and she wasn't, making those decisive
Right.
decisions.
Right.
And then as for the income requirement, he actually meets the income requirement a
Right,
little bit more
exactly.
than our other maybe. Our
Right.
other maybe was,
Top end.
yeah, I think he was a little bit more on the high end of our salary range, whereas this person, this lifelong Nevadan, I personally think kind of cares for the agency, cares for the state. The other person, and I'm going to remind you, indicated that he came to Nevada, wasn't for him, he moved back out. I mean, granted it was 30, 50 years ago, whatever. I'm just saying this person didn't make that decision.
Right.
So,
He wanted to be more than a dealer, I thought that was.
I think that was also, this last gentleman, seemed to be somebody that would reach out if we have a problem. Well, I think he can mend fences, whether it's in the office or out of the office. I think he's a fence mender.
And I think that's important for us as a board. We can handle, because he's going to have to manage us as we cycle through people that are coming and going. Like if, I think he's.
He's good to manage potential like you and me.
That's correct. There's people like me that are going to say, hey, this is what I want done, and somebody else that doesn't say
He
that.
said he's an easy bag.
So, just from my point of view, I feel like I have one candidate out of the first bunch. So I don't know where y'all are feeling, but I can start to isolate out a few folks, and I think you guys
You have to finish the whole process.
finish, yeah, for sure.
I have 2, actually.
I do too.
Yeah.
I have too.
So, any other questions or concerns regarding anything? Then we'll
Can
break.
everybody put their forms up here so that staff can come get them and tell them?
Please.
What a man.
And it is now 12:07, and we will, the State Board of Cosmetology is called back in order at 1:10. And we do have just a few minutes before our next candidate calls in at 1:15. Does anybody have any comments about any of the previous candidates?
Oh, no, I was waiting till the end of the, I'll wait till this evening.
Okay. So any other comments or concerns?
Yes, can we start with Cokie
Yes,
on the?
for sure.
Gives
For
me a
the
second
next
to get my
round, for
questions.
the next rounds of 5, yes.
Let's go from
We're
right to
gonna
left.
start from the right.
I was going to say, what did I do?
But
I'm still trying to
Ms.
process
Bradley,
information.
That won't create an unfair advantage or anything relative to questioning
I
starts.
think it's fine.
Okay. We never know.
What
We
am I
never know.
saying? You're playing with your phone all the time?
She had her iPad for a while.
I'm not playing.
No,
No, I have my
Angry
open
Birds.
meeting law. No, my open meeting law manual on my Kindle. Usually I check my office email remotely from my phone. And I sent my secretary a message earlier to let her know.
Share one.
I share with 3 other attorneys now. It used to just be 2 others.
And is it Hannah?
Heather.
No.
Oh, Hina Razul. She's a coworker. Hina. It looks like henna, like the hair dye,
Yeah,
but it's Hina is how it's pronounced.
Okay.
But she is Indian and actually Pakistani, I guess. Anyway, she told me her parents' name. I mean, it is henna, like that's the name, but they just pronounce it Hina. So I guess it means whatever henna means, like dye, reddish dye. I don't know.
No, I think it means herb.
Herb. Okay. She told me the meaning. I don't remember. But she says that's what the name is, but her parents just want to pronounce it Hina, so yeah, she does too.
And what about staff? Any questions or comments or anything that you'd like us to ask of the additional candidates?
No, I think Scott's doing good. I think
And do you like having a little bit of input?
Love it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. I told them I thought it was nice when he asked after the first one, and then I said, I think it's good to get your input, I said, but I didn't know if you'd feel comfortable because in theory, this is going to be whoever they hired, your boss.
Exactly.
So if you said something negative and they hired that person, you might feel awkward.
Right.
But then also,
Well,
We
you
won't
know,
tell.
we'll just no comments. No comments.
yeah. So I was like, it could be awkward, but at the same time, I think it's important that whoever they hire works well with you guys, obviously.
Right.
So I don't know.
So the Steve Woodbury really is related to Woodbury, do you think he is a cousin?
He said distant cousin, I don't know.
Are we on the, we're official?
Yeah, we're on.
Oh, we are on record now?
Yeah, we're record.
Yeah.
Something of that nature, you know.
Yeah.
Strike that from the record.
Strike that from the record.
So am I to understand then that right at 5:30, Nadine's free to leave then, right? Once we finish the last
The last interview.
Skype interview?
Do you have class today?
No, not today.
Oh, okay.
So she's
'Cause
not
I was going to
under
say if
a
you
time
did,
restriction.
just have Monica come in.
So at 5:30, you'll be done, and then you'll have a few minutes to talk about that candidate, and then you'll go into number 7.
Okay.
So do you want to hear some statistics and fill a little bit of time?
Yes.
Career Builder reports 41% of companies make a bad hire in the last year that cost them at least $25,000.
Wow.
Recruitingblogs.com found 40% of the new hires fail within 18 months.
That's scary.
That's a high number. That's a
Wow.
concerningly high number.
Since we're in the
Right, since
hiring
we got
process.
Yeah.
What, you don't want to do this all again?
18 months, I mean, like, it could be as little as 6, depending on what's going on.
Well, that's an
Yeah, that's frightening.
Well, remember
Amazing what I
that,
get in
that
my
story about the
Do they
girl
have
on
a
the
professional
internet that says
theory?
anything but anything to believe it, and she's dating the French model?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That commercial.
Who was a 50-year-old divorcee from Duluth?
Yeah, I guess it's the same. I mean, that's policies.
Trying to have curler bangs.
Oh, cooks it, right, you leave it on for like 14 to 17 seconds and
Yeah.
melt your hair off your
Oh
head.
my gosh.
Have you
What's
seen
that?
Yeah, that's
What's
awesome.
that?
A lady, and I don't know why she continued to post it, posted a tutorial about curling her own hair, and in the process of talking to the camera, like cooks it off, and there's like a little sprig sticking out, and she's looking at the iron like it's a new discovery, and she still posted it. That's the part that's like,
But I think
Here we
people
go.
post silly ones.
Hello, Ms. Kelly. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Leader, and I'm the president of the State Board of Cosmetology, and we do have our 7 voting members here today. So we're going to ask you some interview questions because you've applied for the position of executive director. You're still interested in that job?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. So the format for today is we're going to ask you about 5 questions, and we'll give you the opportunity to answer those questions at any length. And then each of the board members may ask you some questions relevant to your answers. And then at that time, it'll be an opportunity for you to ask some questions of us if you'd like. And then we'll
Okay,
just
thank
wind
you.
it up and let you head out the door. Any questions before we begin?
No, I understand the procedure. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. So why don't we just go ahead and begin? We've all had a chance to look at your resume. Were there any changes to your resume before we begin?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I do work part-time as a consultant for the Northeast Regional Board, which is a testing agency that administers clinical examinations in dentistry and dental hygiene.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So with our first question, what are your short-term and long-term career goals?
My short-term goals would be to find a position, again, to utilize my skills, experience, and education my long-term goals is to hopefully stay working to support my family and my children through college or whatever career choices they make. And again, to utilize my education and experience, I feel I've obtained many years in the government service sector, and I hope I can continue to work in that sector. Or if not, then I'm prepared to make some changes and perhaps expand my horizons a bit.
Interesting, thank you. Number 2, what have you done in your career that you are the most proud of?
I would probably have to say at this point, I was very proud of the work I did at the dental board. The time I took over was a very difficult period for the state board. They had suffered a serious financial situation, and when I stepped in, I believe, gave them some process, protocol, and standards back to their efforts on behalf of the public, and I was probably most proud of that work, but equally as proud of the work I did at Senator Bryan's office. Starting off, I was probably a very young 21-year-old working in Washington, D.C., and that was an incredible experience. So it would be tough to say which of the two, probably more as a later adult, the dental board work that I did was important to me, and I felt I contributed significantly to where the board is now. And then, of course, like I said, personally, the work I did in Washington, D.C. at a young age, at a time, there was some great turmoil in Washington and nationally, and I was very proud of the work I did there and what I learned.
Excellent. Number 3, what would you have liked to do more in your last position, or what held you back?
Oh, I think I still had several items on my ever-growing list at the board. As I said, when I took over, there was some definite needs that the board had to get back on track as a regulatory body. And I would have liked to have done more, accomplished more with their website design, the licensing system that we were able to put in place finally, but it certainly needed to grow, be more available and more user-friendly to the licensees and to the public. I would have liked to have done more there.
Anything else that you'd like to add?
I don't think so. There's always, like I said, there's always a list of things. As much as we ticked off our list, we also had additions continue. It was almost like the Santa Claus list, just sort of rolled out. But I feel that obviously there's always more you can do. I'm trying just to keep up with changes with the legislature, just in the field, the profession itself was a challenge, but one that I had enjoyed.
Thank you. And number 4, what 3 things are most important to you in any position?
I would have to say the 3 things would be effectiveness, respect, and support.
And finally, number 5, what is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
My own philosophy about management is it's a fine line to work in a team atmosphere where you properly delegate but also have responsibility so that you don't over-delegate to individuals that may be beyond their comfort level, their ability. And my management style has always been more of the team atmosphere. Certainly there's an individual who is ultimately responsible for the decisions, the successes, the failures, the change is necessary, but that we work together. And that sort of concept, that's been my career. I have been very fortunate to work in atmospheres, both when I first graduated from college until now, where everybody worked together. We had a common goal or goals, and we worked towards those. We tried to be efficient, effective, and that would be something I would certainly continue.
Excellent. At this time, I'm going to ask board members to ask questions of you, and we're going to start at my right with Ms. Booth.
Okay.
Hi, Kathleen. My question would be is, you're going to have to work with the legislative body. What is your comfort level, and how do you feel you would work with them?
Well, I have spent some time at the Nevada legislature. I started in my previous career with the Solar Development Corporation and enjoyed that work. It can be long and tedious hours at the legislature, depending upon at what point you come in to their dynamics. The legislature, with a citizen legislature that meets every 2 years, there can be some real hurdles to your efforts, because items can wait a long time to get on their agenda and then try to quickly promote them in a short period of time. Make contact with those legislators because they're not in Carson City all of the time. They're in their own jobs, they're in their own lives. So that presents also some challenges. I felt comfortable going to the legislature. I did so with the dental board, and I believe established a rapport with many of the legislators I had worked with, that while we may disagree occasionally, since obviously I would be a representative of the board or agency that I'm working for, and it may not be in the same direction that a legislator may see things need to go. But I'd like to think I have a good reputation and work respectfully with people. Understand that there, as I said, there may be differences, but we can find compromises. We can make sure that what we're doing is the best thing we need to be doing for the public and what our mission is, whatever that is, whatever agency that would be for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? We're going to ask Mr. Nixdorf next, please.
Hello, Ms. Kelly.
Hi.
I was curious on your resume here. You stated as under the dental, as the executive director, your reason for leaving were conditions were not consistent to responsibility and law compliance. And I was wondering if that was something that held you back, and could you expand on that a little bit for me?
Well, Mr. Nixdorf, I want to be very careful how I recharacterize what I stated. I think I would like to emphasize my personal desire always in my government service has been compliance with statutes and regulations, state and federal. And my experience in a regulatory environment is always that it is as important for those who are regulating as it is for those who are being regulated, that there is respect and compliance with laws. Laws are not perfect. Laws can be inconvenient at times. Laws sometimes need to be changed in order to be current with whatever's going on in the industry, the occupation, or the profession. And as government employees, as protectors of the public health and safety, it's our obligation to ensure that we are keeping current and keeping up with what changes need to be made in the laws for those being regulated. So I'd probably like to just leave it at that if I could at this time.
Thank you. And now we'll have Ms. Zeziger.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay.
And so we'll move to my left with Mr. Hoffman.
Are you aware of the salary being offered for the position?
I am not.
Okay.
Should I be concerned?
No, the range goes from $66,210 to upwards of $112,271, depending on benefits and so on and so forth. Is that within a range that you find acceptable as far as salary and compensation is concerned?
I believe so, but can I just ask you to repeat, the range is approximately 66 to 112 inclusive of benefits?
Well, depending on...
No, I think benefits are additional to that.
Okay.
That would be the grade and step range.
Right, but that range is depending upon if you choose the employer only or the employee-employer.
I think for PERS.
For
you're a
PERS,
choice
right.
agency.
Pardon me?
You're a choice agency for PERS?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Did you have a minimum salary requirement?
Always in my head, I have a minimum, but that range is fine. I'm comfortable with that range.
That's all, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Long will ask questions,
No questions.
and we'll finalize with Ms. Benaldi.
I think all of my questions, thank you.
Okay.
And now is an opportunity for you to ask questions of us. Is there anything that we might be able to answer for you?
I hope so. I do have a few questions. I've read through the chapter, your chapter 644, and the only item I noted about the duties of the executive director were in NAC, were in your regulations, and I just would like to expand on what the specific duties of the executive director would be, how the executive director interacts with the other staff, because those positions weren't listed either, although I did see them on the web as to what positions are filled.
Okay.
So I have a question more about the duties of the executive director as well as how that fits with the current staff positions.
All right. Well, primarily the executive director does implement the directions of the board. They will organize or direct staff appropriate to that decision making. They will be able to effectively communicate in a leadership style the needs and the direction of the agency. The executive director would have to communicate with our deputy attorney general and our lobbyists and any legislators.
Okay.
In addition to vendors that we may be working with, or even other national agency executive directors for boards of cosmetology or similar boards that are part of occupational health and regulatory compliant agencies.
Okay. Does the executive director take direction then from the full board, or do your officers have more of a day-to-day direction to the executive?
Always the full board provides direction to the executive director. The executive director may work closely with an officer, the president or the treasurer, secretary or vice president, but the direction and the instruction comes from board decision making.
Okay. And outside contractors, which I believe would be your lobbyists, and if you have other outside contractors, do they also report to the executive, or do they report separately to the board?
The executive director acts as the liaison with all other outside contractors. So the board may consult with the executive director on discussions or questions, but definitely it is the executive director who is the contact person.
Okay. And I noticed on your agenda that there was consideration for which office the board would prefer to have the executive director seated. Was there a decision made? I apologize, I didn't see the previous part of your meeting, whether that would be Reno or Las Vegas.
Thank you for asking. It was decided that the primary location would be the Las Vegas office, and there would be reporting to the northern office in Reno. The requirements of the job would mean that you would report to work.
Okay.
I guess I'm giving some feedback here, so let somebody else also answer that question. I'm going to turn that over to Sarah Bradley for just a little bit better explanation than what I've said.
Okay.
What they said was basically the primary office would be Las Vegas. The previous executive director, I think, went to Reno about every other week. I think how often this person goes to Reno, would be up to the person. But there are staff in Reno. There's a place for the executive director, and I know he felt it was important to go, like I said, about every other week. And so I think that would be up to you or whoever selected how often you go to Reno, but that would be important.
Does it present a problem for you to travel to the northern location?
No.
Okay.
I was just understanding with what sense of regularity the board expected or preferred. I suspect, given that the way we're communicating now, that there is Skype, there's maybe even video conferencing between the offices, so there could be at any point day-to-day communication if that were necessary for the staff in the Reno office without the executive director physically being in the Reno office. So
that's correct. And so I think there is a modest assumption that there would be some travel to either of the locations.
Okay. And you asked me about the legislature, so I want to reciprocate and inquire, is there an expectation that the executive director would be on hand for the full session, or would communicate more with the lobbyists, and if there was a need for the executive perhaps to address a committee or participate with any of the committee or legislative assignments, to do so at that time versus to be there full time?
Yeah, I don't think that it has been necessary in the past for the executive director to be present for all legislative session. Our lobbyist has typically been the go-to person for that. The executive director has been involved with a consortium of other board directors, the nursing board, the pharmacy board. There's a few others that staff could give you a little heads up on. I can't recite them off the top of my head, but there is a small consortium of boards that the executive director has provided integral information by attending those meetings.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
Okay. This may not be a question that you can answer directly. Perhaps Sarah could jump in. If not, contracting. How does the cosmetology board handle their contracting? And my question specifically is, do you follow with the provisions with the State Board of Examiners for anyone who is not specifically an employee of the board?
Yes, we have to follow that. When we contracted with the lobbyists, it went through the Board of Examiners.
That was Ms. Blasco. Ms. Blasco is our accountant on staff, and she answered your question in the affirmative. Yes, we do go through our state agency as required for contract labor.
And for purchasing and use of vendors, you would use the approved state list, or use within the state the mechanism to get a vendor approved?
Yes. We use a lot of who the state has already contracted with.
Okay. The hours, and I am not trying to tie down boards specific to, an 8 to 5 or 9 to 5 type situation, but for the executive, is there an expectation of some specific hours to work at the office?
Traditionally, the hours have been 4 10-hour days. If the decision arose to have 5 8-hour days, that would be just something that would be proposed and discussed and then approved.
Okay. And my last question is the executive director position by contract. Is there a contract signed with the board?
All employees are at-will employees, and there is an employee manual which would need to be reviewed and signed.
I don't know if it helps clarify, but the position is a salary position. So you would be paid a salary, and it's an at-will position, but you'd be considered an employee of the board, so it's not a contract position like that.
And then, as you can suspect, because of the nature of the hiring process, it is considered a public official employee.
Public officer.
Public officer, excuse me.
You're speaking under 281 then, Sarah, that provision?
No, it doesn't fall under 281 or 284, but the hiring has to be in the open, under the open meeting law, because of the, being basically the administrative head of the agency.
I understand. If you're talking about the 241 provision for...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you addressing my questions.
Oh, absolutely. They're very nice questions and certainly very extensive response that were needed. Did you have some additional questions or comments that you'd like to make to help us make our decision?
I don't think so.
How is
I hope
this-
I've given you I know it's always difficult in these situations to get a full flavor of the individual. So I suspect if something comes to you later, please feel free to call me. Be happy to address anything I didn't get to, or maybe raise other questions for you that you didn't think of right now. But it's a tough selection, I'm sure, and I just appreciate the time and opportunity to appear before you.
Well, we appreciate how easy you've made it for us. How was this Skype experience for you?
Oh, this is great.
Good.
I
Yeah,
actually enjoyed it. My daughter helped me, I have to admit.
Good.
Lost my account when I lost my laptop, but she helped me get it back, so I was very excited that it worked seamlessly.
She must be 13.
She's very close. She's 15.
She's 15,
Thankfully, and I struggle a little bit.
Any other questions of board members before we close? Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us, and one of our staff members will be in contact with you shortly.
Okay, I thank you, Mr. Leader. Thank you,
Oh,
Madam.
thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So, are we talking?
Yeah.
So I held my questions because I didn't want her to fall apart. She seemed very fearful to me and very, like she'd been beat up. And some of the things she brought up were effectiveness, respect, and support. But she didn't say like her willingness to be effective, her willingness to support the team, and her willingness to be mutual respect. It was more like, I felt she was saying, I didn't get respect on my last job. I was accused of lack of effectiveness and support. Seems to me something happened there.
She
You get
seemed
that
very
feeling?
sad to me.
Mhm.
Like I almost wanted to ask her, is now a good time for you? I need some tissue or something.
I think her personality is just kind of
I think she was beat up or something in the last job though.
I think so.
that's-
Not a good experience.
Well, that's why I asked about this point where, conditions were not consistent with responsibility. It seems to me, based on that she was asked to do things that probably were questionable law and NAC wise, and
See, and I
obviously a fallout.
See, I didn't take that away from her. I took it away that she was trying to be a better person about it instead of talking about it.
Right.
Right. But what she wrote, you see, leads me to believe that, and I believe she was being very cautious
Right,
of what she did. She was not going to
Divulge.
If she had
anything.
it, then she'd divulge it, but she doesn't know she has it, so she doesn't want to come off as somebody.
Yeah, but I think that
I thought she was
Back by the way
tactful
she
about it.
Yeah, that's what
She should
I
have a
thought it was.
stronger answer, though. I myself, I think if she's going to be asked, somebody would have asked her that question. And I thought her answer should have been a little stronger.
Yeah,
She answered like
she's
she
still
was in
there.
litigation.
Yeah,
You know,
still
she
there.
acted like she was,
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I think that she,
I think she's still a contender, but I think she has to get some therapy
yes.
first.
I think there's a lot under there. I think she's extremely knowledgeable, and
Yeah.
the questions she asked were amazing.
Yeah.
I thought that there was a lot under there. I think that she kind of had self-preservation at first, a little bit, you know, and it was a little intimidating, but I think that there's a lot under there. I think that she's got a lot of experience. She asked some great questions.
I think she's worse than face-to-face.
Yeah, I
I kind
agree.
of thought she should have
Maybe
known some of
therapy.
those answers that she asked.
Well,
Because it would
but-
have been easy to find out, especially in a position she's been in.
Yeah, but
Maybe she was a little too cavalier.
Maybe she's asking us.
I agree, but it's an interview
Us to
process,
say
you
she's
want
not
to hear it. Yeah,
Well,
you want to hear the
I think
answer.
it's interesting that not one person that
That's
we talked to
exactly what
asked
she
for the
did. She
job. You
interviewed
know how
the
it's like,
board.
you know,
Right.
I would really love to be considered, I would really like to have
Right.
this job. Greg asked for sales.
Right.
Not one of these people
Have
has
asked
said,
yet.
I really want to be your next executive director.
I'm waiting for that.
You know what I mean, me too,
Yeah.
and I haven't heard that yet, but she also said, thank you, board members, and I,
Right.
yeah, you know, it's like, and she addressed everybody, although she could only see
Yeah.
so much, which I like. She's super
To her questions, you can tell what her problems were.
Well, the contractor thing again and again and again, it seems like
Correct. She was trying to make sure that she wasn't going to run into the same problem. I would guess that she had problems with individual board members trying to tell her what to do and that there wasn't that consistent flow.
Right,
The board
cohesive,
said
yeah,
this is what.
And she wasn't a strong enough leader to manage those board
Right.
members.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
One of the things I love that she said, and the other folks didn't say it at all, was that she said there's a lot of hurdles to your overcoming
she's
your,
aware
yeah.
of the plotting nature of government.
Yeah. She was very forthright in saying that this biennium legislature, and she actually called it a citizens
Right, 'cause that's what it
legislature.
is.
That's what it is.
Well, I thought that was a very interesting way to say, because it's kind of an inclusive way to say things. And, yeah. I didn't hear that from the other folks. So are other legislators not?
Well, it's a citizen legislature because they don't, it's not their full-time job. So in some states, I don't know, I'm gonna make up, let's say California, I'm just gonna throw that out there. In some states, it's a full-time paying job, and so when you become a state senator, for example, that's all you do, is you're a state senator. But in Nevada, they only pay them, I think, like $12,000 a year when they're in session. You know, they get such a little salary, and they get like per diem or something, that it can't be your only job.
Right.
So in Nevada, we call it a citizen legislature because you have to have another job. This is just something you do when we're in session.
So I really appreciated that she was kind of educating me while she was in the interview. I thought that was great. But I did sense that there was like this emotional quality to her that seemed a little concerning.
I think she's probably, this is just my opinion here, she's probably a young mother, she has responsibilities, and she needs a job.
Maybe
And that's, I
she's
think, so
going through
she's
something
very
personal.
careful how she says it, but I think that she needs a job, which is what we want. We want somebody that wants to work.
Yeah, but
And
they need
she's
to
not
be, they
something-
need to be
she's
able
not
to
gonna
lead
bounce
without having
around. I think
emotion
she's a
in the way
long-term
too,
person.
you know?
What did you think of us from staff point of view?
No comments.
Oh, okay. That's good. Okay. I really appreciated your comment, Mr. Nixdorf, that some of the questions that she was asking, and Linda, you alluded to this as well, is that those were probably what she experienced in her last job. You know, I didn't see it that way when she was asking them. I thought, these are weird questions. But now that you've expressed it in such a way that she was trying to ensure that it wasn't going to be a pattern, that contract labor hiring, that means there's an implied people were just wanting to hire their friends or whatever, you know, or she asked about who does the executive director take direction from, the executive officers. And so, and at the time I was thinking, well, that's some weird questions, but the reality of it is she probably was getting a lot of feedback and a lot of, from all
And I think whenever you have somebody, we have somebody interviewing for us here, there's two sides to every story. And the truth is in the middle somewhere. So you've got to try to find out what the real truth is, if that person's the person that can work for us. So it's kind of hard when something like this has come up, because we don't know what happened. We can only assume what her side was and hear her side, but we didn't hear the side of the other side.
I think
So-
she was speaking it. I think she said she wasn't supported, she wasn't,
But
claiming to be.
why?
Yeah, so I think, just was all over her. Instead of coming out like, this is me, and I'm gonna be very supportive of your staff, I'm very effective, she was like, no.
She's kind of maybe still there.
Yeah.
Well, she
She's
just
not
left
the
that
president.
job in December. So maybe it's still kind of, maybe it's still kind of fresh to her, that she's not working there at this time. I also thought it was kind of nice that she said that her daughter helped her to set up her Skype account. I thought,
Can you understand that?
Yeah, but she's also not the go-to person for internet either that we had on
Right.
there. So it's like, she's not a go-to, she's alone in the office, she's going to woo, like a little
Did you kind of all we had maybe?
You really think she's gonna be in the office by herself?
No, she would always have.
And she never really looked.
No, that's
like.
so Thursday I put eye contact.
I don't,
I don't know, but I mean, where's the camera? Where's the screen?
Yeah,
right.
You
Maybe
know,
she didn't have
everybody's got
visual.
a different setup. Nobody has a camera that's right over the computer all the time. You don't know.
That's true.
Well, I thought
Don't assume a lack of eye contact means that she's
when
fearful
she
of.
answered the question, she looked
Compare
off
that
to the
to-
side.
Right, well, no, that, yes, no, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
she
actually
was-
wrote down.
I felt she was clear and more concise in her answers.
That's true.
And I tracked it, when she talked, I tracked very well. I didn't like wander off in my own
Right.
mind going, okay, wait, what
What was they saying?
So I thought she was concise, but yet she wasn't too brief either. Yeah, succinct.
Maybe that after this, she'll do a little bit more research and be interested if we do a face-to-face. She
Yeah.
might have more to come to the table with next time.
I think that she definitely deserves a
Now,
second.
see, I got just the opposite of you, but I kind of was falling asleep as she was talking. I could start here and then I kind of,
I was just waiting for her to break
Yeah.
down. I was just like, any moment, and I was gonna have to.
It's like she's afraid.
Yeah,
It's
she's-
like a little, like a.
She seems nervous.
But you know what, that doesn't mean she's not a good candidate.
That's right.
but you
You know,
gotta
we're
be able
just
to
assuming.
handle us
Maybe she
and
had-
face us.
Yeah, but maybe this was not a good day either.
That's why you-
Some people interview great, like you test, it doesn't mean you don't know the subject. Just
Oh,
because you don't
I
test still doesn't mean you don't know what you're talking about. So obviously she knew what she was talking about, she just might not love the interview process, and so
The thing that also struck me as just odd was I referred to each of you as Mr. and Mrs., but then she referred to Sarah as Sarah.
No first names.
Yeah, which I just thought was odd, I mean, there was a formality that I was trying to maintain, but then when she asked her
Well, maybe she
question.
didn't hear Bradley, maybe she didn't hear.
I don't
Bradley.
know her. She knows an attorney that I know. So he told me, and she emailed me, I guess I forgot. So Louis, somehow,
You understand, Missy, raise your hand.
well, somehow, I forgot about this. So somehow when Vince gave his resignation, at the meeting, I get back to work and maybe a day or two later, I had an email from Miss Kelly actually, saying that she heard there was going to be an opening and she would like to submit a resume. And I didn't know what to do because you hadn't posted it yet. And so I just waited a little bit. And then I think we got it posted beginning of December or whenever we did.
December.
And so I emailed her back and I said, the board posted it now. It's available on the website. Here it is. If you're still interested, please apply this way. Because I didn't want to be responsible for having to pass everything on. But at the same time, I didn't want to ignore her either. So she had emailed me before, so I don't know if that was why. But Louis Ling told her about the opening, and he and I had a conversation about something else, and he mentioned her to me. He's a private attorney that works with boards. He used to work in the AG's office. So I don't know if that's why she felt like she could be. I wasn't offended or anything, but I don't know if that's why she felt she could be more comfortable because, we had sort of corresponded. I don't know.
Is she being sued personally for something that happened on the board, or?
I don't think so. I'm not aware of anything like that. I just think Louis works with a lot of boards in a contract capacity, and so I think he may have done some work with the dental board. Somehow he knew her in his private capacity as a lawyer. Not in that way. He's a lawyer for boards, not So he does work for boards and he charges $100 an hour, and that's why a lot of boards like to use him.
Well, she's only the second applicant to refer to chapter 644. She's the only applicant to refer to 241A.
Yeah, she knew the statute, but
Like
I said
she knew.
she
and-
knew exactly what it was.
And
yeah.
then she actually you could see her thinking, well, what Alex just said doesn't match to the rule that she was referring to, and that's why it was corrected to not public official, but public officer. And then you could see her make sense out of it all of a sudden. So, I mean, she sounds like a bright girl. Or a bright
I'm
applicant.
certainly not saying
a
she's
bright
not bright,
applicant.
I just,
What I mean to say, though, is that you could see that while she may not have been communicating in the best way that she may have, she knew her stuff. It just maybe wasn't being.
I just kind of felt we would eat her alive.
Yeah. Don't you think it's
All of
interesting
our
that
type A personalities here.
the next gentleman is going to be contending with that they're having a protest outside of his department?
Well, it got quiet out there anyway.
We also have a board that we don't go in and interfere in the office. We don't interfere in anything except what we're supposed to do. So who knows what happened to her?
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, if we don't have a strong leader, then we would have a tendency to want.
Yes, we've done that.
One thing to think about is right now.
So we need a strong leader to keep us out of your office.
Sometimes it's the group of you, and then there could be, I guess what I'm trying to say is you can never guarantee who's going to be on the board. So there's going to be new people coming along,
Yes.
and so just because you're all wonderful people doesn't mean the next group would be, right?
That's correct.
And she's gonna
She
have
should
to-
have enough strength to keep us out of the office.
So that's something to consider as you pick an executive director, is that, you want the person to stay for 10, 15 years maybe, and,
I did want that
Overall.
15-year-old to have an excuse to be off of school because she did seem to refer to her. I'm wondering if that little 15-year-old was still standing there holding her hand.
And you know what, I also think you have to have that strong leader that can contend with problems in an office, because occasionally, you get a bunch of women in office or and you're gonna have a problem occasionally, and you're gonna have to be able to take charge and lead and,
How do you know how that she wouldn't be though?
I
I don't think you can just tell from this.
So she has her positive points and her negative points.
Right.
And
That's
we'll
just-
dig deeper next time.
Yes.
well, it's okay if you don't all agree. I mean, some of you may
Yeah.
not agree on every candidate that you call back for a
Then
second.
we have to read
That's
that
okay.
if I agree with
I know,
that.
it is.
Let that be more.
How many interviews are we doing next time?
All right.
5 out of these 10.
I mean, it could be, you set out 5, you could change that today. I mean, last time what you voted on is you were gonna do 5. If you decide there's just 3 you wanna interview, there's nothing requiring that you do 5.
Yeah.
Right.
And if, let's say there's 6, because you really can't narrow it down, well, if that's what you decide today, that's okay. It's up to you, but.
And you know what, it's kind of funny, because when you actually interview the people, some of the ones that I got a little bit higher about, now I put them a little bit lower than what I did when I just read. You know what I mean? A couple of them have changed for me. So,
I haven't changed my opinion.
That's why that's why it's better to grade this and then not think about, oh, maybe I like the other one better. Because then you go back and change this,
I know.
and that's the thing that you don't want to do.
Well, you don't, but then at the same time,
You're not forced.
the first couple people you saw, you had not a lot of basis for. So you may have graded, say, the first 2 people really hard because you didn't see the whole rest. So I mean, I understand what you're saying, but then on the other hand, if you the first 2 people were the best ones you on page, and I'm just gonna throw it out there, then maybe,
Thank you.
Ms. Blasco, did we not tell everybody the salary range?
Only if they ask me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So,
only if they ask
so
me.
when because I kind of have felt like, really? You guys didn't know? Because it seems like you talked to everybody.
Well, some of them would ask, and,
Oh, okay.
and if they didn't, they
Okay.
didn't.
And then did we answer that question properly? That wage is separate from their benefits?
Well,
Because their benefits are time off and sick leave and and
Right,
healthcare.
right. They'll accumulate
That's
vacation time from when they first start.
And that's in addition to their
And
pay.
they don't start accumulating sick time until after their third month.
Okay.
And their benefits for the medical, dental, life insurance will not start until 3 months after they
So
start.
it's 90 days after date.
Right. PERS, you're in from the beginning,
So
but you're not
in-
vested until 5 years.
So in the future, when they ask that question, I'm just going to
Mhm.
refer it to you.
Because
Okay.
what you mean is, the salary range depends on experience, and it also can be affected by whether they pick employee or employer paid.
Mm-hmm.
So if they click employer paid, they're lower,
Mm-hmm.
they're on the lower end. I mean, not necessarily 66, it depends what grade they're in, but it's a 10% reduction.
Okay.
That's what it means. So the medical and sick and all, that's separate, but anyway, that's what the benefits change it.
I liked how that last candidate was very honest. Like, even though it didn't her honesty didn't paint her in the very best of light. You know, like it didn't make her the strongest of candidates. I did appreciate that she was honest about it.
Well, I like my pen. That doesn't mean I like to leave.
Right.
I think that's,
No, no,
unless she gets therapy.
Is there mental health coverage?
Wow.
We're not always gonna have a good day no matter what, you know? And she kind of.
Well, it could have just been nervousness. I mean,
Well, you shouldn't be, at this position, you shouldn't be nervous.
Oh, please.
No, you
I
shouldn't.
get nervous before board meetings. I've been doing it forever.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm always nervous.
Yeah, because
Very.
well, you have people's, you're talking about other people.
I was
making
nervous this
decisions
morning.
That affect a lot of people.
You were nervous this morning?
I had trouble sleeping because I was so nervous.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
we're
my
gonna go
goodness.
hire a
You were nervous?
therapist.
You were nervous?
Oh,
Come
yeah.
on, come on.
Look, I'm sweating right now.
I just wasn't sure how it was going to go today.
People's
And I was
lives
expecting that I was going to have to say, okay, guys,
terrible.
you need to wrap your discussion up. The next person, you know what I mean, is going to be calling.
You know we're out of school, right?
Well, I just felt like I was going to be the one.
We're gonna have to be able to.
I was expecting to have to be doing that today, yeah.
That's right. I got a little something about back. Yeah, you little.
I feel like a head tilt. Why is it time on the computer wrong?
I have used Uber Zoom so many
Oh,
times.
I'll figure out like right on all It's just weird. It's like
I have
11
used
slower.
Uber Zoom. I have used that 100 times.
Would you mind if I came in a day earlier? I'm going to next week or whatever that 24th
Because
is.
then there's so
I'm gonna, one of my employees is gonna come.
Are we on the record?
Okay, so,
No, we're on the record. The
It's
thing.
her 50th
coming in for
birthday.
the 25th, you're coming in instead of the 24th. So how do you want your hotel rolled up?
Just the same thing, and just
Just the 24th?
and just let me know what I owe you
Okay.
or whatever. We'll just
You
keep
want,
it the
you
same.
want me to book you for the
That's-
23rd?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just gonna, we're gonna go out the 23rd.
Janelle, two queen eggs.
Oh, there we go. Early, our next candidate. Mr. Harvey. Yes. My name is Alex Leader.
Fine.
Hello. We are going to have just an audio for the time being, but we don't have an image of you at this time.
Okay.
Are you in front of a camera?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so perhaps we will have a better connection. I should ask you, if we get disconnected, what number could we reach you at?
A good number for me is 595-9625.
Thank you. Again, I'm Alex, and I'm going to ask you a series of 5 questions, and if you'll just provide those responses, and then I'll open up some questions to the other members of the board, and then we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions of us.
Okay.
Thank you. If you have no objection, unless you'd like to add something before we begin.
No, please continue.
Thanks. Is your audio turned on? Or your video, rather. Your video, is it turned on?
Let me check.
Okay.
Just one minute.
There we go.
There we are.
Now we see you.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that for us. We're just going to go right into it with our first question, Mr. Harvey. What are your short-term and long-term career goals?
My short-term goals are to continue to work for the state and provide exceptional service wherever I serve. And that would vary depending on the department or agency that I work for, obviously. Currently, I'm at the Taxi Cab Authority, and there are challenges that are specific to that industry that I am trying to address. And my short-term goals are to address those goals that I have set for my agency, as well as the board has set for me and the agency. Long-term, those goals would change. So if I were working for the State Board of Cosmetology, obviously my goals would change to address the needs of the board there. Personally, my goals are to provide a better balance between work and personal life for myself, so that I am able to function more effectively in every aspect of my life.
Thank you. Your second question. What have you done in your career that you are the most proud of?
The thing that I've done that I am most proud of is the service that I provided to the state of Nevada in the governor's office as the stimulus czar for the state of Nevada. When I was selected as the stimulus czar or stimulus director, this was a completely new experience for the state and for all states. As you probably are all aware, the President of the United States implemented the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. He designated that each state would appoint a stimulus director to oversee the federal funds that would be provided to each state, and Governor Gibbons selected me to head that task. What we were able to do over the course of approximately 2 years, or a little less, was to administer more than $4 billion in federal funds to almost 300 projects around the state of Nevada. What I had to do was I had to represent the state to the White House, to our congressional delegates, to Nevada State Legislature, while ensuring that that all of the projects that were approved were administering these funds efficiently and effectively. This was a monumental task. I think we were very successful in ensuring that the funds were spent in a timely fashion and spent on projects that yielded some benefits to the state of Nevada.
Thank you. Number 3, what would you have liked to do more of in your last position, or what held you back?
Well, if I can talk about my current position as my last position,
please.
I will do that. One of the tremendous challenges that the Nevada Taxi Cab Authority faces was a lack of leadership at the agency. Since I've been there over the last 2 years, I think I filled that leadership void. But in the absence of that leadership before I arrived, there were some very negative things that affected the agency. The kinds of changes that need to take effect at the Taxi Cab Authority are long-term, take a long time, for lack of a better term. The thing that was most disappointing to me is that I am a very driven person. I feel like every day we need to make a difference and accomplish certain goals. The challenges there have been so monumental that I have not been able to accomplish all of the things that I wanted to accomplish in a timely fashion. And I'll give you one quick example. Our office is just adjacent to your office there. Our office has not been upgraded and is in a serious need of repair. When I joined the Taxi Cab Authority, I learned that our lease would be expiring in the fall of 2011. So I went to the State Buildings and Grounds folks, and we had a discussion on whether or not to extend the lease or move to a new facility. So we looked at relocating. We found some space that was available. We put together a work program, and we went before the interim finance committee and presented this work program. we were unsuccessful in relocating at that time because the interim finance committee determined that this request needed to go through the entire legislative body. So this was very disappointing to me in that we put tremendous effort and time and energy into relocating almost a year ago, and we were unsuccessful. Hence, we're now pursuing this again with a full legislative body, and if we are successful in moving, it will take until the end of the year. So while all this is going on, we've been presented with tremendous challenges just due to the safety of that facility, the poor condition of that facility, and we've had some of the same issues that you guys may have experienced with rainwater, with the lack of public restrooms and private restrooms. We have tremendous challenges with our taxi drivers, and you may have noticed that we had some challenges this morning with a taxi protest.
No. Not at all.
And so I have a tremendous concern for the safety and security of my staff as well as our vehicles and equipment, and I've had to delay the relocation for almost a year. So that's been one of the things that has really been a challenge for us.
Thank you. Number 4. What 3 things are most important to you in a position?
3 things. First of all, it is very important that I have adequate support, whether that is from the board or from whoever is up the line from me. So communication is very important to me, so that I consistently understand what the needs and direction are of the board or my director, and that I am communicating down to my staff and my colleagues and those that we support or regulate. Communication is first and foremost the key to success for me. Number 2 is having adequate support in the form of staff and resources. At the Taxi Cab Authority, we are also a self-funded agency. However, our money is regulated by, or not regulated, but our money is overseen by the Department of Business and Industry, which we then work through the state system for personnel or other resources. We don't have the ability to spend the money the way that we see fit. And I would use the example again of the relocation project that has taken a year when we have critical needs. The third thing that is important is that the employees that are assigned to whatever agency that I work for, that they have the resources that they need to do their job efficiently. So whether that is adequate information technology infrastructure, whether it's adequate, just basic supplies that they need to do their job, they need to have the tools that will make them effective at doing their job.
Thank you. And finally, number 5. What is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
My philosophy on management is to make a difference every day. I believe that we are given the opportunity every day to make a difference in someone's life. So all of the people that come into our space every day, we either can make a positive difference, we can make no difference, or we can make a negative difference. And so each person that I interact with on a daily basis, I want to leave an impression with them and make their day better, help them with whatever they need, whether it's information, whether it's a listening ear, whether it's advice. But my goal in life, at this point in my life, is to make a difference every day.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the floor for questions from the board members, and we'll start to my right with Ms. Booth.
Yes, Mr. Harvey. Could you tell me how you would feel about going to Carson City and working to bring laws forward for us? What is your comfort level there?
I would look forward to the opportunity to travel back and forth to Carson City to push forth any initiatives that the agency needs. That is something that I did on a weekly basis when I was in the governor's office. I was actually a cabinet member, but I my primary base of operation was here in Las Vegas, so I flew up almost every week and very comfortable doing that.
Thank you.
We'll hear from Mr. Nixdorf.
Yes, Mr. Harvey, thank you for your interview here. One of our challenges is a budgetary constraint a little bit, or adding funds to our coffers, you might say. Because, and you have the same, obviously have said that you have kind of the same thing, except that you don't have control of your budget. If you had more control of your budget, where would you have made changes other than in the space? I mean, do you understand? Because you reference that you want to change your space a bit so that you have a safer, better space. But where else would you might change your budget to reflect a better work environment or something of that nature?
We have a number of needs at the Taxi Cab Authority, and I'm very analytical. Part of my previous background was in doing business process reengineering. So I look at every process and I map out the data from point A to point B and eliminate redundant processes and try to streamline and improve our efficiency. So some of the things that I've looked at the Taxi Cab Authority, they fall in several different areas. One area is in the vehicles that my enforcement investigators and my vehicle inspectors use. We have about 24 vehicles. Approximately half of those vehicles are over 100,000 miles, and we are spending more in maintenance costs than we would to replace the vehicles through state motor pool. So that's one area. The second area is in staffing. The Taxi Cab Authority, as I stated, suffered from a lack of leadership, or I classify it as poor leadership. As a result, there are significant holes in our organizational chart, and I would like to add additional positions to enable us to grow with the taxi cab industry. Just a quick example, since 2004, the taxi cab industry has grown by almost 46%. During the same time, staffing has been reduced by almost 10%. So we are not able to keep up with and provide an adequate level of service to our constituents or those that we regulate. The other area that I've identified at the Taxi Cab Authority is our infrastructure, our information technology. When I look at the equipment that is in place, it is not adequate to provide the level of service that our customers need and should have. As a result, wait times out in our front lobby often exceed 2 to 3 hours. My key staff do not have the type of technology that they need to adequately perform their services. And as a result, all of our processes are expanded in time. We've cracked down on some of the problems in the taxi cab industry as it relates to long hauling, taxi cab diversions, clip joints, and unlicensed taxi cabs. Because our process is still so manual, that crackdown on enforcement has resulted in our court calendar expanding out over 9 months. So whereas we used to be able to provide timely access to a hearing officer within 2 months, we're now looking at 9 months. And as a result, I've had to increase the number of court dates and put forth some pretty drastic remedies that can assist us until we get adequate technology.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Zesiger.
I have no questions at this time.
I'm going to move to my left with Mr. Hoffman.
I have no questions at this time.
And then Ms. Long.
You answered so many of my questions already. You have a business already as well, I see, a Kids Campus Learning Center. And is that concurrent with what you're doing now as well, or is that just something you're invested in?
Yes, I'm sorry, I lost your video feed.
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. I do currently own Kids Campus Learning Center. Okay, good, you're back. That is something that we currently operate concurrently with my work at the Nevada Taxi Cab Authority. I am not the primary day-to-day operator of this business. I'm in an executive management role and provide support. My wife provides the day-to-day operation.
So that wouldn't interfere with your traveling or coming aboard as a...
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And finally, Ms. Benaldi.
I have no questions.
I'll just finish up with a few questions of my own. You're aware that the position may be in our primary Las Vegas location. Would that present a problem for you?
No problem at all.
And you're aware of the salary requirements or the salary range rather? Does your minimum salary requirement meet that range?
Since you asked that question, I feel like I should ask, can you restate the salary range?
Certainly. That range would be from 66,210 to 112,271.
Yes.
And that meets your needs?
Yes.
Any other questions of the board, from the board? Mr. Harvey, now is an opportunity for you to ask any questions that you might have of us.
Thank you. My first question is, I would like to get a better understanding of what your priorities are.
I guess this will be me. Great. I think Mr. Nixdorf referred to one of our utmost priorities, which is our balanced budget coming into our fiscal year July 1st. Our second is the biennium legislature, so we would like to make sure that we keep an excellent communication and rapport with our lobbyists and our legislators. And probably the third component is just to ensure that the communication within the staff and the benchmarks that we've made to make Nevada State Board of Cosmetology the gold standard in the nation for boards of cosmetology be not only adhered to, but improved.
Great. My second question is, how would you define success for the executive director?
Anyone would like that question? Ms. Booth?
I would say, for me, success would be that you could come in, work with the board, with staff, and with our legislative body, and be able to blend all the different personalities.
Okay.
This definitely isn't a position where we need to reinvent the wheel. I think that we have a great staff in place here, a supportive staff, a very unusual and amazing board of members. And I think success would be somebody coming in seamlessly, kind of flawlessly, without, and that can deal with the day-to-day hiccups on a very, mellow, how do we put this, help me out?
Kind of
even-keeled way, in coming in flawlessly, seamlessly. I think that would be the most advantageous definition of success, is somebody that could seamlessly come into this position and make it work, and really make it work for them, the board and the staff together.
And then I think I would probably add that success for me personally is the complementary bridging of the occupational health with the regulatory licensing component that the State Board of Cosmetology enjoys. We certainly do need to protect public safety, and we do so by ensuring regulatory compliance of our licensees, but we're also here to support those licensees through continued education and just to ensure that the standard of excellence is always adhered to, both through listening, communication, protocol, policy making.
And really understanding the cosmetologists.
I would add to that we would like to see that the members that we regulate, that they have a quick opportunity for any grievances that they have, and that we properly process their licenses and provide them our services in a streamlined fashion.
Well, thank you very much for that information. I'd just like to share with you that throughout my career, I've been called to go into a number of diverse environments and agencies and provide leadership. And in each of those situations, I've been able to make a seamless transition and very quickly bring myself up to speed on the particular Nevada revised statutes or administrative code that govern that industry or that agency. And I've demonstrated success in a number of very tough environments. Now, I understand that the State Board of Cosmetology may not be as tough an environment as the Tax Cap Authority, but I have no doubt that I can make a seamless transition. And based on the information that your previous executive director provided to me, he kind of sparked my interest in the position and talked about the quality of the staff there, the quality of the board, and the quality of life that he was able to have. Those three things are all very important to me.
Mr. Harvey, I appreciate the fact that you've taken time out of your day. I know that you're probably busy today because we heard your fanfare earlier. And so how was this Skype experience for you?
It's much better than I expected it to be. Actually, this is my first time doing this kind of interview, and everything has gone on without a hitch.
Sounds good. Anything that you'd like to add before we close and just deliberate amongst ourselves?
I'd just like to share again that I'm very interested in this position. I feel that I am uniquely qualified based on my history and my ability to succeed where many others have failed. And I talked about my philosophy on making a difference. And what that means to me is that, again, my management style is adaptable. So whatever the particular needs of an employee or board member or a constituent are, then I will adjust to make them successful and make us successful. So I'm very flexible. I have no doubt in my mind that I would be successful in this position, and you would be happy with your selection.
Well, thank you very much for that vote of confidence. I appreciate you taking the time from your day today, and one of our staff members will be in touch with you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Very much. Thank you.
Well, you did what you asked.
Is he running for office? You gave him all the answers. I really like him.
I like Neil
I think it's,
bouncing over there.
yeah, it's not a fair representation for him today. I mean, he's got to be under a lot
No, I
of
don't.
stress.
I actually think that under the circumstances, his ability to be very nonplussed in an interview situation when he's well aware of exactly what we know has been going on with him today shows an ability to not only be adaptable, like he said, but he didn't seem nervous, or he was concise, he was consistent. I have to say, I going in felt he was probably the best person for the job, and I wouldn't say sold, but I think he meets or exceeds every requirement we're looking for, and would be absolutely a seamless transition into this position.
He has a wonderful presence.
Yeah, no, very,
presence.
and very,
He knows his stuff, he knows what he needs, he was able to articulate his goals for the Tax Cap Authority, his challenges that he has, and I thought that, and he was able to succinctly say that without getting too carried away.
Concise.
Yeah, right to the point.
Staff, what did you have some opinions?
Being that that's somebody that we see passing, I don't think it would be fair to give an opinion.
I didn't hear your answer.
I said that is somebody that we see every day or say hello to, maybe even had a conversation with. So I don't think it would be fair to the other applicants to give an opinion.
Okay.
One of the things that I like
Are you guys not, are you going to be related?
Not related at all, and I wouldn't give you a negative opinion about him.
Okay.
Okay.
One of the things I liked about him is that even in kind of saying, hey, thanks for taking time out of your busy day because we noticed that there was some fanfare going on, he didn't diss those folks. Like, he didn't allude to the fact of, oh, yeah, it's been a stressful day.
There was no eye roll.
No, he was just like, hey, this is just stuff we
It's
do.
everyday
And
stuff.
He focused on the positive. Like, there was no even... Yeah. Like, even though I was sort of kind of going there, he didn't go there at all.
And I think that's much to my point, as I was saying, it's not a fair representation. I think he's actually probably even more jovial in
Right.
times where he's not under such tremendous pressure.
Right.
So, I don't know, he's been there 2 years and he has a lack of resources, a lack of staff, and a lack of support. For the
And I
kids.
love that he
So-
could give a timeline to
Yeah.
that. Like, it wasn't just this nebulous, oh, hey, it's just taking longer. He was actually able to say, you know, it's 7 months longer. Or we used to do things in 2 months, now we're doing them in 9. I mean, very specific responses, not this nebulous kind of stuff that led you to feel that other people were like in dreamland, you know, where you kind of lost touch with what they were saying because it was all just blah, blah, blah. He actually gave kind of hard, concrete. And I do think that that little stimulus director job that he has was a monumental task.
Yeah.
You know, and the little bit that when Mr. Jimno was here, when I went over he has that chart that he makes up where he maps out timelines of how long
Business
things
engineer,
take.
yeah.
And you know, he's much that same kind of guy.
Nadine do that? Wasn't that, didn't she do all those? The timeline?
I assistance with, yeah, whatever timeline.
And did you, as staff, did you work well with that kind of engineer mindset that says
I have to
this
say
is how
for
we
me,
go?
yes, like he actually took that mindset and trained me on, when we did our what was it, when we did the production, we did a whole timeline on our steps internally in the office to see how long things
Workflow
were taking.
study.
Workflow study, yeah.
I looked at
I mean,
that.
to the minute, you know,
Right.
it takes 2 minutes to upload this or 5 minutes. I mean, he brought that to where we were able to pinpoint exactly, you know, how long it takes to do a renewal, you know, just one in batches. So yeah, it was
Right,
very
and you
engineered.
worked well with that. That was all
Mhm.
okay with yourselves as well as the rest of the staff?
Yes.
The other thing I like too is this is the first candidate that gave us very concrete specifics, like 46% growth in his number of taxi cab drivers, but his staff had reduced by 10%. We really didn't hear that from other applicants. We might have read it in their, you know, and then the one gentleman, the one applicant indicated that he made X number of dollars in a 2-day period and then X number of dollars in over a month period. But he actually repeated that same content information as if it was scripted, whereas this person kind of knew his facts and he didn't belabor those facts. He just mentioned them as just part of his management style, which I personally very much appreciate.
And when I was just reading the application, that again, one taxi cab authority guy want to come over here, I would have thought that would have been a better position. But he made it very clear, and he wasn't being a whiner, but he was explaining to me why he would like to move over, because it would be actually a step up from where he's at here, and the reason why. And it wasn't in a way of being negative, but I understood better now why he applied, because I'm wondering.
And I think he would make a lateral movement for the same amount of money. I don't think we would have to increase his wage to move over there. I think
Better
he would
work-life
do-
balance.
Well, and part of it
good for
is,
them.
it's because you're out of the state government, you know, like, you're not, I mean, you're in it, but you're not
It's an
managed the
indirect
same way.
management.
So he would have more control, where he's at, he's part of the Department of Business and Industry. So he's got, I mean, the structure's just very different. Where here, he'd be answering to you, and certainly he's involved in the law, I'm not saying that, but the upper overseers of him would be quite different. I think he'd have more control over his budget, all the things that it sounds like are holding him back. So I'm sure, like you're saying, he's looking at this like,
Dream job.
well, it'd be easier to do
Right.
the job because he'd have more ability to make choices.
Well, and he was asking for to have better balance in both his personal and professional life. It sounds like he's getting, because his job has some of these tendrils of upper management, it kind of puts a strain on some of his personal.
And despite his stuff, he was awarded some award not too long ago for best agency or best director. I can't remember. Anybody know what that was? He received some kind of an award not too long ago.
It's not in his application?
Well, I will tell you though that he doesn't have the same background educationally. He just has his bachelor's
But he's
degree.
got his bachelor's and he has some working experience. Between the two.
But I'm just saying for the amount of attention that we gave to MBAs, this gentleman certainly proves that sometimes education isn't everything.
I think there's a lot of face-to-face things that we need to ask him. I almost felt, well, like we were talking about, he's got these lack cluster supported and stuff over there. But is that the only thing that's holding him back, or is that a sense of, well, if I would have had, I would have, why not? I don't know. I'd like to dive a little deeper into that.
We asked, what are the things that are most important to you? And he said, the most important is adequate.
What is that?
Like the most important thing is adequate. Well, the most important to you would be excellence. That would be the most important.
Support from the board.
Resources. Well, and then he changed it. He said his first and most important thing is communication.
Right, but
Down to
that's the
support
most
and
important thing to him in overall, or
adequate support.
adequate support, but if I wanted something,
I'd like this one back.
Three things that are most important to me in a position, if there were the three most important things to me, I would say excellent support or superior support.
Because there's just things that I would need to talk to.
I know, but in an ideal situation, I don't want to lose. That would be my goal.
Don't aim too high.
Sure, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. I just interesting chosen words.
Yes. I just think
When he spoke, everybody was kind of engaged. I was kind of looking at that.
I'm just,
Everybody,
got thrown in.
I think he's really worth having that coming right back for an interview.
Absolutely.
My only point, one thing that I would have concern of is the fact that he has an inner knowledge, he has a knowledge of our office, our board, our everything, previous from Mr. Jim Doe.
Oh, he was my favorite so much. I have to say. So,
I was going to kind of get back to your question.
Is that give him an unfair advantage?
In the interview question, when we asked for that, I felt like his answer was being framed by his current employee.
Understood.
Right. So he's kind of saying, in the back of his mind, he's like, well, what three things are the most important to me? Well, those are the three things I'm not getting.
Right. Exactly.
And so he's almost answering them like, how can I make things better? And I think that's why
In the moment, in what he's
right.
accomplished now.
So he says adequate because it's completely inadequate.
Right.
Right. So that kind of is his defense. The other thing that I liked about him too is he kind of laughed a little bit. Like even though, the other candidates, the one gentleman, I don't know.
The first gentleman?
Yeah, they kind of were hospitable, but this gentleman was, he just kind of was like very specific, but then when he did laugh, he seemed very genuine. Whereas the other folks were kind of laughing out of nervousness.
Yeah. Well, compared to this Steve Woodbury, I think Steve Woodbury in the same, position would do the job, and I feel like this Charles would do the job, Mr. Harvey. I just am concerned that is it going to be well, if you would have had this in effect, I would have been better at my job, or if you would have, a lot of if you would haves come to mind with this guy.
I didn't see him blame it at all. He just, given circumstances, he's got what he's got, and that's what he's got. And I agree with Alex. I think the list of three is more skewed towards this is the pile I'm standing in and what I have to deal with to get out of it.
Instead of
I can appreciate what you're saying, but I don't think it was a casting of blame. I didn't see. His answers were the only ones that were vague was those three things that you need, and I think he's answering from the standpoint of what agency he's standing.
Right.
But I didn't see. He seemed very forthright. I didn't see a disparagement or casting of blame. Even as Alex pointed out, he had a chance to go, oh yeah, it was a real pain in the whatever, and he didn't even speak to that.
Yeah, it's true.
It's true. That is.
I think he was very.
I just would like clarity about it for myself, I guess.
That was like my favorite moment, is because I kind of opened that door for him to make some jokes about it, or just to even, like, hey, it's a big hubbub.
Well, he does have a
going
very
on.
successful past and with other things that he's accomplished. So it's not that it's so lackluster there, and he's having trouble there. you know.
The other thing too is, you know, his,
It was fabulous.
he obviously has a lot of initiative because, and this is a personal criticism, I don't like to see University of Phoenix for stuff, but you know, that's a self-styled.
Did you notice there was like 50% of these people were, you know?
I know, yeah.
Well, because that's the only thing that fits in with your schedule. so-
50% of them?
There were
You
a
can go to
lot.
school online from a traditional school, and
And
also
also
available at
Stanford
night.
offers
I have an
classes.
anti-Phoenix bias myself. so
Yeah,
I
I
should.
yeah, I don't like University of Phoenix, but,
So-
oh, well, I guess I should close this meeting if there's gonna be. Okay, well, the meeting's recessed for 5 minutes. So the State Board of Cosmetology is back in session at 2:43. We're awaiting our call from our next candidate at 2:45. Anything anybody wants to add?
Thank you, Nadine.
Yes,
Yes.
you got it right. We are not the reason.
You're the Skypestress.
Skype is failing. Very well done.
Skypesters?
Skypestress.
That is, our Skypesters. That's good.
I'm coining phrases
Yeah.
every meeting. Who was the guy who did that with the funny things? He was on like Saturday Night Live, I think, and he would make up words.
I think that was Jimmy Fallon.
That was, oh, this was way back, like it
Yeah,
was
that
back
was
in the
way
80s.
back.
You know what I'm talking about. What's
Sniglets.
Sniglets, yes.
Yes.
That's like cosmetology clients that you're allergic to.
I'm too young.
No, I just made it up now.
I used to watch them.
I'm too young. In this day, you know, I'll just help you ground.
What's that?
It used to be funnier, didn't it?
Yes.
Like, I remember when I was in high school, everybody would talk about it, and I used to beg my parents because I wanted to stay up when I was younger, because it just seemed like it was a cool thing to do to watch Saturday Night Live. But now,
Well, but nothing shocks anybody anymore.
Did you
yeah,
hear
it's
this?
not funny anymore.
Yeah, I love the horror.
I like,
Now I like the Walking Dead.
I know we're kind of saying with the.
I'm like in all this.
they used to have a show in Seattle called Almost Live. It came on Almost Live. It came on like a half hour before Saturday Night Live, and it was actually really funny. I don't think they do it anymore.
So I think this next gal is going to be a good interview. A lot of fun.
So thank you for accommodating me, but apparently I was the only one.
You know, some of these
Well,
are
I'll
red
just
ones.
keep adjusting.
Yeah, well, this one.
It won't go on for anything for a while.
Oh, good. It's just nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's this liberal, I should say.
Yeah, it won't get any colder.
Clearly she's been, she's previously qualified.
I went with her, didn't you see?
I love Las Vegas. Is she from Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Well, I think she should be older, so she's got about 8 times.
The streets, I never heard of.
Well, I went to the website.
I
friended that girl.
The first one, yeah. Said we'll get all. Oh.
I friended that girl to have her come up.
Yeah. I have 4 people starred and 2 people, well, that I have stars, but 2 of those people I have double stars. So my guess is already going to make that at the end. The others are maybe right now. We'll wait and see. So I'm thinking that they're excited.
Her salary's way above what we
I know.
are. Her salary's pretty much been above what we are. Yeah. Well, not the last one, but in the past it has been.
But it's already left up impressive.
Okay, so 2 minutes late for our next interview thus far.
Oh, wait.
2:45,
It could be a problem
2:47.
somewhere.
Yeah, we're not liking them late.
It's late.
Just as a time check.
She was admitted to the bar after me. She was admitted to the bar after me.
55 and then she's.
We're not waiting too long.
Just in the lobby.
say?
I think that I should
Yeah,
have given
maybe
that to
it's
you.
the
I'm
back.
sorry.
Okay.
Because I just looked at our bar number and it's 5 and mine's 4. I got one of the last 4, so it's like, it's really prestigious.
It's time on.
So maybe one more minute and we'll call her.
No,
I don't think.
No, I don't think we should call either.
Well, but we've had some problems with our system today, in the beginning.
There's
Everybody else
nothing
has
wrong
come
with our
through.
system. We
We
know.
did have
Back
some,
online now.
No, it was the other.
She does?
Is she logged in or anything for herself?
Is she one of our friends?
The bottom one is her down there. That Muffadile.
Yeah, she's
That's
not
her.
online yet.
so much
so-
for you.
Yeah, but that's her.
Wait a minute, her name's
Skype.
Muffin
No.
Since she's offline.
What did you do? Maybe she signed in with the wrong address. Shows up, she's like in a mask and a bra. Oh, sorry, Muffin.
Okay, well, on the record, remember, we're on the record.
Yes, we are.
It
No,
says, please direct all calls, so can we call her? And then just, because I don't want to not give her the opportunity, and if she's offline, she needs to be online here pretty darn quick.
She gave a number here on her confirmation.
The
Nadine. Do you
320,
wanna-
the 320.
420-6740?
Yes. So 1-320.
1-320.
420 6740.
I wonder where she is. 320.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Ms. Dominguez.
Yes, I absolutely unbelievable, but my internet service has simply just crashed in the last 10 minutes.
That's quite all right. Would you be amenable to doing a phone interview over our speakerphone?
I really apologize, but yes, of course. I am prepared to continue right now. I just apologize. The internet just went off, totally saving me.
Well, we've noticed that you were offline, and if this is acceptable to you, it's acceptable to us, and we'll go ahead and continue to use the speakerphone for your interview at this time, if that's okay with you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for the consideration.
She's online.
It says you're online now.
Now, your Skype address says that you are online now. Would you prefer to Skype us?
Well, let me go and check and see. Because it just switched itself on automatically, if that's the case. Please hold on. Okay. I don't see the, oh yes, I'm on now.
Would you like to just dial us in, or do you need to hang up to do so?
Okay, well,
Oh, there it is.
All right, we should be able to see you. There you are. And there I am on your Skype. Hello.
okay, great. I'll hang up on this one then.
Okay.
We're going to hang up the phone first, if you'll just give us a moment.
Okay.
And now we should be just on Skype with you. You shouldn't need your handset.
All right, thank you.
Oh, thank you. My name is Alex Leader, and I'm the president of the State Board of Cosmetology, and I'm here with my colleagues, the 7 voting members of the State Board. I'm going to ask you a series of 5 questions, and that is, with your permission, that you're still interested in becoming the executive director for the State Board of Cosmetology in Nevada.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. And once I ask you those 5 questions and give you the opportunity to respond, I'll ask each board member if they have questions of you. And then at the end, we'll give you the opportunity to ask questions of us. You can hear me okay?
I can hear you great, thank you.
Perfect. So, would you like to add or ask anything before we begin?
Did you decide whether the position
question would be better to go to Reno or to Las Vegas.
We did prove that Las Vegas would be the primary location for the applicant to report to work, with travel to the northern office in Reno.
Sounds wonderful.
Would that present a problem to you at all?
Not at all.
All right. Why don't we begin with your first question? What are your short-term and long-term career goals?
Both my short-term and long-term goals encompass becoming fully employed in Las Vegas or in the Nevada area. I've had to do some traveling around for my career, and this is the place where I want to be. So professionally, I wish to continue working in Nevada. And long-term, I think I want to continue pursuing public service in an executive type of role.
Thank you. Your question number 2. What have you done in your career that you are the most proud of?
Well, I think there have been several. I was admitted to practice law before the Supreme Court of the United States, and that was a big day for me. I wanted to be admitted to the Supreme Court, but having done that, one needs to set one's sights even higher. So I think it would probably be overseeing the human resources system office for the Lone Star College system, which was an absolutely huge challenge, a completely unforeseen and unexpected one. But I was put in sort of ad hoc, and it was a marvelous, marvelous experience, and I'm so glad to have been able to have done that.
Thank you. Number 3, what would you have liked to do more of in your last position, or what held you back?
Well, I was placed in a position in an interim role, so several things held me back. The inability to really make concrete plans for changes because of the uncertainty both relating to budget as well as the structure within the system, because there were many changes when after I got there, and they were not anticipated either. There were some very major changes. The chancellor became ill. They took a turn in terms of looking at outsourcing in order to save money. Those were all limitations. The other thing was that it took me a while to come up to speed in directing the Office of Human Resources. And after about 3 or 4 months, I realized that there were several issues that really needed to be tackled. But those issues were all major things that needed debate and discussion at the Executive Council role. And bringing them forward and getting them out on the table was difficult because everybody was so busy with their own things. And because I was in an interim role, they weren't sure that they wanted to make any drastic changes.
I see. Number 4, what 3 things are most important to you in a position?
That I have the support I need from the persons who are in a position to do so, that we operate with honesty, integrity, and because we're public, openness. And thirdly, that I have challenging, rewarding work in the public sector that I am equipped to do and to do well. I want to excel at anything I do.
Thank you. And then finally, number 5, what is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
I had one management style till I ended up overseeing 55 people suddenly. My new management style is open communication, establishing trust so that when person's in a position to do something, empower. When you empower them, they want to fulfill what it is that they're supposed to do, and they feel good about doing a good job. So I don't like to just delegate straight off, but I don't want to micromanage people who are equipped for the job. And when I got into the human resources position, the compensation area was kind of a gray area for me. I wasn't sure how they did that, and I wasn't sure how the position descriptions meshed with the amount of compensation you could get for certain duties. And I just simply had to assume that the people that were overseeing that area knew what they were doing. I would ask questions, they explained it to me, I learned bit by bit. But I mean, there does come a time when you just have to turn them loose and let them do their thing. And I found that, especially in areas where I wasn't that proficient, you let the people who are already there do their thing, and they do a good job. You have to ask questions, but you have to let them know that they're very valued and very appreciated for what they do, and they'll do well for you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take the opportunity to turn over some questions to my colleagues, and we're going to start to my right with Ms. Booth.
Hi, I have a question. You have just empowered me to do a job for you. I did a terrible job being empowered. How would you handle me?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the first part of the question.
You just empowered me to do a job, and in my empowerment, I did it all wrong. I did a terrible job. So how would you handle that situation?
Well, I would first want to examine whether I had empowered you to do something that, in all fairness, you maybe weren't equipped to do. And secondly, if you happen to be a professional person who should be able to do what I empowered you to do and you didn't, I would want to seek an understanding of why that didn't happen. And I would do that in several ways. I would probably want to look at your file and see how your performance has been. And I would certainly want to talk to you and find out if there was a reason why you were off. It would be very important for me to know if you understood that you were off. And I think we have to work it from there. But if I empower you and you don't do a good job, at least the first time around the clock, I can only sort of address it as a problem that I put out on the table that I sort of caused, and I'm going to need to review what I do in the future.
Thank you.
And I'm going to follow with Mr. Nixdorf.
Ms. Dominguez, can you tell me what your turnover rate was during your tenure at the as the Chief Human Resources Officer?
When I got there, we actually lost a very key person. He was basically our affirmative action diversity officer, and that was one of my challenges. I was not allowed to replace any of the people that left, so I only lost 2 people to looking for better jobs or going elsewhere. I lost 1 person to a massive heart attack, and so I think we've had a turnover. Human resources managers left. In fact, I did get to hire one of those. I actually expanded and got an extra human resources officer. So I think we only had a turnover rate of 2 or 3 people in the 18 months I was there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Ms. Sesiger if she has questions of you.
No, I do not. Thank you.
So we'll just turn to my left for Mr. Hoffman.
I don't have questions, thank you.
Thank you. Followed by Ms. Long.
Ms. Dominguez, you mentioned that in one of your positions it took you a while to come up to speed. You said 3 or 4 months. Is that, if you came into a position like this without the roadblocks that you had encountered in the position, how long do you think it would take to come up to speed in something like that? Are you pretty quick on learning, and how would you go about establishing yourself to come up to speed as soon as possible? And what would you need?
Well, I've already started the process, and on the off chance I become a finalist to the position. And first, as a lawyer, the first thing you want to know is what is the board of health policy doing? What is its purpose? What is its mission? I fully understand what the mission is. I think the addition of education to your mission statement was really great because that's how I believe state service should be when you permit people, when you make them get licensed to practice a trade or an industry. How long it would take me to come up to speed is probably not all that long. My problem when I got up to the Lone Star College system was that I was preparing to take the Texas bar to work as an attorney, and the day I got there, I was actually put in human resources. I had no idea I was going to be working that position. So it was a shock to me. I was learning 55 new people when I was already familiar with the legal staff because that's where I thought I was working. Really kind of threw me for a loop. Obviously, I am going to need to make have very open, very meaningful communication with the board members because the executive director, I'm assuming, is expected to implement policies and decisions of the board and find a way to do so that's the most beneficial and that the staff can absorb. So being in tune with what it is that the board wants will go a long way.
Did you feel that the staff of 55, I mean, did you feel like you could handle that? Was that something that you enjoyed to do, or did it just feel overwhelming? I mean, the staff here is 20. Tell me about how you felt about that staff of 55 and coming in and overcoming those roadblocks a little bit.
The first day when I went down there and I realized that I was not going to be in an office of 4 people and that I was overseeing 55 people, I was daunted, I will admit it, but it actually turned out to be my favorite part of the job, really. Everybody was very fearful, and there's been so much for the resources director in the last couple of years, and I was a new person. I don't really think that they, I think they thought I was going to come in and I was going to chop heads because I was the third person in something like 18 months. But I sought to reassure them that because I was in a room, I was not going to make any drastic changes whatsoever, and that their jobs for the time being were secure insofar as I was concerned. And that allowed them to relax and go back to their jobs. And then I just simply called in the executive directors and the directors and found out what it was that they did. I went over to their work areas and met their people. I attended sub-staff meetings to find out what was on the agenda, all of them. And it just fell into place, and it was really, really nice. It was a very nice experience.
That sounds like a great roadblock that you've overcome. Thank you for the wonderful answer.
And finally, Ms. Benaldi.
And I guess for me, my question would be directed towards the legislation and your experience with legislation.
What was the first part?
Your experience with legislation so far.
Well, I've had some interesting experience at the base level. I worked for the Illinois Student Assistance Commission for a period of time, where with the attorney there, I was a practicing attorney at that time as well, we drafted regulations for the trade schools and financial aid regulations. So that involved requirements for cosmetology programs, trucking programs, and what types of financial aid could be used and how financial aid could be used. So I learned the technical part of rule writing with the dashes and the underscoring and the changing. And then after that, after I had a little bit of a grounding in that, when I was counsel for Central Missouri State University, I worked with the university president, a really great man named Elliott. And I was a member of his cabinet, and we were all responsible for supporting legislation that would help the university or our goals. For example, we had an airport at the university, and it was the only university-owned state airport in the state. And we needed to open the runway, and we needed new regulations and things, and a new law to empower us to be able to do that. So we worked with that. I testified before legislative subcommittees on the need for whatever legislation it was that we were trying to promulgate. And I used to go to Jefferson City, which is the state capital of Missouri, during legislative sessions with the president to just meet and greet people, and we had meetings at the governor's mansion to talk to the legislators and so on.
Thank you.
And then finally, I'd like to just ask a couple of questions of my own.
Okay.
How come you chose not to sit for the Texas bar?
I'm already a member of the Illinois, Missouri, and Nevada bars, and we decided to outsource the human resources area, and part of that was due to the new PeopleSoft enterprise that they were changing to, and there were a lot of issues with payroll and different areas not talking to one another. So they finally decided that they were going to outsource that, and so I could go up to return to where I was, because I was originally hired to be Associate General. As I say, the Chancellor had become ill, and a lot of things had changed. It had really changed at the time. The Chancellor became very ill. He became unavailable. I used to meet with him regularly, but once he had fallen ill, I didn't see him for literally weeks at a time. So I wasn't always sure what it was that he was expecting of me. And I knew that the Texas bar was going to be a difficult one. It's a 3-day exam like the Nevada one. And it was going to need all of my attention. And at that same time, my father was diagnosed with cancer. And I just finally decided there's a window of time to resign contract in Texas. It's kind of weird how they happen. I decided that I did not really want the responsibility of it, and that I would rather come back to Nevada, because my house was rented out here, and it was rented out to bad tenants, and it got seriously trashed. So we knew that we had to come back here and fix the house. My father was very sick, and he was sole caregiver for my mother, and I just decided at that point I couldn't take on the bar responsibility as well. So I decided I wanted to come back to Nevada, and I took care of my family business. My father since passed away, and I just really want to stay. I've got enough bar responsibilities. There's continuing education requirements for all 3 bars, and you know, it's a big job to stay current. I just didn't think that I was going to be dedicated enough to staying in Texas to make use of it.
Are you familiar?
It's a very expensive process.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the salary requirements of the position, or the salary range of the position? Does it meet your minimum requirements?
I have not seen a salary range at all.
I'll offer you the salary range between $66,000 and $112,000. Does that meet your needs in that range?
Yes, that would.
Okay. Now is an opportunity before we close. We just have about 5 minutes remaining, but if you have some questions of us.
Well, I did want to thank you all for taking the time out to interview me, and also for I'd like to apologize again for the technical snafu. Don't know what it was. As for questions, I have been unable to obtain any real meaningful budget information. I saw somewhere the abstract there was about a $2 million budget for the board. Is that correct?
Roughly, yes.
And how much of that is devoted to personnel, and how much of that is devoted to other parts of the...
We have our accountant here, Ms. Deborah Blasco, and she'll answer that question for you.
What's the question?
The question was allocation of budget for administrative, roughly 60%, I believe is one.
Yeah, probably 50 to 60%.
Thank
roughly.
you. Does the board mostly generate its own revenue from the licensing fees?
Licensees,
the
yes, we
fines?
do. We get nothing from the state. We have to support ourselves through the fees that we collect.
That explains why your line item was not available in the state budget. I couldn't see one.
No, I thought that they had something on the LCB website from boards and commissions. It would be our last audited financial statement that you would probably find there.
Did you hear that response?
Yes, I did. Thank you very
Okay.
much. It's a little difficult. I just wanted to explore your budget size and how your revenues were generated, and I did assume it was
Primarily through licensing fees.
Okay, well, I think that has that pretty well cleared up. I don't really think I have any other questions. I realize that it's a wonderful position, and I'm very interested in being considered.
Thank you very much. How was this Skype experience for you?
It was horrifying. because quite honestly, I have two laptops, because in case one fails, I got the other one, and my cell phone, thank goodness for that, but the reception for my cell phone was kind of poor. And I sat there, and at 2:43, I saw the little button that shows that my internet is on. I saw it go up, and I had no idea why it stopped. So.
Well, it was very successful. So in the bigger picture, I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. And one of our staff members will be following up with you and talking with you in the near future.
Okay. Oh, I did have just one other question.
Please.
I'm assuming that my interview is in the public session of the board.
Pardon me?
Yes. Am I in a public session of the board with spectators and so on?
There are, yes.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
Oh, most definitely. And thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's go show you. What you read on paper ain't always.
We have a few minutes to talk about her.
The area that was hard for me was that she referred to, when we asked her question number 3 of what you liked in your last position and what held you back, the things that held her back were things, but what they really were policies. So that was a little, I know it's minor. It's just that there could have been more concise ways of saying what she wanted to say.
I was interested in concise things, and as Director of Human Resources, you would know exactly what your turnover rate is and express in a percentage or something of that nature.
And she went through individuals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't need to hear some of the individuals.
All I wanted was, we had a 4% turnover, whatever.
That's great.
Yeah.
Just
But
one
Way
way
to
to
talk
with it.
Just what it is, just.
Are we losing you
Yeah.
over there, Debbie?
The other,
No, I was stretching.
The other thing that she answered with her questions was, somebody asked her the question, I don't even remember what it was, but she actually said she wasn't sure. She actually said, I wasn't sure. And I'm not sure if that was in relationship to her prior employee or what
My
she
whole thing was question 3, she never told us anything positive. Everything she said was negative, it's somebody else's fault.
She wasn't the strongest candidate as far as I'm concerned.
I had that same scenario. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I started to lose
I
touch.
could see the whole staff being like, what were we talking about? Like an hour ago? What was I supposed to be doing?
And then to talk about her dad, it was just, I felt badly for her.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it was like oversharing.
So are we in recess right now? People are leaving. Is that what
Oh,
you're
yeah. So 3:17. So I'll call the meeting back to order at 3:29.
thought about the last question, did you?
I kind of got the vibe. But,
Yeah.
yeah. When they both went like, I figured that was. But did you have anything formal you wanted to add for the record? About the last candidate?
Just no.
No.
Just no.
I think this is appropriate.
All I can say is no.
I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a lawyer. I didn't think it was that bad. Not saying she was the top, but I didn't think it was that bad.
The last lady?
There we are.
All right. Hello, Mr. Landry.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Very well, thank you. My name is Alex Leader, and I'm the president of the State Board of Cosmetology. Thank you for doing this Skype interview today.
It's my pleasure.
And
No problem.
I presume by showing up today, you're still interested in the executive director position for the State Board
Yes, I am.
of Cosmetology in Nevada. Thank you. So I'm going to ask you a series of 5 questions, and we'll await your response. And then I'll ask each board member if they'd like to ask any questions of you. And then we'll finish with you asking any questions that you might have of us.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay? We have about a half an hour, so just sit back and relax. Did you have any questions or concerns before we begin?
No, I don't.
And so may I just have a contact phone number in the event that we're disconnected that we could call you?
Sure. 775-885-1546.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns before we begin? So with our first question, what are your short-term and long-term career goals?
Short-term career goal is to be involved with a company or an organization that looks to excel, looks to be the best at what they can be, and to be a part of their success. Guiding and leading leading the group. Long-term goal is to provide a nice career path for myself. I've had a successful career to date, and what I'd like to do is extend that and broaden that into another industry. I've operated in multiple different industries, and I'd like to just continue that path.
Thank you. Number 2, what have you done in your career that you are the most proud of?
The most proud is probably my ability to adapt between different industries. I'm a civil engineer by training, received my MBA, and went from civil engineering to the wholesale distribution of computer hardware and software, was successful there. Then moved into soft goods retailing, women's intimate apparel, very successful there. So I think that's the thing I'm most proud of, is that no matter what challenge arises that I face, that I'm able to adapt to it and be successful in multiple industries.
Thank you. Number 3, what would you have liked to have done more in your last position, or what may have held you back?
I think the thing I could have done more is probably had more involvement with the staff on a daily basis. I've tried a couple of different techniques throughout my career on getting staff to work together and to act as a cohesive unit. I developed lunch and learn programs where I take the staff to have a bag, we'll bring a brown bag lunch and sit around and talk about issues that are coming up for the week and make sure everyone is on the same page. In times of great change, the thing I could have probably done more is something that I do now, is do 5-minute daily huddles. So get together with staff for 5 minutes, make sure that any issues that are coming up we get to quickly, and then we move on, so that at the start of the day, everyone pretty well knows what they're to do.
Thank you. Number 4, what 3 things are most important to you in a position?
The 3 things that are most important, number 1 is working for the right organization. So making sure that the organization that I work for is progressive, ethical, and I guess aggressive in the business world or their world. They choose to succeed and want to succeed. So that would be most important. The second is to make sure that I'm working with a team that wants to work together. You know, not every team can work together every day in perfect harmony, but a team that overall wants to do the right thing. They're focused on what they want to, on achieving their goals and making sure that the organization is successful. And finally, probably the third most important thing is to be in a position where I can have an impact, where I can do the things that I've done in my career to be successful and apply those in this new position.
Thank you. And finally, number 5. What is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
My own form of management is management by leadership and process. So I combine those two things: leadership, kind of the soft skills piece of management, where making sure that I'm inclusive of all people, everyone gets their voice heard, that that we have intense discussions, and then process is kind of the things that I do to make sure things get done. Once we've had discussion and agreed, then it's full force. We need to get things done rapidly, efficiently, and a lot of my background is in improving processes, so that we take out those steps that really don't value add the customer, whether that be in this case the salon owners and cosmetologists on their licensing, or the general public on their education, and understanding what safety and precautions are being taken by the state to ensure their safety.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask now that the board members take this time to ask you some questions. So we're going to start to my right with Ms. Booth.
Hello, Mr. Laundrie. My question to you would be is that you are going to be working with the legislative body here in Nevada. How do you feel you'll be able to work with them? What challenges do you think you might have going into it?
I think I'll be very capable and able to work with them. I have a long history of working with legislative bodies in other professions. As a civil engineer, I went before local, federal, and state legislative bodies to get project approval and to discuss various topics on very technical regulations. So I'm very comfortable in that arena. I also think that because I'm have excellent compromise skills, being able to get to a win-win situation between both the legislature's intent and the board's requirements, I think I would be very successful in that area.
Thank you.
Mr. Nixdorf.
Mr. Landry, you mentioned about the process on your management style and getting full force and working towards something. State government tends to be a little bit slower. How do you think you're going to be able to deal with that challenge?
I think I can deal with it very well. I've worked on the other end of that challenge, working with trying to get plan approvals, project approvals, regulation changes through state, like I said, local, federal, and state legislative bodies. So I'm very able to work at their pace. But I think the thing that I can bring to the table, and where I think when I say full force, it's more from an internal team management. I'm pretty well versed in what's called Lean Six Sigma, which is doing things the most efficient manner and working with them flawlessly. And that I have a long history of doing and being successful in it. So I think making sure that my team would work flawlessly and efficiently, and then having the patience to work with the legislative body that it does take the wheels of law turn slowly. I'm well aware of that, and have been aware of that pretty much my entire career, having worked with multiple different legislators.
Thank you.
Ms. Zeziger.
I have no questions at this time.
I'm going to just turn to my left for Mr. Hoffman.
I have no questions at this time.
And then Ms. Long.
And Mr. Landry, you feel like this position would be exciting enough for you as far as, you've done quite a lot with your life so far, that this wouldn't be stagnant in some way?
Not at all. I feel any job that I've done and any place I've been to, A lot of people think of engineering as a very routine, mundane career because you get involved in so many calculations. But working with the various groups, working with the board, working with the staff, and in particular working with the salon owners and the general public, I think this, at this point in my career, what I'd like to do is be involved in a public health, public service agency so that I can kind of bring my expertise from the private sector into the government sector. And that's one of the things that's kind of my payback to society. I think I need to have government involvement to have a full circle of my career. Because pretty much my entire career has been private sector, but now I feel it's a time to go into the public sector and donate and put my time in there so that I can kind of give back to the community.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions of my own, Mr. Landry. Are you aware, or have you been made aware of the salary range?
Yes, I'm aware of it and have been made aware of it.
And does that meet your minimum salary requirement?
Yes, it does.
It does. And we, as a board, have opted that the southern location in Las Vegas, our office in Las Vegas, is the primary office location with reporting to the northern office in Reno. Would that present a problem for you?
That would not. That would not present a
problem. I also just wanted to quickly double check. Your previous employee, your salary ranges do exceed the range that we would be offering initially. You feel quite confident that that range is well within your expectations?
Yes, it is. I'm very confident of that.
So at this time, do you have some questions of us?
I guess my biggest question would be, if you select me as executive director, or as you fill this executive director position, what does it do for you as far as taking concern away, making your life easier? What are those things that you're looking for in the executive director that's going to make your life easier?
Oh, I think substantially easier, actually. We do have our office manager from our southern location acting as our interim director, and we do have every confidence in that employee doing an excellent job and maintaining the momentum that was established by the executive director. But we do need someone in that position with some concrete planning skills and communication skills that would match the expectations that the board has for the position.
Okay, that's fair. And my only other question would be, from it, I read your mission statement and read a lot of things about the cosmetology board based on your website. And one of the things that I would like to ask is, where do you see the emphasis being placed from an education standpoint? Because I know education is very prominent in your on the website as far as what you're trying to accomplish. Are you talking about education of the general public to have a better understanding of what the profession of cosmetology does, how they're safeguarded? Or are you more focused on the salon owners, or is it a combination of both?
I think you've said it very well. I think it is a combination of many factors. Most importantly is protecting the public and ensuring public safety through education. So education is a component. Right now we do govern the schools of cosmetology, but we don't have an NRS or an NAC, the revised statutes or the administrative code, that allows for singular professional licensing schools or licensed schools. So that may be an opportunity that the board might want to pursue, and certainly we would open up some dialogue with a new hired executive director to pursue those concerns.
Okay. And a final question dealing with the legislature. What do you see as maybe the one or two key pieces of legislature that you'd like to have in the next, say, this session or in the session, 2 years from now?
We do have a board member who is chairing our law review committee, which is a thorough examination of all of the laws under Chapter 644, our governing law, and the administrative corresponding codes. And so what's the most important is accuracy and timely submission. And we're kind of out of luck in a sense for this legislative session. And so it would just be a concentrated effort to ensure that the directives of the board through staff meet those obligations for the next legislative session.
Okay, that's fine. That's all my questions.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant?
I have one
Please,
question.
Ms.
I'm
Booth.
dying to ask this one. How did you get from civil engineer to Fredericks of Hollywood? I just... Structure.
It's a pretty circuitous path through my career, but I actually, when I was getting my executive MBA, I was going through coursework with the then COO of Tech Data Corporation, a large Fortune 500 corporation, and he recruited me for about 18 months because I had my own civil engineering firm. So, I eventually sold my firm and went to work for him. The way I got, from there into women's intimate apparel, I actually, when I finished at Tech Data, I started an e-commerce consulting group, and we actually did work for Fredericks of Hollywood. So based on the work I did there, they contacted me later to be CEO of their direct division. So it was a very disjointed group of events that occurred, but it certainly made for an interesting career.
That explains it. Thank you.
Mr. Landry, it obviously seems very profitable for you too. Any other questions or concerns? Or
None of my
comments? Okay. Well, I really do want to thank you again for taking the time to interview with us. How was this Skype experience for you?
Oh, it's fine. I do a lot of Skype conference calls because I work remotely from some of my staff. So using Skype to do conference calls is pretty much a weekly event for me.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you adding that. One of our staff members then will be in contact with you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I liked him. He was great. Yeah, he's get her done kind of guy.
And I liked how he went, that was one thing, so remember when we were doing our little thing, it kind of bothered me. How do you go from civil engineer to be Fredericks of Hollywood? But he has a really clear...
Well, and it seems like they hired him based on interaction with him, which I think is a huge positive because it shows that you
He seemed very positive, he didn't seem negative about anything.
No.
I like that he called it women's intimate apparel and pared it down and didn't blush when he talked about it. It was very respectful the way he did it, not knowing who was in the room and who wasn't in the room because he was kind of, I like the way he handled himself. He was very professional.
I think he could get anything done he put in front of him. Okay.
I'm wondering if, because
like
of
his
salary his salary is so high, that, like he said, he may be to that point in his life where he's willing to take less of a salary and just to change careers. Is that correct?
But I don't think, I think it would be an insult to offer him less than he,
What did he say,
should
when he
deserve.
get back? Is that what he said in the public?
Well, no, just to be in a different sector of society, but then even Alex going after it again and asking the same question in a different way didn't fluster him, he just answered the question. He's aware of what the numbers are and he's okay with it, so as long as he finds it amenable.
I know, but I'm trying to figure out why.
I think he wants to slow down.
So that's what I mean. I
Like-
think it's like a change in his life.
Then, I
It's
imagine
not
he's
negative,
coming back,
it's just
no,
a
I
comment.
imagine he's coming back for the second interview process, that's probably an opportunity to ask him the specifics.
And what's funny too is when we did the interviews, I thought for sure he was a girl.
Oh,
Because he worked there. And April said, no, I think it's a man. And I said, no, I think it's a girl.
Okay, you guys, what'd you think?
I liked him. I did.
Yeah.
I did. Yeah,
Well, look what
I
you
think
guys
I think
did.
at some point people really look at the opportunity, to work for the state is that they would have a retirement. You don't find that out there anymore these days. So there's some built-in perks.
Yeah.
The salary might be lower, but
Right.
I
You've
kind of
got
got
that
the vibe that
yeah.
because it's a European firm that he's working with, even though it's out of California, I just felt like it's maybe lots of pieces all over that he's having to juggle, whereas this feels more centralized for him. And that even though there may be juggled pieces, it's still statewide.
And he was willing to move, so that's a plus.
There's like a parameter taking place as opposed to no parameter. Again, though, I kind of have a little issue with people looking all over the place with Skype. It seems like you're supposed to be looking right at it.
Well, sometimes they have a camera that's sitting around.
Oh,
He was using
They're
a
disjointed.
phone.
He was using a PDA or something.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you can tell by the size of the screen.
Oh, okay.
Right?
It was really clear, though. I
It
was
was clear.
surprised. It was the clearest I think we had
The
today.
previous applicant.
Whatever his,
He's done it
whatever
before.
his equipment
My
was.
exercise, I'm loving it.
He has a phone, and he's standing in front of the phone, he's got it on his wall somewhere.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just so professional.
He's professional.
Dripping
He
professional.
dressed
I
the
just
part.
loved it.
He made that interview as real as if he was standing in front of
That's
us.
It was very pleasant, looking at him, pleasant, his surroundings were pleasant, the lighting on his face was pleasant, it was, it was like watching a TV show.
Kept
I
going
mean,
on
it was
in there.
very
So now,
deliberate.
what's the
Yeah, I
difference?
think we should
Very
get some good
deliberate.
What's the
candidates.
difference between this person, because we all seem to be amenable to the taxi cab authority person, and we all were amenable to Woodbury.
I think the taxi cab authority guy would do whatever you told him, but I think this guy would be a visionary in addition to doing whatever you told him. I think this guy's twice the guy, personally. That's just me.
I think
Interesting.
completely different backgrounds.
Interesting.
I think if the taxi cab authority gentleman reaches the final 3, 4, 5, whatever we decide on, it would be interesting to know how things are at the taxi cab authority.
Well, and I agree, and further to that, maybe a discussion or questioning about turnover, employees subordinate to him to kind of find out maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I just didn't feel
Like-
it was the place to ask today.
Well, like we talked about, some people do interview quite well and are a little more relaxed in that scenario, and some are not, so that would be the opportunity to ask.
But if we
those
went
questions.
and investigated one person's background, we should go and look at all of them equally.
I think those kinds of questions.
Oh, yeah, or ask those questions.
Yeah, well, those kinds of questions need to be asked. How much turnover is going on underneath you? And anybody who's in a management position should be able to, like Perry was saying previous, if you can't give me a percentage, give me a number.
Yeah.
Not, well, it was 2, and oh, maybe 3, or no, it was, but no, okay, so like it was 3 or 4. Yeah, no, that's not. There should be an exact number. And you should, and if it's a high number or a higher number, why?
I thought you were talking about going and investigating.
No, I'm not talking about, a background check will happen if it's actually somebody we're gonna employ. I'm just saying, asking those questions because we have on some and not on others to find out, the employee sitting underneath you. The one that I thought was, or the part of it that was nice was a discussion of other references of subordinates as well as people that were lateral in the business to give, and that was, I think, was it Woodbury? I think. Yeah. Well, that speaks highly to how you manage. If your subordinates are willing to absolutely go on the record and say, yeah, as a reference, I think it was, that's good. That's a big plus for me. Because everybody in the pond is going to be a lot more calm if the guy's able to go, yeah, anybody you want to talk to. That's what it's a government agency. We need some transparency, and I think it's a plus.
My only concern with him is like you were saying, it might not be a challenge enough for him, right? That he would come in here, this last language, and that he might be a bit ambitious and be a little frustrated with how slow things go and how slow we want things to go, right? I mean, we don't want things to just have rapid change. You have a good organization here; it functions smoothly. You don't want somebody coming in and going, well, let's.
Well, but no offense to him, but he is getting a little older, and maybe he's ready to slow down.
Maybe.
Well, and he also said that there was legislature that he's been involved in, so I think he understands the process, and it's not going to be like, yeah, okay, so tomorrow we're gonna,
Change
like you
the
said,
law.
reinvent the wheel. We definitely, the go-getter visionaries are not really what we're looking for. So,
No, but I think overall I really liked him as well. He's easy to talk to, he just clicks.
effective communicator for sure.
Yeah.
I would say so, and I think he would click with anybody he spoke with, right, and not just us, because if he goes to the legislature, or if he's meeting a potential licensee, or if he's talking to one of us, or one of you, I think he has the ability to just connect.
I think he pulls the best out of people.
I think so too.
Absolutely.
I just felt like he's overqualified though. Like,
Stop.
And I'm okay.
You
He wants
asked
it.
twice.
We're
You
lucky
asked
to
him,
get
and
him.
you asked him again about salary.
I know, but
He said he was.
I have 4.
I know, but I just, it's just
Well, ask
pretty
him. He's
impressive.
ready. He's ready to do it.
It's just pretty impressive how, I mean, you look at
Wouldn't we be
this,
learn yes, we could learn this.
I mean, if you look at what he's done, he has been just an executive officer of multiple.
Isn't it awesome?
Yeah, no, it is.
I
It's-
know.
It's
I wanna
impressive.
hire
It's
him.
Me
just-
too, like, let's do it right now.
It's
Hired,
pretty
done.
But
impressive.
again, you asked him, and he said he was okay.
Yeah, I know.
And he
Twice
did
you asked
because
him,
you-
two different
yeah,
ways.
You reiterated a different way, but the same
I know.
question.
He's also
And
one
you
of your
didn't fluster him,
favorites,
and
a
he still.
lawyer.
Oh, wow.
He did have a typo.
That's the next one.
Oh, my
Alex.
Overqualification disqualified, right?
The
Done.
next one has a lot of things.
Yeah.
The next one.
See, and I didn't even pay attention to
It's
that.
that Microsoft, you know.
I know.
Landry had a typo, where's the typo?
It's in his second paragraph to the bottom. 4:15, yes. So this meeting is on recess at 5 minutes to 4, and we'll be at 10 minutes after 11.
What did he do?
Mr. McDonald.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Leader. I'm the president of the State Board of Cosmetology, and I'm here with the 6 other members of the board.
Hello, Mr. President, everybody.
Oh, and you're calling us a few minutes early.
I want to make sure that my Skype worked fine.
Okay, well, it's working fine, so thank you very much for calling in. I hope that this experience with Skype is going to be valuable for you.
Thank you.
Did you have some questions or comments before we begin?
No, sir.
Okay, if we're disconnected, what phone number could we reach you at?
Sure. I'm at 702-675-5128.
Thank you. And so the process for this interview today, I'm going to ask you some 5 questions, and you'll have any length of time to answer those questions, and then I'll ask each of the board members if they have some questions of you, and then we'll wind it up if you have some questions of us.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Why don't we just begin with number 1? What are your short-term and long-term career goals?
My short and long term. Short term is to get back in government. I have a long career in government, and I feel that that is my forte, is serving the citizens of Nevada. And my long-term goal is to be with this board for a very long time and ensuring the health and safety of the citizens.
Thank you. Number 2, what have you done in your career that you are the most proud of?
Being in government. As I said before, I've had an over 20-plus year career. My first career job was as an auditor in the city of Las Vegas. It went on from there to move up in various capacities. I've been an administrator for the state, and I think that is the one thing that I can say that has made me feel the best, is that I serve the citizens well and try to be as efficient and in serving and saving the taxpayer dollars.
Thank you. Number 3, what would you have liked to have done more in your last position, or what held you back?
I guess there's never enough time to finish the job sometimes. The last state job that I had was as the deputy state treasurer, and I think the staff and I have done a very good job But could we have done better of returning more money? That was the mission of the agency. I think so. I think if we were able to expand that effort, also in regulating. There's always ways to improve what you're doing, and sometimes I guess to a fault for myself. Sometimes I just feel that we can always do better at what we're doing.
Thank you. Number 4. What 3 things are most important to you in a position?
Definitely confidence from my bosses. If I was fortunate to get this position, that the board would feel confident that I could do the job. Secondly, I've been working with the staff, so I definitely want to get their buy-in, get their ideas, working together collaboratively to serve the citizens. And thirdly, I'd like to be there a long time. I think that government is my forte. That's where I feel that my attributes and skill set matches up well.
Thank you. And finally, with question number 5, what is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
My philosophy of management is participative, meaning that I get buy-in from everyone, and every one of my capacities, going back to late 80s, I'm dating myself, is that everyone has something to offer, otherwise you wouldn't be there. We all have different skills and education and experiences, and that my job as a manager is to find that talent, so that way we all can achieve the mission of what the law is and what the board's policy is. I always use this as an example, is that we're all spokes in a wheel, and I'm one of those spokes as my colleagues would be, and we're trying to achieve that mission, which is the cog in the wheel. And so my working with the staff and achieving what the legislature has laid out and what the board has laid out as policy is what that we all should be focused on, and making sure that we're, of course, getting the best bang for the buck and doing things as efficiently as we can.
I'm going to take this opportunity now to turn over some questions to my colleagues, starting on my right with Ms. Booth.
Yes, my first question would be, what do you dislike about the private sector?
I think at times that it is so profit driven that sometimes you lose the sight of providing the best customer service, providing the best protection to that consumer. I think that if being a regulatory agency and a consumer protection agency, that there is a balance between the two. And when you work in government, if you can do that, if you can not make it so hard on that business and on that business person to make sure that they can, stay within the confines of the law and regulations, but not also try to put them out of business. That's not what we're here to do. We're here just to make sure that they comply, and that, of course, we want them to succeed, because that helps the overall economy and helps the overall industry.
I have one more question.
Please.
If you had to take a job in the private sector, what job would that be?
Well, I guess it would be a lawyer, because that's what I am right now. The first half of my career was in government, and definitely enjoyed it. Gave me I cut my teeth on a lot of things, working with business and industry. Then went to law school later on, and at times, sometimes, being a lawyer doesn't always, you don't actually get that feeling that you're actually helping a person as you would immediately when you help that person get into business or help that person get off the ground and help them to ensure that they comply. So there's that immediate, I guess, reward that you feel when you go home from that day and say, you know what, I helped that citizen, reach their dream and that would be the difference. But yeah, I guess I would fall back on being a lawyer.
Then I have one, that's my last question, is what type of lawyer would you be?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What type of lawyer would you be? What type of law work would you do out in the private sector?
Wow, I would actually be defendant's work. I think that you get just immediate benefit. In my past, I did tax law, so I used to help with the poor. I was a legal aid attorney, so I used to serve the poor, and they had some IRS issues, and fighting the IRS is not so bad at times, and fortunately, you got some good rewards out of that.
Thank you.
Mr. Nixdorf.
Mr. McDonald, in your resume, you have a history of short-term employment, relatively speaking. I was wondering what assurances you could give us to accomplish your stated goal of finding a place to be there for a long time.
Yeah, sure. Very good question. I've had that question raised to me many times. In my past, working at the city of Las Vegas, my employer was still the city of Las Vegas, even though I'd been there for about 6 years. But I had been bumped up in several capacities. So my employer was still the same. It was still the city. Working for the state, I had been promoted several times, but that was still within the state. So that was long-term employment for me. Working in the private sector, working for a law firm after I left the state, I was there for 3.5 years, but I was laid off due to economic, circumstances. Just so that my salary could be used to pay for everyone else. Because this would be the top position if the board were to hire me, there would be no place for me to go, and I would. The reason why I focus on this position is that I could work with the board and achieve what the board would want to do long term. We have short-term goals as well as long-term goals for where the board would want this agency to head. I would like to find a home back in government again, serving the citizens, and I think that's where my forte would be.
Thank you.
Ms. Zezek.
You answered my question that I was going to ask. You just answered it, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn to my left for Mr. Hoffman.
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
And Ms. Long.
Mr. McDonald, what is the largest staff you have managed in your career?
Now, I have been responsible for about 160 employees. That's when I was at the Division of Industrial Relations. I was over OSHA, Mine Safety and Workers' Compensation. We had 5 offices. Most of the staff, of course, was down in Las Vegas, in Southern Nevada, and that's where most of the building and most of the population is. So therefore, there be, of course, a lot more workers' comp claims and OSHA issues. Yeah, that's the most that I've ever been responsible for.
And did you work with them on a daily basis with them, or was that remotely, or kind of?
No, I'm sorry, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you. No. It was daily because I worked with the division chiefs. I worked with it went from the assistant administrator down to the chief administrative officer, down to the regional chiefs, and down to the individual unit supervisors. I would, of course, during the day, would go and, if you call it, roam our campus and talk to folks, get their feelings of how they're doing their job, compliance investigators, auditors. I would meet regularly with the supervisors, and I hold a monthly meeting with all staff to keep them informed, to make sure that they felt that they were part of this mission.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. Benaldi?
I have no questions, thank you.
I'll have a couple of questions for you, Mr. McDonald. Were you aware of the salary range?
Yes, I was.
And that range meets your minimum salary requirement?
Yes, it does.
It does. Did you have any questions regarding the salary?
I believe it is negotiable. I think that's what was put in the position description, and that it is decided by the board. So, no, that's fine.
Okay. And we did decide that Las Vegas would be the primary office, even though there is an office in the northern part of the state, so that would require some travel. Would there be any objection to that travel?
Not at all.
And at this time, do you have some questions of us?
I believe, I guess looking at the website, I didn't see the last minutes. I guess you meet 4 times a year and you're trying to bump it up to 6 times a year, or?
We're required through our NRS to meet at a minimum of 4 times per year. In the past, we have met more frequently, but the executive director has maintained a pretty steam flow, or a pretty level flow for our agency. So we did cut it back to the 4 times. There has been some discussion for increasing that, and if I'm not mistaken, we voted that down.
Yes.
We voted that down. We would prefer to meet less often, or the required amount of time, and just have a very strong leadership through the executive director.
And I also noticed that that the agency runs, it's very statutorily driven. I noticed that some of the fees are actually in there, so if we're going to change the fees, if I was unfortunate to get this position, recommend to the board to change fees, we'd have to go to the legislature to change them.
We would, yes. So currently, one of our board members does chair a law review committee, and we'll be looking into the fee structures and what existing fees are on the regulatory side in the administrative code, and which are governed by the NRS for legislative review and approval.
Okay. That's all I had. Really, I'm just looking forward. I'm so fortunate to work with you all.
Well, thank you. How was this Skype experience for you?
Very well. It's the first time I've done this, and it worked just fine.
Great. I did want to also ask why you are an inactive member of the Nevada Bar.
I'm actually licensed in the Virgin Islands. I got licensed here in Nevada using my Virgin Islands license under a special Supreme Court rule, which allows all legal aid attorneys that are licensed outside the state to get licensed using their other license in another jurisdiction. But you still have to follow the moral fitness and character investigation that the state bar does. So I had to still, file the fee and fill out that long, thick application and release of information, and the state bar did an investigation. Once that's done, then they grant me my license at the time. It became inactive when I left legal aid. That was Nevada Legal Services. Once I left legal aid, then it became inactive. So now I have to take the written bar exam here to make it active again, because I'm not with legal aid anymore.
Is there an intention to sit for the Nevada Bar?
No time soon. It's a tough exam. I would like to do that one day, but right now I have no intentions. In my current job, I do go to court. I do administrative hearings, which is not required that my license be active.
Thank you. Any other questions of this applicant? Any other questions or comments that you might have, sir?
No, sir. I just actually really enjoyed this. Thank you very much for allowing me to come before you.
Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to interview with us, and one of our staff members will be in touch with you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Have a good day.
Bye.
Kind of long, drawn-out answers, though, again. I think, Ms. Benaldi, you kind of are the person that's attentive to these long, drawn-out answers. Like, why aren't you licensed in Nevada? Big explanation for...
How else was he going to explain it? I didn't want to do it. The test's too hard.
It's just big, long explanation.
I think he's a skater. It doesn't seem very ambitious to me. He's kind of like just coasting.
Well, I never really even noticed the short amount of time that he's been with an employee until, Perry brought it up.
Yeah, but then he also stated that he was promoted.
He answered that question well.
Yeah, he did
Yeah, so you
concisely.
know-
He answered that.
Clerkships, he's had a couple clerkships, and clerkships with judges are generally just a year. So anytime he's a year as a clerk, that's sort of normal. It's kind of a year training and then you move on. So I just want to throw that out there.
No, I think he answered the question well. My concern was that I think he gave us some pat answers when I wanted to hear something a little bit, like what are your long-term, short-term career goals? That was
Pretty generic.
It was
I think
kinda-
it'd
it
be
was
fine
kinda-
if there was no other choice.
Yeah, it was kind of, it wasn't,
Well, you know
in
what?
other words, he probably didn't really have, he never thought of it or doesn't think about it very often. And
That's a hard question, I think.
No, I think he was honest in answering that he wants a government job.
Yeah.
I'll be quite frank with you. He was my most highly probable candidate on paper, and I'm not at all motivated for an in-person interview. I'm not at all motivated. And yet he was on paper. He was my most highly probable. He was my most highly scored
Even if I had the
applicant.
spelling errors?
He was just my most highly scored candidate on paper and now I just feel let down. I feel let down. I didn't feel like his answers were nearly as succinct as Landry or as Woodbury or as Harvey.
Yeah, nice guy, but in all
Nice
things
guy.
being equal, I mean, he's a
Yeah.
Honda compared to the Ferrari. I mean,
Yep, he
Very
is.
much, yeah.
He reminds me of a Honda compared to Ferrari.
Well, you know what,
It's a great example.
he didn't want to like the public sector because I think the performance would have to be so much higher there.
Well said.
I mean, even in looking at my notes of what he said, he just says getting back into government, being back into government. I feel like my skill set is best matched with government. It's like, where is some, like,
There you are.
can't jazz up your answers a little bit. I don't know.
yeah, I don't think,
My experience with government has not been so positive, so
no.
I'd like to see something a little more adapted towards maybe a little bit more effective.
Oh, really?
I just put my numbers on. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was supposed to total them for you.
Ladies, opinions?
Not in my top 5. Sorry.
Not in my top 5 either.
Sounds like we're all in the same.
It's a Honda, what are you gonna do?
Thanks for your input.
And yet I'll tell you, on paper, I was very excited about that apple.
Well,
That's like
very,
mine.
very
Very nice.
I was far
Handsome
more
guy.
disappointed.
That's what we need.
I mean, it is cosmetology, I guess that should count for something.
It should, but we need some.
Yeah, it's like, really?
Neil Braun, Ray.
Oh, wow.
I thought, let me tell you, somebody that pays $155,000 for somebody, she's got something. Sorry, but whoever paid her $155,000.
Oh, that has to.
Don't you
They
remember
got ripped off.
Don't you remember? Don't you remember the thing?
Not in that
Public
particular
don't ask
position, I don't
us
think.
to record. Should the recorder be off now?
Is it recording?
Yes, until you adjourn. It's
Recess. 4:32.
I should be telling you not to, I mean,
Now
fine to talk
about
about strengths and weaknesses, but we want to try to not be.
Meeting is back in session at 4:57. We are accepting another candidate to Skype us at 5 o'clock. Any discussion or questions or comments regarding what we've heard or seen so far? All right, well then we're just going to wait another couple of moments for our final applicant.
So I'll just make a couple comments on the record just so that the record knows what I've said. I instructed the board and the break to start thinking about the fact that they're going to be narrowing down some candidates and think about who those candidates might be and whether they want to stick with 5 as they initially said, or whether there's just 3 or 4 they really want to see. Because it's perfectly acceptable to interview as many as you want or as few as you want. And then also to start thinking about whether the board is wanting to, if there's anyone that's not Las Vegas, fly them here or that's on their own. And that's up to the board to decide.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. Are there any other applicants that any board member felt should have been on our interview list that were not included? Were there any applicants that any of the board members felt far exceeded the scoring matrix that were not selected for interviewing? That you would have liked to have seen one of your applicants interviewed that was not selected?
The only,
Well, we will address that though, so. Ms. Pritchard, or Pitchford, Ms. Pitchford.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Leader. I'm the president for the State Board, and I'm here with the 6 other members of the State Board. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
I assume that you're still interested in the position of the Executive Director of the State Board of Cosmetology, and that's why you've Skyped us today.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So the format for today, I'm going to ask just 5 questions, and then I'll give the board members an opportunity to ask any questions that they may have, and then we'll ask you if you have any questions that you want to ask of us.
Okay.
And feel free to take your time answering the questions. We've got plenty of time. Okay? Did you have any questions, comments, or concerns before we begin?
No.
All right, why don't we just get started with our first question?
Okay.
What are your short-term and long-term career goals? You laugh. Why is that?
Because that's a question that I've asked so many people.
Okay. Well,
I'm one on the side. So. All right. My short-term and long-term, to be a very effective administrator, to continue to encourage others, and probably to concentrate on educating people so that they can maybe reach their goal and hopefully obtain their goals like I have so far.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Number 2.
What?
What have you done in your career that you are the most proud of?
That I'm the most proud of? Whew, so many things. I guess being the accreditation manager, when we were forced to accredit a facility and we had limited resources, whereas I had to also motivate the employees so that they would get into the program of accreditation. And I am extremely proud of that because I took a facility that really, it was in terrible condition. And the employees had very low morale, and I came in, and after motivating all of them, we scored 99%. And I was extremely proud of it. And it was, we had all the odds against us. But we managed to do it, and I was able to encourage them enough that everyone became one part of a team. And that the same people that didn't have any idea about accreditation, all of a sudden, they became owners. They took the ownership and became part of the team. And yes, for the state of New York, we accredited the building and the programs and writing all of the standards. Yes, I'm very proud of that.
Definitely. Number 3, what would you have liked to have done more in your last position, or what held you back?
Funding.
Funding?
Yes, funding. You can only do so much when you have limited resources. So, if you think about it, well, New York State, at one point, we were plentiful. We had all the money. And then at a certain point, the money started drying up. And when the money's dry up, programs dry up. Resources, you need resources, so you have to become creative.
Thank you. Number 4. What 3 things are most important to you in a position?
In a position,
Yes.
standards, communication, and the employees' attitudes.
Finally, number 5. What is your own philosophy of management, and how would you describe your management style?
Okay, my philosophy of management is that you need to get everyone on board. At one point in my career, I thought of just top management style, whereas you would make the decisions, you would implement, whatever. But that isn't true. As I became more mature and I learned from others as well as employees, I learned that the management style, if you want to be effective, has to be employees' contribution as well as management. So you become a team. And if you're not a team, things don't get done. And remember, as a manager, you're only as good as the people that you are supervising or any of the people that's part of your organization. So yes, my management style is to get out, communicate, communicate, communicate. And I've learned that with the communication, you can get a lot done.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the other board members if they have some questions of you. I'm going to turn to my right and ask Ms. Booth to begin.
All right.
Hi, Ms. Pitchford. My question to you, how did you get from correctional superintendent to where you are today? And what did you really like about the job in New York when you first started?
Okay. Well, first of all, I came through the ranks. And when I say I came through the ranks, I did. I started out as a correction officer. And then I went on to become a deputy superintendent. Well, first I became a senior counselor. And I went through the ranks of correction officer, counselor, senior counselor, program coordinator, deputy superintendent, and superintendent. So I went through all of those ranks. And therefore, it gave me more of an appreciation on what you're looking at and that how people feel. Because it's nothing worse than an administrator looking at you like, hey, that person doesn't matter. Well, they matter because I was there. And you have to learn how to communicate. And that's what I learned. And then when I retired, we moved out here to Vegas.
Could you describe yourself in one word?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Could you describe yourself in one word?
Affable.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Nixdorf.
Ms. Pitcher, you were very brief on the 3 most important things. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on your answer for me.
Okay. You want to tell me what my answers were?
Yes, you had indicated that standards, communication, and attitudes of employees.
Yes. Okay, let's look at standards. I do believe in standards, and when I say standards, there are directives, there's guidelines. Of course, coming from an accredited place, there's always going to be accreditation standards. And if there's not accreditation standards, there are operating standards. And I do believe in them because I believe that an organization functions better when you do have standards and when you follow them, policies and procedures. The next, communication. Well, communication to me is probably my number 1. You cannot get anything done, run an organization, run a department, or anything without good communication. If you don't have it, you will not be successful. And the other was employees' attitudes. Yes, you have to learn how to deal with the different attitudes. You have to learn how to negotiate. You have to learn how to bring an employee in and say, you need help. I'm going to send you to EAP, Employees Assistance Program, before you lose your job. You want to take an employee and look at them as a whole and let them know, you know, we might be a government agency or we might work in this organization, but you matter, and we're going to try to help you before it goes to the extent of labor relations. So that's.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Essiger.
Oh, you answered my question. Thank you very much.
Even though I didn't remember what my answer was.
No, I wouldn't have remembered either.
I thought you did very well remembering. I'm going to turn to my left for Mr. Hoffman.
Okay.
I have no questions at this time, thank you.
And then Ms. Long.
Hi, Ms. Pitchford. How are you?
I'm fine.
You talked about that you were very creative with limited resources in your background, and I like that. Could you give me an example that would stand out in your mind and describe a creative way you bypassed a hiccup in your organization or with a team member or whatnot, so I can get a nice gauge on the creativity you bring to an organization?
Okay. At one point, we wanted to teach computer programming, okay? And we wanted to do that with the employees, so we had an employees assistance program, but the monies were frozen. So what did we do? We turned around and we wrote Microsoft, Dell, who else was it? Xerox. We let them know that it was our intent to bring an employee as a whole. We wanted them to be healthy, we wanted them to be up to date, we wanted them to be marketable. So we asked if they would mind donating, and that this is what it would do. You'd be surprised at the donations that we received. And we got 3 computers. We also were able to tap into trainers. And another thing that we also did, we had a fundraiser. When I say a fundraiser, employees were actually out there doing car wash so that we could take the money and apply it to the health of the employees. And eventually, a quality work-life building was built with our effort. And in that quality work-life building, you had the exercise machines, you had the training room, you had a recreation area. The employees decided that they enjoyed coming to work more than staying home. So, you'd be surprised. But we did that because, one, the budget was no longer there. So, and then eventually, a politician got involved and matched every penny that we managed to get. And
very creative and very innovative. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Thank you so much.
Ms. Benaldi.
I don't have any questions at this time, but very good.
I'll wind up my last questions. You were made aware of the salary range?
Yes.
And does the salary range meet your minimum requirements?
Yes, it does.
It does. And did you have any questions regarding the salary or the primary place of work?
Well, to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is the primary is on Sahara,
Yes,
right? And then the secondary is Reno?
that's correct.
Then that's been told to me. I do have a question for you.
Please, now is your opportunity to ask as many questions as you'd like.
Okay, and I'm going to even let you forget what I asked you. Okay, I just wanted to know, what management style does the Nevada State Board of Hospitality practice?
Well, I think we're going to probably agree with you a bit, which is we believe in open communication. So as board members, we represent the public. We have a public member. And then we represent the licensed occupations within the cosmetology industry. We each provide our special expertise and input. Hopefully we listen to one another. We do try to make the best decisions possible, and we look to the administrative staff to fulfill the objectives of the board with relation and with respect to public safety.
Most certainly. I would think that, now, I'm not that familiar with the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, but I do know what your website says. And because I happen to be one of those people that like to read, what can I tell you? I made a good accreditation manager. So, anyway, public safety, number one. Now, as far as your board, and I understand you meet, what, once every 3 months?
Yeah, once every other, maybe, once every 3, for sure.
Okay, and what is your idea of what is it that you're looking for? I did read the president's letter. Is that you?
That's mine, yes.
Okay.
That had to be voted on in order to be posted, Ms. Pittsburgh.
Okay, I did read it and I was really, I'm like, okay, I like that. But, so what is your idea for the board?
Well, certainly it's not my own agenda by any means. I do listen to the other members of the board as often as I can, and certainly encourage their input and to help focus the board to the directions that improve the industry of cosmetology and again make Nevada State Board of Cosmetology the gold standard for the nation. So I think that that would be perhaps my agenda, is to always make sure that Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is the leader, the preeminent leader in the nation for the cosmetology industry, and that other states look to Nevada to craft their administrative laws and their administrative expectations of their agencies.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay, well, thanks for making that easy. How was this Skype experience for you?
Well, I'll tell you, this is the first time I'm doing this. I'll be honest with you. The only time I've ever even tried Skyping was with my grandchildren in New York, and they're twins. They're the ones that keep me updated with everything. I'm now into FaceTime. You're behind. My grandchildren have moved me up.
Well, you've said some very excellent points that have resounded in our ears individually. So, Ms. Pitchford, if you don't have any other questions or comments, I appreciate you taking the time to interview for us, and one of our staff members will definitely be in contact with you.
I'd like to thank the board, and it's indeed been a pleasure. It's different than on the other side, but it's interesting. But it's interesting, and I do appreciate it, and I thank you for your time.
And we thank you for yours. Thank you. Bye-bye. What a super sweetheart.
Yeah, nice.
Don't look at me, it's the board. They look me out there, Perry.
It's all good.
No, it's true. What?
Oh, you're just upset about FaceTime still.
Yeah, he's still on about
But the
that.
board, the technology lets me have someone bring in their iPad, but we didn't have the ability to do it. That's why, okay.
I think it's nice that she admitted to what she couldn't do, and she seemed to be, she would move forward. You know, she isn't stuck in it.
Well, does everyone know what affable means?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I looked it up.
Oh, really?
Well, read it. Read it. Apparently, I'm not the smartest. I mean, I had a general idea. The definition of affable is pleasantly easy to approach and to talk to, friendly, cordial, warmly polite, and then showing warmth and friendliness, benign, pleasant.
Oh, very good. It definitely describes her.
Definitely, yeah. I felt like she said a lot of very very pointed responses. I thought they were very right on responses. I also felt, though, that there might have been more emphasis on the affability than on the leadership.
Well, I think if she was worked in a correctional officer or whatever, I think she could probably handle anything we have to hand out to her. Possibly, especially in New York.
I know that she would bring a very different dynamic from this.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
180 in the office.
About 180 in the opposite.
I think she's got a totally different style.
Yes,
Right, I agree
exactly.
with you.
And I'm not, and I don't know where that puts me on that sort of, but I know what kind of management style I like to work with some, but it's not necessarily for me. You see, I want to make sure to get along with you guys. So my question is, clearly you see the different management style as well, I imagine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you work better with someone who has Vince's, being that you worked with him for so long, or does that management style appeal to you? That because she's a much more energetic woman, she's going to bring that energy into this establishment. And how do you feel about it?
And that's it.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, I personally, I wouldn't say that she would be in my top 5. I'll leave it at that.
Not in the top 5.
Right. That's the answer.
All right, you, Gloria.
It would be an interesting kind of management, something that I've not worked with before. And basically, I've had 3 jobs in my lifetime, and one was in the police department, and the other was a cosmetology owner of my own salon for 26 years and working here. And I think having worked with Vince, having been trained by him in a lot of different things, it would be an adjustment for me.
It would be a good adjustment.
It could be. I don't know, but it would definitely be different.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what concerns me.
I don't know.
I think she would warrant come for an interview. She's local, so we wouldn't have to ship her in. But
I don't know that she's done anything with the legislature or this kind of thing. It'd be a whole training process, you know. This is what you have to do. You gotta go through these steps for workshops and
she would have had
PRs.
to, working in the New York penal system, she would have had to work with government. I mean, that's a government
Those are
agency.
questions you could ask her in an
Yeah.
interview.
I don't think you guys asked her about that, though. I didn't hear it.
And a little bit concerns me because she's personable and all that, but we really didn't get into specifics very well with her.
Those would be things you would need to ask her in an interview.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether that management style kind of throws us off a little bit because none of us really got
Any questions?
into the really nitty gritty stuff and said, hey, and nor did we feel, I don't know, it was just
We can ask her anything
weird.
about
We
the
didn't,
laws.
we didn't go there.
Yeah.
She didn't mention anything about
But
it.
just doing accreditation, she's going to have, I mean, that in itself, having it accredited, that's all state agency.
Right here, it says intergovernmental relations and legislative relations, so that's why I didn't ask her, because it was already,
It was in her application.
under her skill highlights.
The thing that I liked about her is that she had that one job for eons. I mean, she just from the 70s until 2008.
But she is retired, and
But
I'm
I
not
mean,
really sure why she's retired and then wants to start
But they
a
moved
full-time
here.
position.
Well, Vince did the same thing. He was retired too, and then you get bored and you want to come back. Yeah.
It's true.
And I think her management style, she's definitely not a dictator, but I don't think she's a pushover either.
Exactly.
She would sit there and say,
A lot of people assume that niceness means weakness.
yeah, I know, but I.
Wrongly.
Very wrong.
I didn't get that in her. I thought she was nice and that she would be fair, but I don't think she would be one that you'd roll over either.
No, there's some metal in there for sure.
She makes things happen.
Clearly she does because of your question on her creativity. She clearly
Yeah.
made something happen. When it didn't go her way, she found a way to make it happen. So
Right.
she's-
I really like that.
She's driven to accomplish what she thinks she needs to accomplish,
Well, and right-
regardless of the obstacles that are in the way. And I think that's definitely the point.
And she was able to get the recognition of the state of New York to subsidize her too. I think that says a lot for
If you
her
look under their-
character and her capabilities of working with government.
Yeah, that's what it says she does. She studies the laws that affect operational procedures.
Thank you, ladies.
Yes,
You're very
you
welcome.
got it, Ms. Job.
Good luck, good luck. You guys have a lot more work to do, so.
Thank
See you
you.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
I have to say, for me, from my opinion, I have 3 candidates that I would like to re-interview.
Are you moving to number 7 then? If
We
we're
are-
done-
We are discussing
Well,
that?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were still kind of on number 6, just doing our little, end of interview comments.
Oh, okay.
If you guys are done with the end of interview comments, maybe it would be time to move to number 7
Yeah,
and
but-
hear what Neil has to say.
Can we score the matrix first?
Yes.
And then that'll happen.
Yeah. So once we know what the numbers are, then we can kind of add or subtract from the top 3.
Okay, it'll take me.
I mean, what you kind of hope is that the numbers support what you're thinking in your head, right?
That's fine.
Are you going to go out of session while we go do this?
Yes, I'm not going to go to the minutes.
Okay.
So we'll postpone for a short recess. It's 5:25. This time, this board meeting is back in session at 5:45. And so we've all been given the matrix for the final scoring of the interviewed applicants via Skype. The board members have rated each of the applicants, and the staff has summarized and totaled the scoring, with 4 candidates rising to the top that have exceeded 140 total points. Those 4 candidates are Stephen Woodbury, Charles Harvey, Gary Landry, Goldie Pitchford. At this time, if we wanted to interview more than 44 candidates, we would have to lower the score matrix below 140 points.
I'm sitting down to 130 to make it.
Yeah, I mean, does anyone want to interview Dr. Patzer?
No.
I mean, if anyone feels strongly about that, we could consider that. But if no one's really feeling like Dr. Patzer, they really want to see him interview, I think it's fine for the board to proceed with the 4 that seem to be kind of all together there at the top, if that's what you'd like to do.
I make a motion that we move forward the 4 candidates that went above 140 to the interviewing process.
And so,
I second.
for the record, that's Stephen Woodbury, Charles Harvey, Gary Landry, and Goldie Pitchford.
Yes.
And so there has been a motion made, there's been a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of interviewing those 4 candidates on March 25th here in Las Vegas at any time after 10 o'clock?
Well, that's,
Yeah, I'm just,
okay.
please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That was passed unanimously. Those 4 candidates will be contacted then for an in-person interview.
Now, we have the one person though that's from up north, and I would like to propose that we fly him down.
Actually, you have 2. Mr. Woodbury and Mr. Landry are both in Carson City. And then Mr. Harvey and Ms. Pitchford are both down here.
I would like to have the board also make payment arrangements and scheduling arrangements for those 2 individuals to be present here.
I make a motion to
Fly him down.
have the board accomplish that.
On a single day.
So in other words, no overnight, is what you're saying.
No overnight.
I amend my motion to include that we're doing single-day travel with no additional.
So no meals and no overnight.
Correct.
So just airfare
Purely
for
for
them
the
for that
interview
day.
process.
Airfare and taxi. We pay for his taxi?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay.
Airfare and taxi.
Unless they end up on the same flight as us and I can get a car big enough for everyone. And
That would be so
Yeah, so
awkward.
airfare and transportation.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
However we.
Well, it's up to you. I mean,
I don't think they should be. I think that might look to the others, if you guys all go together, it might look
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Booth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they need to provide their own transportation, and if, however, whatever transportation they decide, let's give them a up to number. So if they decide to rent a car, we'll give them up to $35. If they decide to take a taxi, we'll still give them up to $35.
Except I just thought of this, we would have to pay for everybody's transportation in Vegas if we did that. We'll get them to Vegas. Because otherwise, you're saying that we should be able to pay for somebody's gas mileage if they live on the other side of Vegas and they come here for their job.
If those two people that live in Las Vegas, if they ask to be reimbursed for their mileage, I would like to know that at the beginning of their interview.
I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing.
I'm happy to include them for reimbursement, but I would like that information brought to our attention that they've made that request.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I put forth a motion on the board. Is there?
Oh, yes.
I'm seconding it.
Okay.
And so now the discussion has begun.
okay, and I mean, the only thing,
Clarification.
okay, yeah, we don't want to be unfair though, Alex, but okay.
Well, that's not being unfair. I'm just saying that, you know, the logic tells you that we're bringing in people to be interviewed. They, of all people, should understand that they're not being brought in, they're here.
Yes.
So-
And the other people are driving to the airport and parking, and so they have the same type of expense on their side.
That's true, they have to park at the airport or whatever.
Right.
Yes, okay. So let's discuss though the meeting time. So you've got 4 people. Do you want to spend 45 minutes with each one and have them tour the office a little,
Wait a
or?
minute,
What about the motion on the floor?
We did vote on the
Vote
floor.
first on our motion.
Well,
No.
I know.
But we're still in discussion on the motion,
Correct.
so.
About the flight and taxi for the
So
out
you're
of
saying
towners.
flight and up to $35 in transportation is what you said?
Roughly, right. And so if their expenses exceed $35, well,
Then it's on them.
that's on them. We'll give you enough money for your airfare and enough money for your cab. And
So is that each way?
Each way, yes.
each.
So
How much-
you're
how
talking
much
a
is
total
it
of,
from the airport to here? Does anybody know?
It's less than 30.
Yeah, it's about
It's
35.
30, what is it, 36 or 37 if you're coming from South Point to here?
Yeah, but from the airport to
No,
I
airport.
think it's
Less.
like 22.
Yeah, it's less than 27.
Why don't we just call it $50 and then they have to work?
Yeah. $50
Yeah,
total.
that sounds really good.
$50 for
So
transportation.
should I amend my motion?
Not those that's living here, we're still talking about the
Uh,
ones.
Now you say
Stated dollars.
Drive themselves to the airport to get on a flight to work at.
No.
Yeah,
And
you-
you're,
Day
oh,
of
you're
travel
talking
and,
back to the
taxi.
down here.
Right.
Right.
You said they
Well, let's amend the motion to say $50 if that's what you want to do.
So,
And what I think Lori wanted you to be aware is that the airfare is going to be approximately $300 each.
Yes.
So that's $600.
It's $300 roughly if we put them on, I believe, anytime flight. If you do the flight that you guys use.
No.
Okay. So it's anytime flight or,
Yeah,
okay,
Yeah,
and if we have the budget flight, then you do that
right.
okay. I
And
want to
so
get away
at
flight
this
is the next
time,
one.
I'm going to ask that the motion be amended to include more specifics, which
The
is
specificity of how much we're compensating for taxi rides to and from the state of Oregon.
right.
I will amend my motion to include those, not to exceed $50, I believe is what we discussed.
Thank you. And does the second reflect that?
Yes.
And so, is there any other discussion regarding the least expensive flight cost and the transportation to and from the airport not to exceed $50 round
So
trip?
it's anytime flight.
Okay, all those in favor? Say
Aye.
aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carried unanimously. Gloria, do you feel confident with what
Right.
those instructions?
Yes, there's 2 flights, the wanna get away and anytime flight, and you said preferably the anytime flight if we can get that, which means that they can't miss their flight. So I have to schedule their flight according to their interview.
That's right. So my suggestion would be is to get them on the earliest morning flight, which is maybe 7, 8, so we can begin the interviews at 10:30. And it
Okay.
would be my recommendation that the 2 people that are coming down from the north
Be the first
be
2.
scheduled, well, not the first 2, but the middle two. So you've got a Vegas who could be here already and we could get started.
At 10.
And we've got them, and then we've got a Vegas where we can end. Because then they can go.
Right.
Does that make sense? So then we're not going to be on their flight. That's what I want to avoid.
Right, that's what I was saying, that if you did them first, because I can book them a flight to where they are here for 10 o'clock.
What are they gonna do from 8 o'clock until 10:30?
Well,
They're gonna arrive like at 9, they're gonna arrive at 5 to 9.
Let me look at the flight
Well, you
schedule
said
for
the
that
earliest
day.
flight, isn't
Right.
it 7?
No,
Well, I see what you're saying.
Right,
Yeah,
and then we
I
can
do.
get them out on an earlier flight.
Right.
Actually, what I think I would like to do, if it's okay with the board, is like Ms. Bradley says, that we take a look at the flight schedule and the two of us make a decision.
And then just
Trying to get-
center the agenda
Acco-
around with
exactly.
about a 45-minute hour
Right.
for them to get there to here before we get started.
Right.
And what the board is saying is you want to come down just for one day and go back the same day.
Right.
And I would
and that would save some money to help pay.
And how long do we think the interview should be? I mean, I'm thinking, we did a half hour today, not everyone used their full time, a few got close. Are you planning on, I mean, it's in person, a little more in depth, I mean, this is the person you might be offering the job to. So I'm thinking you don't want to do less than a half hour, but do you want to do 45 minutes so that way they can like see the office staff and
Well, what
if you
about
feel
if
that's
we did
important, I
the,
don't know.
what about if we did the same thing where we offered them a half an hour, we had the 15-minute for discussion, and so basically everybody was given 45 minutes. And then we could start the next person on the hour. So essentially everybody is being given an hour. It's just that we're going to be using up our 15-minute break if they're not succinct. Does that make sense?
Well, how are you able to see the office in that if you're only giving them a half hour?
Well, can't we direct somebody to tour them around the office?
Well,
We don't
I
have to
know
do that.
Okay, so
Well, while one person's being interviewed, the other person, the others can get a tour. I mean,
Yeah, I certainly would think we would be turning them around the office.
Yeah, so my suggestion is a half an hour with 15-minute discussion and then schedule everybody on the hour.
see, I like that because if they do take more time, we have a 15-minute window that we can wrap things up and say, okay, do we really want this person and whatever.
Right.
We have that 15-minute window.
So I'm looking at the schedule now. There's an 8:10 a.m. flight leaving Reno that would arrive in Las Vegas at 9:25, which would give us plenty of time to get here for a 10:30 meeting. I can get a car and take all the Reno people, you guys, with me. And then the candidates could arrive, they could take the 9:25 flight landing at 10:35, and we could have the first interview at 10:30 with a Vegas person.
Okay.
And then, I guess 11:30, a Carson City person.
12:30.
Well, maybe a break for lunch?
Okay, 1.
I don't know how we would handle that. And then
What's the departing flights?
the departing flights, come back. Departing flights would be like 12:55, 11:30 probably wouldn't work because if they're starting. So 12:55, 3:45, and then 4:50 and
That's the one
6:10.
we'll take. We'll take
So
the
we'll take the
4:50.
450, that'd be great.
Right, so then
Take it on the
10:30
them on the
is a
3:45.
Vegas. That gives the Reno people time to get here during the Vegas interview. Then you have you have one Reno plus lunch plus the other Reno. They leave on the 2-something flight.
What-
Then we,
The 3:45 they could leave at.
They leave
They
on
would
the-
be done by
And then
2.
we'd leave at the 450.
right.
Yeah, so they'd
Yeah.
leave at 3:45, we'd leave at 450.
Okay, what's their arrival flight again? 8.
We would arrive at 8, we'd take the 8:10, arriving 9:25. They would take the 9:25, arriving 10:35.
That doesn't work to start it.
Well, no, we start with a Vegas.
We're gonna start with the Vegas.
In that
Oh,
case.
okay, this is Reno to Vegas. I have to look at the Vegas to Reno, I'm sorry. Let me go back. And then returning. So that's getting us here, now let's see how we get home.
I'd rather skip lunch and get home. Just little bags.
We
lunch.
could brown
Yeah.
bag it up. I'm good with
Yeah,
that.
we can have Monica give us all, I mean, essentially that sandwich deal today.
Yeah, we could do it in a half an hour. We could do a half hour.
We could eat in a half hour, yeah.
Yeah. So 10:30 to 11:30, 11:30 to 12:30, half an hour lunch, 1 to 2, and 2
And then
to 3.
there's a return flight at 1:55, 3 o'clock, and 5:50. So we probably have to be
5:50.
The 5:50, I'm
5:50.
thinking,
Yeah.
and then on the 3.
And your applicants, what's the flight for the applicants?
I think 3 o'clock, leaving here, arriving at 4:20.
3 o'clock.
What is starting at 9:30 do for us time-wise?
We'd have to be on the 6 a.m. flight.
You have a
Then
problem
you'd
with
be home
that?
earlier. Then you guys would be home earlier, and then we can still skip one.
Well, I
one
wouldn't do
home.
it, I'd go the night before, I mean, that's getting to the airport at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not too down.
It's
Well,
6 of one, half dozen of the
the
other.
problem is that second Reno person, because if
Yeah.
you do 10:30 to 11:30, then you do 11:30 to 12:30, that
It's-
second Reno person's not being interviewed until 1 to 2, and you're expecting them to take a 3 o'clock flight. I don't think.
3:45.
Oh, 3:45.
Well, what if you don't
No,
break
it's-
for
it's
lunch
3
until
o'clock.
12:30?
I'm looking the wrong thing.
Yeah, I don't think that,
Two Reno
you gotta get those 2 Reno people in here, so you gotta get those Reno people on the same flight that we're
Right.
on.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're not gonna know.
And then you need to schedule those
Eight.
2 Reno people right away.
Right. We're gonna. If you get here at
Well, the other thing, are you guys gonna offer the
13:25.
job that day? I mean, do you
Well,
want
they're
to sit
taking
here
the
so they hear
8:10
your
flight.
deliberation so you can actually offer it to them?
No.
Okay, so you guys are taking the 8:10 flight, arriving at.
Well, you have to decide, I mean, just so you know, in the public, you have to decide who you're hiring and what dollar amount you're gonna offer them. So the dollar amount has to be said
Oh, and so
publicly.
they're gonna do the first interview at 10:30, right?
You have to say the dollar amount in public meeting,
And
yes.
and we're gonna negotiate.
So
that.
you have to say-
We may be willing to pay one person the
You have
higher
to
bid.
say, we pick, Mr. Smith, and we're willing to pay him 90,000. You have to say that in a public meeting.
And he has to be willing to say, no, I'm not.
Well,
gonna
he
do that."
doesn't have to respond, but you have to make the decision of the who and the how much in an open meeting.
I don't
Right.
think you can get them, I don't think you're gonna be able to give them 30 minutes to do that, us discuss and do all this stuff and get everybody out in
Can
the
we-
short amount of time you're talking about, Alex.
Well, it's an hour.
Well,
It's
you
an
know,
hour. Even though the actual time is in half an hour, there's still 15 minutes to deliberate and then a 15-minute window.
Okay, so let's say we're
Each person
through,
is essentially an hour.
if we're through interviewing this person, can he sit in here and listen to what we have
Absolutely,
to
it's a
say?
public meeting. This is
Public
another
meeting.
thing I needed to tell you. So this is how it works. It's a public meeting, so if they want to come here and sit here starting at, whatever time we
9
start,
Or
they
listen
can do
to
that.
everyone.
Yes, they can, and so what normally has happened is the board has said, this is a public meeting, you're welcome to listen. We would prefer that you don't listen to other candidates until you've been interviewed, just so that you don't get an unfair advantage, but it is a public meeting and you're free to do what you like. I've never seen somebody sit through other people's interviews. However, what they have done is after they've interviewed, they've sat here the rest of the meeting. But I've never seen them actually do that because, of course, they don't want you to be upset at them because they, sat here. They don't want to look like a jerk, basically. But it is a public meeting. Anybody can sit in. They can have their husband, their wife, their best friend sit in, and then give them notes. This person, blew this question. Make sure, whatever. I mean, it is a public meeting, so it's awkward. And it's also awkward because you have to say, I want to hire Sally and I want to pay her this much. That's awkward to do in a public meeting, but that is what has to be done.
So when we talk to them, are we willing to say, to negotiate salary with each individual person?
No, I would like to have a salary that is fixed and that's what each of the candidates are offered. That's what I would.
Well, then we have to have that discussion before we have any interview.
You have to decide who you're
I
going to
would
offer to.
personally like to see the salaries start at that lower range, that 74,082.
Nobody's going to take you for that. None of the people that you're
Trying to make
interviewing.
it harder to hire somebody?
I'm sorry, I thought that was a decent way.
No, I don't.
None of the people that you're, I
can't
don't
pay
think
your
any of the people
executive
that
director
you're
less than
considering
what your
would take
staff
that. I mean,
make. That makes
Mr.
no
Woodbury said
sense.
95, that's what he made at his last
Oh,
job.
95. Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, he's got 20 years in government.
Oh, I'm
Um,
sorry. I thought I thought for one reason or another that sounded like a good wage. If 95 is the minimum,
Well, no, that's what you asked all the candidates, and some
Right.
of them gave you a number, and he
And
happened to
he-
give you
he-
95. And, the others just, I think Mr. Harvey just said the range is fine or something. I
Yeah,
don't know
but
if he,
Mr. Harvey probably won't move for less than he makes right now.
which is probably 100, I'm
I
guessing.
think he only makes 89.
Okay, so 89.
So 95 would be good for everybody.
Well,
so 95. That's what I'm going to go with.
Or so 90.
Well, it
So-
depends
so-
on the person.
Cheapskates,
Well-
you guys all probably make it.
They have to manage the budget.
Yeah, $90,000 a year.
89 is good. If you do it too high, there's no room to move.
Well, it
Yes.
also depends employer,
That's our
employee. employee
Right.
pay. The salary isn't exactly what we're saying.
I would stick with that employee-employer column because that is the higher. The only reason it's lower is because they don't pay in a contribution to PERS. So if they choose that way to go with their retirement, they're going to understand when it's explained to them that their salary is going to be reduced because there is no contribution coming from them. So work off of your employee-employer side of it and decide where you want to be. There's 93, there's 97, there's 102. And if they choose that employer-only plan, they're going to understand why their salary is reduced.
What is the median of 74, 082, 24, and 112, 270, 176? What's that median? Because I bet you that's around 93,000.
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And so I would like to, if you're saying that some candidate won't accept something less than 95, I'm going to say pick the median between that upper salary range that's indicated and go right to the very center.
What is it?
It's probably going to be 93, 187.
Then why are you asking?
Well, because I can only do the math in my head so much.
Okay,
It's
so
74, 082, and then 112, 71, and then I guess you got that too.
And you know what, if you read the job interview that the thing that we put out there,
Yeah.
somebody that was just, you could take somebody that had an associate's degree and some work experience, so that would be your lower. Then as you kind of moved up, you
What's
got
the
more,
78
more
figure?
education, then you would go up higher. So you wouldn't want to get somebody that has been in the business.
The median is
You want to pay them
93,
for
176.
And what was Mr. Gimno make?
Less of a learning curve.
108.
Okay. I
You
mean,
shouldn't have a learning.
Well, he was employer only, he was at 100
Yeah.
when he left.
100.
Yes.
I'm not
The
saying,
100.
I mean, Mr. Gimno
No.
had 7 years.
It got reduced last year because of PERS. When the deduction goes, when the contribution goes up in PERS, that employer-only salary goes down.
Goes down.
Yes.
He had 30 years with, the police department and 7 years with the agency, and that's where he was at. So that's another thing to look at too. It's like, how much experience do these folks have? Should they be making what he was making? He was on the high end. Maybe they shouldn't be what almost topped out.
I want to remind you that when Vince was hired, wasn't he hired at 64?
66.
$66,000.
And that was another question I was going to ask. I think when you hired
93, 187.
Alex, I think when you hired Mr. Gimno to begin with, he came in at a 66 around that, but he was like on a probationary period, and then with 6 months later, you raised him.
You
up.
raised him. Yeah, you raised him pretty significantly. I
Right.
remember at the first meeting that I was with you at.
That's when David
And-
was president, right?
And you get what you pay
And
for.
technically, I mean, even though he was at the 100, 349, that's employer only. It really equates to the 112 because he didn't contribute to
Right.
PERS, okay? And when they do work on finally on your retirement, even though somebody is under employer only, they revert it back to what the salary is under the employee-employer, and that's the basis for the calculation for your retirement.
And
You see?
frankly,
I'm not saying you have to offer them the most, but I'm just saying, listening what today and the people that you pick, I'd be very surprised if any of them would take the job for 70. I mean,
Yeah, I am too.
I'm not saying it's a bad salary. This is a lot more money than I make. We're talking about, but I'm just saying that
And Vince
looking at
didn't
what they
have
were
any-
making.
Vince didn't have any experience in our area either. We hired Vince, as I recall, because of his computer knowledge. Because at that time, we didn't have any software, we didn't have anything. Did we, Gloria?
No, very
He was a
little.
manager. You hired him because he was a manager of people,
Well-
and because he knew.
Do we have to hire all the people the same amount? Can't we
No,
just
you
put
can
their
vary it. It
amounts?
says depending on experience. So if you
Like,
say,
for instance, Charles Harvey
He-
might be, worth 97 or whatever,
Well,
but
it-
Gloria
here's-
Pitchford or.
Yeah, see, Mr. Harvey
66.
makes $7,000 a month, and at our 93,000, that's $7,765 a month. So he would get $765 a month more than he's currently making.
Yeah.
Should we hire him? See,
Right.
and then, but the other guy from Reno, he was making Woodbury. He wants 95,000, so he wants more closer to the $8,000 a month range, right? So he would be taking a pay cut. Now, he may say at 93,000 that he doesn't want the job, and that's one less interview we do, and we have to say, well, so be it.
I mean, I think you're not offering it today, so I don't know. You're going to decide the dollar amount when you decide to interview them. I was just saying, I don't remember how we got here, but
They know the range. They know that they can come in and we say 66.
But here's
You know what I mean?
I know, that's what we said.
That's what
We
we
told
said.
them
That's
to
why
go
it's
lower.
yeah, but you
Why
asked
lie
for a
around?
salary
I know.
minimum on some people, and some people responded with, "This is my minimum." I think I heard somebody say, "I need to be on the high end." You know, the 100,000 minimum. That's what the guy in Colorado said. So some of them actually gave you a dollar amount.
Right, and
And we didn't select that person.
No, you
Yeah.
didn't, but you did select Mr. Woodbury, who said 95. I don't remember how we got here, but I just wanted to point that out.
Here's how we got here. We get here because when we're negotiating with these people, we still are gonna have to say, let's say we want Mr. Woodbury, right? And he's gone home because his interview was at 10:30 and now it's 2:30.
That's right. That's how we got here. Because I
And
said,
now we're
"Do you
gonna
want to
go,
wait
well,
for
we're
them?"
only gonna pay 85,000. Well, Mr. Woodbury's made a trip for nothing, see? And really, we need to know whether or not he would accept
That's
the
how we
job
got
for
here.
that.
Is I said,
So
you
we
want
would
them
have
to-
to negotiate with each person, how much are you willing to, what is your bottom dollar? And then they have to give us a number during their interview of what their bottom dollar is. And then when we negotiate, we have to say, okay, that their bottom dollar is this amount. Are we willing to accept him at this higher level versus somebody at a lower level? And that way we have a bias, not a bias, but a frame of reference as to how much person are we getting for how many dollars. If we go in and we say everybody gets $93,000 and maybe somebody is qualified for it, maybe somebody's not. But we have to be the ones that are going to say, okay, we're going to negotiate for salary here. You have to tell us what you're willing to work for. How much do you want?
Well, and you may want to say something in the interview like the board is prepared to offer this position at this dollar amount. So right now, what we need to decide, I guess, is the schedule. So it sounds like we're going to interview 4 people. We're going to start at approximately 10:30. Gloria's going to work out the times and the flights.
Right. But if we don't negotiate the
But I
salaries
think you
in
probably-
that hour, those people have to come back.
I think you probably want these people to stay all day so that you can say, this is who, I don't know.
You know what, I think if we look at all the candidates, they're pretty equal on their education and everything, and I really think that most of them you're gonna want to, well, 2 of them said already, the higher end, so I think if we just come up with a thing, and if they didn't meet that, then we get rid of them anyway.
Except in the strategy of negotiation.
Yeah, you never start with what you actually say.
You never give, you're not the first one to give the money dollar amount. You ask them first. They have to say, I'd be willing to work for $75,000. And you go,
You're hired.
You're hired.
Well, the way it always works
Okay.
is, it's just like when you buy a car. If the sticker price is $10,000 and I say I'll pay $5,000, pretty much every time I'm going to buy it for $7,500 if I'm going to buy it, because it's going to be exactly in the middle between their first offer and my first offer. That's the negotiation strategy in general when you're talking just money. Okay?
But we need to know what their bottom dollar is, so that my preference would be that during the interview, we ask them, how much do you want to be paid? And have them give us a very specific answer.
But see, the thing is, that puts them in a weird spot in a way, but I guess that's okay.
That's their problem, you know?
Yeah.
If they can't handle it, they shouldn't have the job.
That's true.
How come they can't be asked that over the phone before they're even scheduled?
3 o'clock.
Because I don't even want to interview somebody if they say, oh, I'm only going to do this for $100,000.
Why not? That's what I would do. I mean, I feel like I'm worth it. I'm going to tell you.
That's the opposite
I know
side
I
of
can do this
negotiation.
job, and I
You
can do
ask
better
for
than
the
anybody
highest
else, and I want
amount.
$102,000 to do it.
And we had
I mean, I don't think that's a
Mr.
problem.
Woodbury
Yeah, but-
say I want
Yeah,
$95,000.
but that's the part of the haggle though. They're gonna go high, you know, it's the whole like you go high
Yeah.
and low, you meet in the middle.
Right,
That's the
but
issue.
now when
Yeah,
we do
okay.
that, now here's the scenario when we do that. We interview Mr. Woodbury at 10:30, and we're gonna now, after all 4 interviews, say, okay, Mr. Woodbury, we want you, and we know that you're low, you came in and told us you need $95,000,
They say it.
right? But we really only have
Where's the cheapest
$85,000.
flight?
Did we? Are you still willing to take the job? We would have to do that at another time because he's already gone home. Unless we keep.
And that's why we got here. You're right. Thanks, Perry, for keeping me on track. I forgot.
So since he said 95 and we're moving forward, is it a tacit agreement when we bring him back for a second interview that that's what
No,
we're paying.
no.
That's what he's gonna say.
And
That's
he
what I
may
want.
have I mean, we don't know. He said 95 was his minimum. You could look and see that's what he was making, I think, at one of his last jobs. Was he trying to oversell it a little? Like in other words, what we talked about a minute ago. Was he
Right.
saying 95 knowing that maybe he'll get 90 and he could live with 90?
Right,
Or
or
was
he
he saying
wants-
95 because he really meant it? We don't know that yet.
Well, halfway between 66 and 95, somewhere around the 80,000 mark, maybe what he's looking for.
Well, most people probably don't think that they're actually going to get offered the very bottom salary, especially when they have lots of years' experience.
Exactly.
You kind of expect that when you're right out of law school or right out of school.
I just think that's just the.
With a
rudest
couple
thing.
years of
It might
experience.
piss people up and say, you know what, we brought you up here, you said 95, but we're only gonna give you 80. I mean, I'd be
Correct.
so offended.
A lot of
I'd be like,
people-
see ya.
Correct. We would
A
have
lot
to
of
be
people
willing to give
probably
it to them.
think that the low-end salary is
Yeah.
really for someone with 5 years
Crazy?
experience or less. That's probably what they think.
I agree.
If you're the first dollar you ever made, I just wanna know right now. That's-
Well, right now he's making 7,900 a month.
No.
Right. So he's making nearly 95,000.
Right.
So he's not gonna take a pay cut. So we would have to say.
Well, he's at a different job. He's not at tourism. We don't know what he makes at his current job.
Oh, that's true.
He isn't at tourism anymore. So I don't know. He didn't tell us that figure, But, and I don't think we have to exactly decide the dollar amount today. What we're trying to decide is when these people go home, if you're going to keep them until you decide. My thought is, they don't have to sit here in the meeting room the whole time and stare at you. They may want to. But I think after you're done with the interviews, then you decide who you want to offer it to. So you say, we're going to offer it to Sally. And then you say, okay, we're going to offer Sally 85,000. And then you bring Sally in if you want to right then. I mean, I don't know.
Well, maybe we can phone call him and do it over the phone.
They'll be traveling, then they'll be on the plane. That's what you're.
Well, would they be home?
He'll be on the plane.
Would they be home?
Well, it depends on how long.
Can we call him the next day? Say we
Then we have to have
Certainly, you
the
could
board.
authorize, for example, you could authorize Alex to make the phone calls and offer.
Why does that have to be
Alex,
me?
okay,
you'd be like,
Her.
we don't
It
have
should-
any Alex.
I don't think it
What
should be
about
Gloria
her?
because this is her boss.
Gloria.
I mean, do you want Gloria to call up her boss and say, the board said I could offer you the job at night? I mean, that feels really bizarre.
It's ridiculous with the chain of command. You wouldn't
It
think
should
that
be a board member. I don't
Gloria
care.
has plenty of stuff. to
I don't
learn.
care what,
I'm sorry.
I don't care what board member it is, but a board member should be designated if you're not going to do it in a meeting.
Neil.
I'll call him.
Alex doesn't want to go.
I'll call him.
Okay,
Jeanette wants to go.
yeah, it should be a
I
board
nominate
member who
Jeanette.
calls and says, I've been, the board has authorized me to call and offer you the job. This is the salary that we're willing to pay you. This is the employer salary range, or something. And say, this is what we're willing to pay. Is this acceptable to you? And then the person may come back and say, well, can you give me $2,000 more a year? And then you may say,
Yes.
yes or
You're
no.
worth it. Come on down. That's what I'm
I mean,
I would like to see like a
We'll give you
3-month
the
probationary period and then they.
yeah, well, and that's the thing too to think about, and we'll decide this next time. Another thing is, let's say you say, well, we can't offer you 5,000 more, but we'll give you an extra week vacation. I don't know. I mean, there are maybe things you could make up if you wanted. I don't know what
I think
that
that
would
needs
be.
to be established right now, though. I mean,
Well,
I don't
you're
want to
gonna
be
do it-
deliberating that in front of everybody.
We have to.
Well, you have to, technically we're doing it in front of people now. I mean, there's just nobody here.
Yeah, but it is a matter of
Exactly.
public record, so it's,
So all I'm saying is today, I mean, because I don't think we want to, we can keep talking, I guess. We've got a flight at 9, we've got plenty
No,
of
no,
time.
I
but-
want to go home.
But it sounds like we've decided on who, we've decided the meeting's gonna start later, we're gonna all be here for just one day, not spend the night. The people are gonna just be here that we're flying for one day, not spending the night. $50 transportation, cheap airfare. The question was just when should they go home? I think Gloria needs to know that so that she can make the arrangements.
so Perry, your thought was what exactly with regards to that?
My thought was to make them be very specific about what they are and are not willing to work for. At where is their cutoff point at the bottom? And obviously, we don't have a cutoff point at the top.
I don't
right?
understand why we can't ask them that now. Why can't they tell us that before we even interview?
Well, you could again have them with staff when staff calls, but again, it's sort of awkward because
Right.
they're calling, one of these people is going to be their boss. So you're asking
No.
Ms. Glasgow to call up and say,
But
the
then
board would like to
that's-
interview you and they want you to know it's
But then it's
93,000.
also not in a public meeting format, which it needs.
Well, you're deciding today the dollar amount. I mean, if you wanted to decide the dollar amount, it's not really on the agenda. It's just who we're going to bring next. We have it.
Well, I think it should be based on their experience.
I think so too. I think it should be negotiable.
I think it depends on who they are. I think
So-
you might
so
be
we
willing
need
to
to,
pay
like-
somebody more than others that you have on the list. Like who?
When when we hired Mr. Jim No, what happened was after the interviews, after they did all of the interviews, then they sent each person a letter, and they told him in the letter the amount that they were offering him.
And you could do that as well. You could send a letter, but if
we're
you're
kind of in a hurry.
Well, no, but you could send a letter, you could do that. You could have a letter sent by, and Alex could sign it as board president. We're willing to offer you the job, this is the salary.
Exactly.
Then they have a certain time to respond. What you're gonna need to do is rank the people though, because in case the first person says no,
Right.
you wanna have a letter ready to go for number 2, and then
Exactly.
ready to go for number 3. And actually, that might be the best way to do it. You have to make the decision in the open,
Right.
but the letter can be sent.
Well, I thought we just established the decision by going with the median
No,
price.
we were gonna do every, judge every.
Not the
Well-
median price, it's based on their experience.
Yeah.
Correct. So for those letters could be, we'll offer you 95,000, take it or leave it. The next person we think, oh, they're only worth 89,000, so that's their letter.
Right.
Yeah, because
Exactly.
I took a look at the ones that Mr. Woodbury did not indicate a salary on his application, but he did tell you 95,000. Mr. Harvey, according to his application, was at 84,000. Mr. Landry was at 108,000 in his last or current job, and Ms. Pitchford was at 57,600 in the job she's currently in now as a consultant.
Yeah,
So there's a wide range there.
You said Mr. Landry was what again? I'm sorry?
108.
Mr. Landry was at 108,000.
Right, so more at the top end.
I think he'd be willing to do it for 100 too, though, because
Yeah.
I think his idea is to move into a different, whole different
But
modality.
where do you go from 102 to what?
So,
Well, we gotta raise some money here.
Well, I'm gonna be topped out this year. I mean, if I stay in my
think
same job,
the
I'm not getting a
northern
raise
people are
until
gonna
I
be
move on.
10:30.
You know, we have 7 steps, that's
it's like 107 after that, and then 112.
Well, the thing for me is that gal, if she's only making 54.
But she's a consultant, so she's not working full-time.
But
And
what
he's
I
not
mean,
as experienced.
but what I mean to say is that I'm not, aside from experience, I'm just saying that there's a prime example of what I think Perry is saying. Perry is saying that with each one of them, if you get their minimum dollar amount, it does shed light on what you're going to be offering each one, because each person is then negotiated with. That's what I
On
heard
an
you say.
individual basis.
So rather than fixing the price of the executive
Absolutely.
director, what you do is you fix the person, and then you confirm with the person that she or he is going to take the job at the price that we then say is the price.
Well, and I think we could address this, based on our responsibility to be the oversight committee for our, budget, not to offend you, but we need to know what your bottom line is. I think that's fair.
And as far as offering them the wage, Sarah, I feel like we offered them the wage because we told them that the range is 66 to 112, and starting them at that range is according to what they tell us is their minimum. To me, that's where they're going to start. It's like,
I don't understand what you're saying. They're gonna start at 67, they know that?
no, I'm saying that
Yeah.
I don't understand why we have to fix the price in today's meeting.
You
because
don't have to do it in today's meeting, you have to do it in the
No,
next
we're
meeting. You
We're
have
just,
to-
not-
we're
we're
just
just fixing the
establishing kind of
procedure.
how the procedure's
We're
gonna
just,
go.
Correct,
the only
because we
reason
need
we're
to know
talking
whether or
about
not
this
we're
is
feeding them
is
throughout
whether
the
or
whole
not-
meeting or sending them.
exactly, what Perry said is true. If you send them home, then you can deliberate all you want, and then the letters can go out, and who cares? But if you were gonna do it in person, because I've seen it both ways. I've seen them when they come back in and they say, we'd like to offer you the job, and the wage we've agreed to is $42,000 a year. And the person says, okay. Or, they don't have to decide. They can say, okay, I'll let you know. I mean, that's fine, but you have to at least make the name.
Well, I think there should
and
be
the
a
dollar
limit
amount.
too, like they have so much
I
time
like
to
the
decide,
letter,
so we need to
I like
move
the
on.
letter idea.
Well, the
Go,
letter-
go.
yeah.
I like the letter idea too,
The
actually.
letter idea is good. It draws it out a little bit. It draws it out like 2, 3, maybe even 4 weeks by the time letters go in
Well,
and
that's
out.
the problem, yeah.
See,
That's-
or if we do it, if we bring them back in, the decision is done that day.
Yeah.
So how?
I like that.
I like that.
I like that. I'd like to have it done.
And then you
I
give
like
them
how
a
it's done.
2-week start
Then-
date or whatever, because they may need to give notice where they're at. So you
Correct.
say, can you start by April 15th or whatever? Because
So
this is the
the-
25th, right? So.
Right, so does that mean that we keep them here so that we can, at the conclusion of the interview, we can discuss salary?
Or how about if we call them, we'll tell them we're gonna call you at 4.
What are we calling them though?
No, they need to be here, I think.
Well, the thing is, they're going to be flying still, and even if they're not, they're going to just have gotten home and they're going to be flying. I mean,
Well,
We-
so you
we
guys
just
might
send
have
them-
to
we just
hire
send them back
them. You know,
later.
that's just the bottom line. We need to hire these people.
they might get home an hour
So-
before
An
us.
hour later.
So they're going to get home when we're at the airport waiting for our flight. That's when they're going to get home. I mean, they're only going to be like an hour ahead of us, 2
So
hours.
I think they should go out on the same flight as we do. Here, I'll make the motion, right?
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna make a motion that the applicants stay for the entire duration of the interview process so that we can complete the interview and hire someone, which entails them going home pretty much when we go home.
On the 5:50 flight.
Correct.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
I, just listening to it, I think maybe we should all have lunch together and see how they interact with us and with other candidates under not a real comfortable position, and just all have lunch together. That's just my thought.
You know?
That's interesting.
I don't think that's part, I'm not going to accept that as part of my motion, but I would like to discuss that.
Right, so,
Second.
so we have a motion made to have each of the candidates remain present, maybe not in the meeting, but at least present,
But be here.
through the interview process, so one of those 4 candidates could be offered the job at the end of the interview process.
Correct.
On the 25th, that motion was made and it was seconded by Mr. Hoffman. Is there any other discussion?
And Ms. Setziger as well.
And so the only other discussion was whether or not they were going to eat.
Well, no, we gotta vote on this one. We don't have to vote.
Well, okay, so any other discussion, questions, comments, concerns? All those in favor? Oh,
Aye.
No, it's not.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
I have something I'd like to bring up.
Please.
Discussion. After talking with Gloria and Deborah, we were talking about the fact, would they have to, if it's somebody from Reno, would they have to move here? And they said, and I'm not putting this on them. I brought up the questions, I discussed it with them. I'm trying not to get you into anything over here. It's all my bright idea here. If they wanted to stay in Carson City or they wanted to stay in Reno, and they were well, if they do the site or do whatever it is that you know so much about,
FaceTime.
yes, they wouldn't have to move here.
But you
No,
already
we
said
already
earlier
voted
today,
on it.
you
We voted
voted
that
that
this
the
is the
primary
primary
duty station is Las Vegas. It's already been decided.
Period.
Now, granted, how much time they spend in Reno and how much time they spend in Vegas is up to the director as long as the job's getting done. But you voted today to make the primary duty station. I'm not saying you can't change that.
But that's
I
not how
think you
it
may
is.
have more interest from both of the northern folks, because I think it might be more expensive to live down here, I don't know. But, I mean, the northern folks might be happier about that if you change it, but
I was just thinking because this office runs so well, the way it is now. I
Yeah.
mean, it's doing well.
But the
There's reason, if they were up there and they used the northern office, okay, they have there's a telephone, there's this, there's that, everything could be done.
well, in our office, just as an FYI, there are deputy attorneys general who are supervised by people in Las Vegas. So they're in Carson City and their bosses are in Las Vegas. My boss is like down the hall from me, which I love, but there are people who do it. You know, I guess what they do is if they need to talk about something, they email it, they call up and say, can you look at the document I just sent you?
I guess
Or-
I thought
I
with
think we
this.
just had this discussion.
But
today.
we've already
No,
decided.
but I got to thinking about it, and I was, at the fact that, do we move them down here? Do we give them moving?
No.
What do
No.
we do?
We already discussed that.
Up to them.
This is their primary work site. If they were
Okay, so
to,
I'm tired.
if they were to do Facebook every day,
FaceTime.
this would FaceTime every day, they would still be treating this as their primary location. They could be working out of that Reno office 30 days out of the month. This is still their this is their primary.
Right, I
location.
That's not what you said.
I see what he's saying.
If this is the primary location, that means that they're spending 20 days in Las Vegas and 10 in Reno. That's what it
Right,
means.
they don't-
Well, they don't-
And what they do in their personal time is up
They
to
don't have
them.
to move here,
For
they can rent an
workdays,
apartment.
That's what I wanted
They
to
can rent an
One at a
apartment.
One at a
time.
time.
What you said earlier is primary duty station is Las Vegas. So that means if there's 16 working days in a month, assuming 4 weeks and 4 days, that means that more than half of those days would be spent in Las Vegas. So
So
that would mean
9
like
days.
10 days, yeah,
9
9
days.
days in Las Vegas and
Right.
7 in Reno. So
Right.
certainly, if they wanted to keep a family in Reno, they could. That's what you said earlier. Now, if
Right.
you want to change that, I don't have any
I don't
objection.
want to change.
But we'd have to reopen the item that we already did and that we already told all the candidates.
So does that make sense? So-
Yes, that's fine,
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I just want to make, I'm tired, I'm sorry.
It's
You know,
okay.
You brought it up.
No, it's okay. It's good to bring it up because it
Because I'm just
reiterates
thinking
it.
about the fact that
Well, we have
they
two,
have families,
well,
they
two
have to do
candidates
all
in
this
the
stuff.
whole,
Yeah, that 2 and 2, I guess is why I'm thinking about it. I was thinking,
But
that's
look
why.
at it in the terms that Sarah just said, is that if they're just working 4 days out of the week, it's really only 16 days out of the month. Do they really need their family for 7 days to
You
be?
do.
Well, I don't.
I don't like going to your family.
I'm sorry for the record.
You're on the record there, what are you gonna say?
You're right, is what I said. But all you're really asking is for that person to be in this Las Vegas office 9 or more days. And so really to move down here is kind of not really all that necessary.
Okay.
The other question, of course, is are you really micromanaging? I mean, I said that as an example. I don't see you, I mean, I hope you're not going to be like checking their timesheet and calling up Gloria and saying, how many days was the executive director in the office this month? I mean, that's kind of
No,
rude,
that's
you
not-
know?
Well,
so-
unless the job's not getting done.
It's not
Exactly.
good if we want. Yes, Debbie.
I just need to clarify for the agenda that I will be preparing, you're going to start at 10:30 to 11:30 with the first Vegas applicant, 11:30 to 12:30 with the Carson City one, and then were you breaking for lunch, or were you wanting to do 12:30 to 1:30 on the next one?
I think we were breaking for lunch for half an hour.
Okay, so 11:30 to 12:30 would be the second applicant, and then just 12:30 to 1, a half-hour lunch, that's what you proposed? Okay.
We have to fraternize for half.
And then you're going to take the third one, 1 to 2 o'clock, and then 2 to 3, and then after which you will decide who the winner is.
And then how are you
Right,
going
so,
to get
so,
them
so we're gonna have a 3
to
to 4, we're gonna have an agenda for that, night.
Yeah.
Okay, so your 10:30 people are going
So
to
then
be
to
your
catch the
Vegas
fourth,
people,
the
right?
5:50 flight, we would need to leave here no later than about 4:15, 4:20.
Right, we leave right away.
So we'd have about an hour to make the decision. I like to think we could do it, but.
I'd like to think we could do it too. I think with time pressure, we will.
I think we should tighten them up a little bit and not make them a
An
full
hour.
hour.
Yeah, that's.
If we don't make them a full hour, we can just be a little tighter. You know, I mean, we still got that little bit of lunch that we could meet with them over lunch, and we could still implement that and have a little extra face
Well, we
time.
could do lunch in here.
Yeah, I have an idea.
Yeah.
If we do 45 minutes,
Uh-huh.
and we do the 45-minute cycle, we still have them staying here now until the end of the meeting. And if we really feel after all 4 of them have been interviewed, we wanted to ask 1 or 2 of them more questions, that could still be done during that last hour that we're going
All
to
right,
be
so
delivering.
you-
Well, except for the agenda's got the times on it.
Yeah.
I think you're better off with the hour. I think, well, the agenda says Sally's at 10:30,
Sure.
John's at,
But then at the end, during the last deliberation, we have them all in here, and we're going to say, okay, we'll offer it to you, but we have a couple extra questions for you.
I just don't think we're gonna need an hour. I think every single person, there were only 2 people that used up the whole half an hour.
I think you're right.
yeah,
I
but
think
2 of
you-
those people, I think you're asking back, right?
Yes.
Oh,
So those 2 people are
That
being
just
asked
works.
back, so assuming it's gonna be another half hour,
And we're asking them to make a presentation to us this time too, a 5-minute presentation.
do they know that?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
They have to be informed of that. No, they don't know it now because
Okay, so the
that's for the second
So
interview.
I think it's a good idea. I think 45 minutes a pop per person.
I think an hour now.
I think you need to do the 45 minutes plus the 15 minutes to talk. Because you spent, you spent maybe 5 minutes talking, but
That
on
puts us
some
out
of
at
them.
2, so just start talking about it.
so 45 minutes puts us out at 2, and then we still have a whole nother hour to make up a
to
decision.
finish our
And if we
deliberation.
deliberate or, you
Right,
know,
because-
bring it back or whatever.
Because what we were doing here is we would talk to them and then we deliberate, and we talk to them and we deliberate. We don't have to do it that way. We can talk to them,
Yeah.
stop, interview the next one, talk to them, stop, talk to them, stop.
You
and
don't
then
want to
it-
have the talking in between?
No.
Okay.
Then at
Save
the
it for
very
the
end,
end.
we
Talk.
Then we talk. 'Cause then we're talking about all
All
four
of
of them, all at the same time.
Which is what we wanted to do this time.
Right,
And
and
that's
we
why
can-
we all wanted to save our document.
And I would like to propose, in Europe, they do, that it's routine to do interviews with multiple candidates in one office. So it's only a US cultural thing that it's like one person, that we only do interviews
They do
together.
that a lot here, a lot,
Really?
it's getting more prevalent.
Well, I think that we could do a group interview, we could schedule on the agenda, a group interview at the end of all four of them. And that's when we sit here and we deliberate in front of them and we talk about it, because if they can't handle that, they don't deserve the job.
Okay, and then you
Because
can
that's
ask
what
them
we're
any
about.
questions you
Then we-
have.
Then we can ask
That
them, will you
works.
take this much money? Hey, okay, and the next guy says, you know what? I want the job more than he does, I'll take it for less money.
It's all barter, it's all the eBay of hiring.
That's right.
So
I mean, not that it would go there, but.
I was gonna
it
say,
could-
Paid
it
a
could
buck
be
fifty
done.
for
the
a.
one we all want.
So let me help out Deborah. So it's 10:30 to 11:15.
Okay, you're doing 45 minutes.
11:15 to noon. We'll have a half an hour lunch.
12 o'clock.
We'll have 12:30 to 1:15, 1:15 to 2, all four candidates from 2 to 2:30.
So we have no deliberation about them?
That's the 2 to 2:30.
That's the 2 to 2:30.
We're gonna deliberate in front of you.
Battle Royale.
I'm totally with that.
2:30 is.
Why? We're doing it right now.
2 to 2:30 is going to be all.
I don't see them, Thunderdome.
2 to 2:30 is going to be all applicants.
Well, just a sec. I think there's some disagreement.
Oh, okay.
So Koki's not as comfortable with all applicants.
I'd
from-
rather talk to you, this is what I would rather do, I'd rather see us all come together because I may be leaning two different directions and I really would like to see how you guys felt about it so that my vote went with the majority of.
So then why don't we
I need to
do,
skew the voting.
why don't we do then our deliberations from 2 to 2:30 and then have a group from 2:30 to 3?
Yeah, I'd be
Because it's
comfortable
an
with that.
open meeting and they can be in the audience.
They can
as
be
well.
here anyway
Right.
when
So
you're
then
talking.
hear
I
what you have to say anyway, Coco.
think
Yeah.
this is the way it is, yeah.
No,
Okay,
that's good,
if
that's good.
that's the case, I'm.
I mean, they're sitting right there right now.
you say.
I thought you said we could do deliberation and.
Well, you do deliberations, but they can just sit here and listen.
All right, I'm getting.
Yeah, it's not closed.
Okay.
And you know what, they need to.
I'm gonna leave my hours and everything the same,
Okay.
and I'll.
So,
my own hotel.
since, Koki, since that's what we normally
That's fine,
have
I'm
to
good
do.
with that. That's-
Okay, so does that make
I'll
sense
make
for
a
you?
decision right
So
Well,
all four candidates from
2
2
to 2:30.
2:30, and we'll make the final deliberation from 2:30
2:30
to
to
3.
3.
And
Perfect.
we do want them to stay, so essentially it's 2 to 3.
Okay.
And then you can
All
call
right.
it lunch with the board. That can even be on the agenda. And then they can just sit here and we can have a brown bag.
Tea time.
And that
Coffee
happens
class with the
from
board.
12 to 12:30?
12:30.
12 to 12:30,
12
yes.
to 12:30.
So you want that?
Lunch with the
Lunch
board.
with the board?
No, not until all four of them have been interviewed. It would be unfair to have two that were interviewed.
Well,
Get
yeah, you're
lunch
true.
with them
I mean, we can provide them lunch because we can keep them separated in our kitchen or in that little
All four of them could
little
come in
room.
here and have lunch with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, what difference?
I don't know
Because
why
we're
we
not
did
gonna be
fair.
talking shop, you can't talk shop.
Yeah.
Why do we need to have lunch?
We're not,
You don't have to have lunch with them. Somebody said earlier about having lunch with them, so I
just to
thought.
see them on a personal basis.
I don't see
They
the
have the
I'm
interaction.
actually getting to know them.
What if they're picking their nose while they're eating lunch?
Oh,
Or chewing with their mouth.
You would hope of all times that you were gonna do it, you wouldn't do it when you're
Okay.
interviewing.
All right.
I gotta use the restroom.
Okay, so are we pretty clear on that?
Okay.
No lunch with the board.
No lunch.
I mean, we will provide them lunch,
Yeah.
but we can put them in that little room or at the
No.
kitchen,
Our
somewhere
interaction
separate.
will be
Go in there and talk to
2 to
them.
3 with them.
Yeah, our interaction are 2 to
What
3.
she said.
Final deliberation 2 to 3.
And they're free to go eat lunch by themselves if they want. But
Any
you're gonna
other
offer-
questions or concerns regarding that schedule? Do you feel quite confident
Oh, you have to
making
do
those
board-
arrangements for the 2 people?
Did
The
you
first one is
comment? You
at-
have to do public
Yep.
comment.
The first one is at what time?
10:30 to 11:15.
Okay.
11:15 to
Board
12.
And then 12
to 12:30
30 is lunch, and then
12:30 to
1:15
1:15, and 1:15 to 2, all candidates from 2 to 3.
2 to 3:30, I thought you said.
Okay.
2 to 3.
And which two do you want to schedule first?
And
Las
that-
Vegas or the ones from Reno? It doesn't really matter since they are going to be
You
here.
have to provide them lunch because they don't have any transportation. Oh, well, yeah, the Las Vegas people
Okay.
have transportation.
So,
we'll let you figure
And
it out.
so,
Decide.
any
So now it's-
On the
comments,
flights and stuff.
any other comments by board members?
I have one.
number 8.
Very short. The law review committee meeting will happen at the end of the next regularly scheduled board meeting.
That would be Reno, May
Reno,
6th.
May 6th.
Right.
So it will be
Got it.
directly following
Mhm.
that.
Any other
That's good.
questions or concerns?
I just want to clarify, the 2 to 3 now is with all the applicants, and that is where you're going to select your executive director.
That is correct.
We hope to, yes.
All
And
right.
you may have follow-up questions for them, you may deliberate, they might just sit here.
Somebody might go, because they're gonna realize that we're not talking about them.
Okay.
So we're going to announce who it is in front of all the other candidates?
Yeah, it's an
Hopefully,
open meeting, you have to. I mean, if they want to leave.
In the ideal world.
No, they're going to have to come in.
Any other
Board members.
future agenda items?
Okay. Originally, we had said that the applicants was going to take the 9:25 flight. We're now going to put them on the 8:10 flight
Yes,
with
we
you.
are. Yes, please. So we're kind of like everybody's gonna.
Everybody's going to be on the flight, 8:10.
And any comments by the general public? Anybody need to step down as a public and become a public member? And any other questions or concerns before adjournment? And staff feels quite confident with the scheduling demands?
Yes.
All right, and this meeting of the State Board of Cosmetology is officially closed and the time is 6:40.
God